tried it, I don't know, but I'm guessing, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. I would definitely get that. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Right. Needles, let's talk needles. Love needles. We have got lots of bundles we've put together. We've got the John James hand sewing bundle. This is like everything you'll ever need if you're a hand sewer. And more. Everything you need and more. So I'm going to just lay them all out so I can actually see what we've got in the bundle. Then we could... Is it a great price? Ben's just telling me it's a great price. I knew we were going to have some sales. Now, we know, obviously, you know I love John James needles because they're sorted and organised in the factory around the corner from us. So, fantastic heritage. Look at this bundle you've got. Oh, sorry, and you get the pebble as well, which is full of embroidery needles, but it's a really good storage little container. So if you're taking needles with you somewhere, if you, you know, maybe you're going on holiday or you want to keep them in your sewing box, they all come in this little pebble, which is full of embroidery needles, sizes 5 to 10 crewel needles, but all in a little container. So you get that, right? You get...
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. It's so lovely to be back with you. I hope you've all had a lovely, lovely Christmas, nice and relaxing. And I know it's been extremely busy here. There's been a lot going on. I've been over next door and keep peeping my head through and having a look at all of the amazing shows that you've had. So, yeah, I hope you've had a lovely, lovely festive period. I have no idea what day it is today. We're in this really awkward stage that none of us know what day it is. Oh, Joe just told me it's a Monday. Monday. Now, today's a really exciting show because everywhere else, as I say, I work across on all of our different sister channels, and everywhere else is in sort of sale events, which is brilliant, and I love it. And we have got some brilliant savings for you today. But we've also mixed it up, as it is New Year's Eve, isn't it? So we've mixed it up a bit, and we wanted to bring you some best of 2024 shows. We wanted to still bring you some brilliant demos. So we've got a guest today. We've got lovely Hayley West here with the best of... She's going, hello, Kira. Hence why I'm wearing the Tula shacket. We've got the best of. Then we also have some brand new coming in to the company, which is amazing because, as I said, normally we're clearing old stock, we're looking into the new year, whereas today we've got lots of newness as well, which is fab. So we're going to start today with the early bird. In fact, one of 3 early birds. We've got 3 early birds. We couldn't make up our mind, so we're going to go for all 3 of them. Today's early bird, in fact, we might have to play this 3 times, Joe. Are you ready? It's today's early bird. Are you about? Well, I always start the year with the intention, at least, of getting myself organised. If you are like me and thinking, right, actually, do you know what? I am. This year, January, I'm getting myself organised. I'm sorting out all my stash. I'm going to have a look around at what I need to organise in my craft room. Making lists, I think, is a huge, huge part of that. Oh, yeah, I've already started this morning by emptying my work bag. My work bag is stuffed full of all sorts. I'm like, right, yeah, it is a Mary Poppins bag. They were like, why have you got that in your bag? I'm like, why have I not got that in my bag? Hannah's enjoying one of the coffee sachets that has been in there for probably about 3 years. She says it was very difficult to get out of the sachet because it was completely crumpled up. Anyway, if you, like me, like to make lists, I have a notebook to the side of my bed, and when I'm asleep at night and I wake up and I've got things on my mind or things I know I need to do, I jot them down, and I think it's really important to do that. It's good to, you know, let it go out of your brain so you can sleep better. And it's not just any notebook. It's got a William Morris front cover. It's absolutely beautiful. This would make a lovely gift for somebody as well. And it is going to be at an amazing early bird price. So not £9.99 today. They're all lined pages. Great jotter book if you're keeping this in your handbag, if you're keeping it in your craft room, if you're jotting down seam allowances and different, notes that you need to do adjustments on your dressmaking projects. Just handy to have. And I do love that it is a nod to one of our favourite designers, William Morris. Okay, shall we see how many people we can get involved bright and early at 8:04 in the morning on a Monday morning? It's my first sort of, I say sales show, we've got so much that we're going to discount this hour as well. So this is the first time that I've been able to offer you a massive saving like this, £5.99, my first early bird for ages. Can't remember the last time I was here. It's been over a week, hasn't it? Make the most of that whilst you can at £5.99. We've got 3 early birds, all back to back, all being discounted, so it's worth opening your order nice and early, especially if you're getting involved in lovely Hayley West show as well. Lots of pages, it's a big A5. Honeysuckle William Morris notepad for just £5.99 with a hard cover as well. Quality one, you know, if you were to see this in like a National Trust house or the gift shop in a lovely country, I'm thinking like a Cotswold Broadway gift shop. How much would this be? Today it's £5.99 and it means your orders are open for the whole day. You only pay £1 postage packaging all day. I want to hear from you. Let me know what you're up to this Twixmas. Are you back at work today or are you off until January? I want to hear from you. Have you got plans for New Year's Eve? I'm not great at New Year's Eve. We're doing New Year's Eve in the daytime and I'll probably stream from somewhere around the world. You know, I think in America they're about 5 hours. They're about 5 hours different. So if I do it about 7 p.m, it will be Happy New Year in my house. Yeah, encourage bedtime for myself. No, I'm not going to America. I'm just going to watch the live stream on YouTube. Just watch their Happy New Year and their fireworks and then I'll go to bed. Not very good at staying up till midnight at the best of times, let alone, you know, New Year's Eve. I know it's always a full-on day, isn't it? Remember, we're still live tomorrow and we're live with you on New Year's Day, bright and early. I know a lot of places don't open so early. My coffee place, they were saying that they don't open until later on in the morning. I'm not here New Year's Day. I think it is John. Is John here New Year's Day? I think it's John's with you on New Year's Day morning. £5.99. Dan, can you come and refresh my screen, please? It's still asleep this Monday morning. Right, now, we also have 2 more early birds. Now, these are new additions to Sewing Street. We're going to start with the white. We also have black. Now, anybody who is a dressmaker, if you're going to be watching the show later on with Hayley West, and we've got a dressmaking show as well coming up, this is going to be perfect. Right, it's early bird number 2. Now, I remember when we only used to sell this by the packet, the little packet where it's pre-cut. If anybody there's a dressmaker that loves to use lots of, interfacing, lightweight interfacing, this is your chance to stock up your stash, as you can buy it now by the ½ metre. Now, it's fusible on the one side. You can feel the difference. It's got those little glue dots on the one side, and the other side is so soft. Oh, it makes sense. It says in the graphics there that it's the ultra soft version. I was going to say, it doesn't feel as stiff. It doesn't feel as stiff as a lot of other interfacings. It does have really lovely softness. So if you are using it within any of your dressmaking projects, it is going to keep that real lovely softness to your fabric. Maybe any fabric that flows or drapes, any of your silks, maybe a viscose, and this is going to be perfect for that. It's cut to order. Now, this is what one unit looks like. It's 90 centimetres by 50 centimetres. So this is where now you can stock up your stash ready for all of your 2025 projects. And if I were you, I would just be stocking up right now. We have never reduced this before. Never reduced it before. It's now less than £2 a ½ metre. It is also, by the way, branded. It is Vlieseline. It's got the washing requirements and your pressing requirements on the selvage there, and you can see it is a quality interfacing, 90 centimetres wide for £1.99. It can be machine washed at 40 degrees. It can be dry cleaned. It's perfect for all of your dressmaking projects. Just £1.99, whether you're using it with silk, with viscose, with crepes, with chiffon, Maybe your poplin cottons as well, if you want to still keep your lighter weight fabrics feeling super, super soft as well. You don't want a heavy weight interfacing with it. I know that on screen, it doesn't look much, does it? But if you're working with your Liberty cotton lawns and you're wanting to interface part of it, you don't want to put a stiff interfacing in there. This is perfect. Every single person that has been checking out this morning is already multi-buy. It's £1.99 and it's cut off the bolt for you. So this is definitely the chance to say, right, I'm going to get... In fact, this is where you're saving more. I know it's £1 off, but if you're buying, say, 5 units of this, you're going to be saving £2.50. No, my maths is wrong. If you're buying... the more you buy, the more you save, basically. So by saving £1 per half metre, it's great, but it's when you're buying multiple units, that's when you're better. So say you're biting 2 metres, which is 4 units. At the original price, it would cost you £11. In fact, £11.96. If you're buying it today, all 2 metres, 4 units, it will cost you £7.96. So, yeah. It's a good saving, isn't it, if you're multi-buying? It's quite a bit under £10, isn't it, when you're getting it discounted today, buying multiple units. Now, just so you know, 50 units have gone already. There's so many of you there. If you do want it, we don't have endless amount. It will be cut continuously. So if you are looking for more, I'd get involved early. If you want to get yourself 10 metres of it, obviously you're always going to use it, aren't you, in your stash? It can be used with lightweight jersey as well. It's an official Vlieseline product, so you know that it is quality, quality, quality. It's not like, you know, we've just bought in really cheap interfacing. It's perfect for facing, on dresses, on blouses. Having that ultra soft interlining means that it is going to be super soft against your skin and comfortable to wear. Obviously this is going to be in between your fabrics, but you're still going to notice it. If you were using a very stiff interfacing, it will alter the sort of, it changes the whole look at the fabric, doesn't it? There's a time and a place for all kinds of interfacings. But if you're working with lawn, Liberty lawn weight, poplin weight cottons, viscose, crepes, silks, really lightweight chiffons, then this is going to be perfect. We're still at a point that literally every single person who has checked out is multi-buying. I like the idea of, you know, getting your stash all ready, getting your craft room and your workroom all ready for 2025. For maybe you're starting a new hobby or deciding to take your hobby to that next level or having a bit more in stock at the time. I know that can, again, as you see, save you money. We've never discounted this before, so it's worth grabbing it whilst you can. If you've got black fabric or darker fabric, we also have a black ultra soft interlining as well coming up, and we'll do the same price on that. So if you want to shop ahead on pre-order, is it all on pre-order, Hannah? If you do want to shop ahead on pre-order on the black, why not have some white, some black in your stash ready to go? Now, there are hundreds of you who have got this in your basket. Just be aware that this is now cut to order. So it's off a large bolt. It's going to be bespokely cut to however many units you want. It's cut by the half metre at £1.99 a half metre. You can't go wrong. Interfacings, we always talk about this. It's so important. Whenever I do an interface or wadding show, I know we get really excited by the new collections of fabric. We've got a new Sanderson's collection. We've got a new Lewis and Irene collection. We've got some really beautiful kits to bring you as well. And we're going to discount them, but it's about the interfacings as well. It's all right having all of your gorgeous fabrics, but making sure you've got the right interfacings for the job is super, super important. It means you're never going to be running out of your stash if you're getting this by the half metre. Sometimes you just buy the smaller packets, and that might last you for a project, whereas just having a bit of a stash of interfacing, I think, is brilliant. Easy to use, lightweight, ultra soft, in white. Remember, it's 90 centimetres, cut to order by the half metre, half price today. Oh, sorry, not quite half price, but £1 off today. £1.99. Should we do the black? Now, anybody wants early bird number 3, get ready. We are going to match the price. Okay, so once again, this is easy to fuse. It's got the glue dots on the one side. It's got the ultra soft interlining on the other, so you can feel the difference. Right, we're just going to discount it. You know where it's going. It's £1.99, pound off. Exactly the same properties, exactly the same usage. It's just going to be more suitable for more of your dark fabrics. You're not going to see anything peeping through if you're using a darker fabric. It's worth having both in your stash, isn't it? Lots of people are coming in. Lots of people are already on pre-order on this. £1.99, and remember this is also cut to order. It's 90 centimetres by 50 centimetres. This is what one unit looks like. So even if you just want to try it out, you've opened your order now for the day. I must remind you that it isn't just on today's show. You can now browse through all of our web shop. If you've checked out on this, then you can go back at any point throughout the day, even if we're not on air, even if it's 11 this evening at night, have a look on the web shop and add more to your order. All of your orders are consolidated into one postage and packaging cost, and your card isn't charged till midnight tonight. So if you do want to add any more or change, amend your order, you can. £1.99. If you're thinking, right, actually, I'm going to get a few more units of the interlining, you can do that at any point throughout the day. You've paid your postage and packaging for the whole day, cut to order at £1.99. I'm going to leave both of them with you. Don't forget your William Morris notebook as well. If you are getting yourself super, super organised, then that is fab. Now, today's show, I'm going to show you the menu. We've got a lot going on today. As I said, fabulous, brand new fabric. I'm so excited. We've got a brand new Sanderson collection, which I know normally we wouldn't be talking about until into January when we're starting our new year. But between Twixmas, we know we've got a big audience. We've got new collections coming through all the time, so we're really excited to bring you that this morning. 9 o'clock, Hayley West is here, handmade by Hayley, best of 2024. I am wearing the Tula shacket. I love this jacket. If you have not been part of the Tula shacket craze, where have you been? There is still time to get that amazing dressmaking pattern. Maybe it's your New Year's resolution. I can't recommend Hayley's dressmaking patterns enough. They're amazing. She has 2 dressmaking patterns. She's got the Tula shacket and the jumpsuit. They are both in that 9 o'clock hour. And I love it. This is one of the shackets that I'm wearing, and it has got the most beautiful tapestry fabrics, which are also available on the show today at 9 o'clock. We've also got 2 of her most popular bags in that show, the Grab and Go and the Hobby Bag in the 9 o'clock hour. At 9, right, I love the new visible image lighting. The winter nights, of course, are still very much here and are going to be here for the next few months. So it's definitely worth investing in your lighting to keep your crafting going. We've got amazing lights, super affordable coming up at 10 o'clock. Some extra tools and some sneaky discounts as well. We've got a discount at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock, William Morris Fabrics, stay tuned for that. And then also, Hayley's going to be back at 11 with her very, very popular mocha block. We've also got lots of her rulers, lots of her favourite handy tools that she has designed especially for you out there to make your quilting experience and your bag making experience a lot more enjoyable. I mean, they're really, really useful. They're all products that Hayley designs because they've served a purpose for her. And I love that. She doesn't just design a pattern willy-nilly. So that's why 2 dressmaking patterns, bag patterns, and these amazing rulers. They're coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got dressmaking fabrics. So, yes, if you've got your interfacings, if you're a dressmaker, if you love dressmaking, stay tuned. We've got dressmaking fabrics at 12 o'clock. Slight different schedule to the TV guide, I believe, because it was the quilt kits you love. Change to the schedule at 12 o'clock. We've got dressmaking fabrics. Now, if you jump to the web, it's so easy to watch, to shop, and to message in. If you want to come and say hello to us, then you click on Watch Live at the top there where Hannah's cursor is. You can see the live show on the left in the box. You can see the early bird special still selling there by the half metre, and you can come and say hello, send in your messages. Early birds underneath us. On the left-hand side, all the deals that we have done and all of the deals on the right-hand side that are coming up. That's what we call pre-order. So everything here, you can start shopping. Go for it. Sanderson's Arboretum collection. Lewis and Irene. Is it called Blueberry Grey? Bluebell Grey. Bluebell Grey is that latest collection again from Lewis and Irene. There is an amazing bundle, by the way, now of the Isabella Plum. This is, well, you can see the saving. We're going to drop the price with £21 off. If you want it, a massive saving. So I've got a feeling that that must have been kitted for a project. I have no idea why we've managed to get this collection in today, but we're discounting it. You're going to save £21 today on that one, and it's brilliant. The Arboretum collection, the Isabella collection, they're all coming up in this hour. If you keep scrolling down, this is where you're going to find Hayley's project. So there's the grab and go pattern. I love the grab and go. Again, talking about organising, we'll speak to Hayley about this later on, but this is a must for your organisation. The quick and easy jumpsuit, the Tula shacket, there it is, sizes 6 to 24, all in one pattern. We've got lots of lovely tools. We've got Stripology XL. We've got the visible image lighting all listed underneath us. Lots of fabulous tools, and yep, we're going to be discounting that fabric bundle at 10 o'clock. Under 10. There's your clip-on light. There's the rechargeable neckline. Every single time this comes to air, this sells out. Yeah, if you want that, get ahead on anything on the pre-order. You can also message in on Facebook or message in via our email, which is studio@sewingstreet.com, and our Facebook link is Sewing Street TV. Okay, shall we have a look at this amazing Sanderson's fabric? It is gorgeous. As soon as I think of Sanderson's, I think of very, 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 very high-end, gorgeous curtains, soft furnishings, tapestry fabric, heavyweight fabric, upholstery. And to be able to incorporate those prints into our quilting weight cottons is amazing. I know how much you can pay for Sanderson's fabric because my mum was looking at getting some blinds made, and she had a look on the website, and honestly, you can pay a lot. Today, we're looking at that beautiful collection, whole collection, the Arboretum collection. They all work so well together because you've got all the different scales of prints, the larger scale prints, the mixers. Look at this one. Now, some of these do come available by the half metre today, but they are all brand new, never been on air before. I told you how exciting. Everywhere else that I've been talking about has been stock that's been in the vaults in Gems or on Jewellery Maker for years and years, and they were doing sale events, whereas this is newness. I love it. Right, so not only are we offering you fabulous brand new fabric, it wouldn't be Twixmas without a bit of a discount. On your screen, you are also getting a whole metre for free. It's being discounted today by £17.98. You're saving nearly £18. That is an amazing price. Now, we have less than 50 of them. I know that it's limited, in fact, way less than 50 now, because there were people already there on pre-order. If you collect Sanderson's collections, aren't those prints just stunning? For homewares, absolutely, this is perfect. If you're thinking for bag making, you've got some really lovely large-scale prints in there. This one is one of my favourites. How amazing is this? Sanderson's, stunning. This one's called Robin's Wood, but it's not necessarily wintry, is it? These, I know you've got the berries and the different beautiful greenery and like sort of the red leaves here are autumnal shades, but it's all free spirit fabric, so you know the quality of it. Sanderson's Arboretum with gorgeous colours for homewares. When you take your Christmas decorations down, I took mine down yesterday. I know that I did it quite early, but honestly, we're very cluttered everywhere, and you just feel like you want a bit of a spring clean. It looks so bare. It looks so, so bare. Get yourself some really lovely cushions. If you did get the Dukey and you've got the piping, specialist piping for how amazing to do some beautiful, I'm thinking this one with piping, striped piping like that. They'd look amazing. They would look stunning together. Remember, you're getting half a metre of each of these prints. They're already cut for you. You are saving nearly £20 on your 6 metre mega bundle. Every single one of those. I mean, this one's lovely as well. This one's called Sycamore and Oak Mural. I can imagine wallpaper in this. A lot of Sandersons are, oh look, in fact, actually, let me spin it round. That's 2 cushions. That is 2 cushions, because the way that the print runs, it's like that. It's a panel, really, isn't it? It's not, it's half a metre, but that is a large cushion. And then I flip it over, and that's another one. You've got 2 beautiful cushions there, all for under £90. Perfectly matching. Thank you, Hannah. Normally, you know, if we do a collection like this, we'll always try and offer you half a metre for free at least, but today you're getting a whole metre, and it is such a world-recognised name of Sanderson. Teaming up with Free Spirit, which again, who we know and understand and love, you know, you're not looking at, this is beautiful quality quilting weight cotton, and it's on split pay. I didn't know you'd put it on split pay, Hannah. 2-way split pay, brand new Arboretum collection. Some lovely blues in there, some greens in there. This one's really nice. What's everybody checked out? There's fewer than 20 remaining. Remember, this is brand new remaining. We started with around 50. This one's called Chestnut Tree. They're all quite different from each other. I think this would be perfect for your stash that you then use with your calico, you use with your solids, and you can dip your toe in to the stash. You don't need to make one big quilt with this. You could make loads of projects. You could take this through the whole year. This could be your seasonal fabric selection. This could be more going into to winter. There's springy fabrics. Look, there's raspberries on this one. This is lovely. $89.99 for 6 metres. But if you do want to do yourself a quilt, 6 metres is a really, really great amount of fabric, isn't it? 12 different prints in there for $89.99. It should have been £107.88. Today, as it is Twixmas, we're doing a metre for free, even though this is brand new. A bit more than we would normally take off. You know, normally it's half a metre for free. So today, nearly £20 saving on that one. $89.99. Lots of people have got them in your basket. We'll come back to the bundle. We've got them by the half metre, so we'll come back to that. If you have spotted one that you like by the half metre, should we start with the Arboretum one? There's already people who are checking out on it. Is it this one, the main? This is the one that I was showing you that has your sycamore and oak mural. Look, I mean, it's amazing, the detail in this. So you've got this section here, and then if I flip it over, you've got identical on the other side as well. I say identical, I still think it's slight differences of where the placement is, but it's brilliant if you are thinking of doing 2 projects or using them as, if you want to multi-buy on this now, and you want to do like a circular skirt with this running along the bottom. Oh, look amazing. £8.99. This is about to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, go for it. If you want multiple units, be quick. Oh, we're literally down to less than 5 metres, less than 3 metres, in fact, at £8.99. That's one of our favourites. £8.99, I believe that has gone. That is the last half a metre now, literally 1 unit left. How quick is that? Bearing in mind, this is brand new today, 1 unit left. We've also got the red, gorgeous stripes, which I think, Tula shacket. We'll speak to Hayley about different fabrics, but I know you're absolutely fine with your quilting weight cottons or we've got the sort of tapestry fabrics here. But for a shirt, dressmakers, I love it. Right, limited on this as well. It's going to sell out today if you want it by the half metre. This is your Valley stripe. Beautiful. Beautiful stripe. For borders and for bindings, a stripe is amazing. I mean, if you are thinking ahead and getting ahead for Christmas next year and want to do some fabulous stockings, I know a lot of people tend to... Well, I'm thinking I'm going to buy my Christmas lights this year in the sale. We didn't have any Christmas lights outside. And our neighbours, we let the road down because everyone else has got fabulous light displays. It's fine, though, because all of their lights kind of shine into our windows and onto the driveway and everything. They go crazy at Christmas. So, yeah, we look like the sad, lonely house in the middle with no lights on. So I'm definitely going to invest in some Christmas lights in the sales. But this is what it's all about, isn't it? Whilst you're getting brand new, gorgeous Sanderson Arboretum fabric, these would make beautiful stockings and accessories for next year. £8.99, 2 metres remaining. In fact, only 1 metre of this remaining now. £8.99, it's flying out. I love that. Super, super soft. Your classic stripe. Anybody who's doing bag making as well, this would make stunning straps on a big weekend bag. It's 100% cotton, machine washable, quilting weight, £8.99 for your valley stripe. That would make beautiful borders, fabulous bindings as well, or piping, yes. £8.99, literally 2 units of that left. There's a metre remaining. Has the other one sold out? Yeah, the other one sold out, so there's only 2 units left of this one. This one with the geese. This is so cool. I'm imagining like a weekend country bag with brown faux leather straps. This would look stunning. You've got multi-directional geese. No, they are all going somewhere. I was just getting confused by some have got their wings down and some have got their wings up. He's not upside down. I thought he was upside down, but he's not. He's mid-flight. These are so cool, aren't they? Because you could, nothing's stopping you from fussy cutting these, making purses or wallets, adding it with tweed. How about for a really fancy lining on a tweed jacket? Oh, that is stunning. And it's this beautiful, really deep forest green in the background. Once again, limited on quantity, slightly more availability on this one. £8.99. If you want to multi-buy, it will be cut off the bolt for you. They would make amazing flying geese units as well. Imagine doing a block and then doing flying geese units, quilting units around the outside of it. Yeah, with flying geese. Literally. You got a cold today, Hannah? Oh, she's a bit snuffly today. I could hear a snuffling in my ear. £8.99 a half metre. It's all the festive fun, isn't it? Have you played any good Christmas games? Have you played the tea light one? Yeah, when you have to say Merry Christmas and try and blow out all the candles. It's really difficult. TikTok makes it look easy. Hannah says she's not kind of the game kind of girl. More just a Prosecco girl. Were you at the Christmas party, Joe? £8.99 a half metre. Joe doesn't even work it. By the way, we've got Joe Wilcox in today. He says, hello, good morning. £8.99, limited availability now. If you've got any of them in your basket, can I just remind you, half a metre is 112 wide. This is brand new in today, and it is absolutely beautiful for a messenger bag. Any Sanderson with free spirit as well. When you think of free spirit, just to remind you, Kaffe works with free spirit, Kaffe Facet, Tula Pink uses free spirit. They work together. The quality of the fabric, we know the quality of the fabric. You're not just getting Sanderson prints on any old fabric. This is 100% quilting weight cotton, stunning quality. Maybe if you've got Sanderson's wallpaper or curtains or soft furnishing, just adding that little nod to it with some other smaller soft furnishings. This is beautiful. Right, reminding you of the mega bundle, as now we've got some sellouts during them individually. The only way of getting all of them is in the bundle. Now, we've got 24 bundles remaining. That is it. We started with 50 of these. Half the stock is gone. There are loads of you who've got this in your basket. Should be £107.88. You've now saved, it's nearly £18. That's a metre's worth of fabric saved today. That's 2 of those fabrics saved. And I do think, actually, even though they look lovely together as a collection, you could just use these quite sparingly and make this go a really, really long way. They're all so individual. They're all really good sort of hero prints in your stash. So if you want to do lots of bags, if you're making to sell, you can't go wrong with Sandersons, can you? If you are thinking about those iconic prints that you're looking to put on your craft festival, whether you're making cushions or bags or gift ideas for people, this is where you've got to start to think about, right, how much is it costing me to get my fabric? How much are we looking now per half metre, Hannah? £89.99 now makes your price per half metre £7.49. That is brilliant when we're talking Sanderson's fabric. They're £8.99 each, as you know. We won't be able to make this bundle again as there's some that have sold out. This is your chance at £89.99. There's 22 of them now remaining. Fingers crossed we've got enough to go around because there's a lot of you who've got them in your basket. If you opened your order already with the early birds, then you can keep checking out with those. Should we do the ones with the raspberries on? Here we go, these lovely berries. And the sort of lovely ivory background. It's not a white, it's a really soft ivory. It's lovely in the background. I mean, look at all of the different colours as well that you can pair this with. I'd be maybe choosing one of those teal tones or the greens that you could put it with. There's so much detail in the leaves. Is there a, let me spin it round, Joe. I'm thinking, is there a direction to it? Not necessarily an obvious direction, but I do think it's that way. Because you can see, I mean, the leaves are beautiful. The imagery with Sanderson's. Look at how close we are. Oh, it's not your eyes, it's Joe. A bit blurry. It's a Monday morning, he's still waking up. You're not used to getting up really, really early anymore with us, are you, Joe? What time did you go to bed last night? 10 o'clock, that's still too late when you were up really early, yeah. I had a fabulous night's sleep last night. I need to text my mum because she had Maisie last night. She probably didn't have a fabulous night's sleep. But I had a great night's sleep. What did you do last night, Dan? He was partying till midnight. Oh, my gosh, Dan. Oh, to be young. £8.99. Oh, were you doing the football? No. Been in Bristol. He was in Bristol. Fourth Christmas of the year. Right, £8.99, that's for your lovely raspberry collection. How amazing would that be in the summer? If you make your own raspberry jams, or if you wanted to make some lovely, summery, lovely baskets to put your fruit in, and oh, that would be so lovely. Even lining a wicker basket with Sanderson's, it would just look stunning. That's your berries. We've done that one, we've done that one. Can we do this one, please? Because I love, yeah. Hannah's saying, chestnut tree, please. I could see this in my living room. Home interiors with greys and beige and neutral tones. If you've got white walls, beige walls, if you've got like sage colours in there, if you've got teal colours in your room, if you've got greens in your room, if you've got blues in your room. It's going to work with everything, isn't it? You've got yellow in your room, haven't you? Yellow, you've got a yellow sofa, haven't you? Yellow pillows. Cushions, blue sofa. See, this would work with that colour decor as well, quite modern. I was thinking more of your traditionals, like your browns and your tans and your creams. That's the great thing about Sanderson's, is it's classic, it's traditional, yet it's still going to look great in a lot of contemporary homes. Especially with this colour, this neutral, it's beautiful. £8.99 a half metre. How is it already 20 to 9? I've just looked at the clock. I've blinked. Right. How is everybody? How is everyone? Message in. Let us know how your Christmas was. Let's do this huge scale print. This one is a statement. If you don't get anything else, get this one. Because that is stunning. I want a blind with this. You could make like a beautiful Roman blind with this, couldn't you? Recover a sewing box with it, or a little footstool. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at this from a distance. If you're making large overnight bags, again with faux tan handles, that is beautiful. Again, my decor is very beige and greys and creams, and this is just going to inject that pop of colour, isn't it, with some really big oversized cushions with lovely red or green, or if you don't want it to be so festive, I'd pick out some of the lilacs or teals in there for your piping or your binding. So much choice. £8.99, that is gorgeous. We were talking about the Arboretum where Dan lives in Warsaw. Love, lots of memories between us four of the Arboretum, walking in the Arboretum. This one, or this one. This one is gorgeous. This has been flying out on pre-order. Well done, everyone. This one is called Sesame Leaf. £8.99.5 metre. Very traditional. And once again, look, if you come really, really close, you probably can't see. That looks like it's green on the background, and it is. But there is also a real fine speckle, a lovely dot detail. So there's a lot of interest to the eye. Whether you're using this within your patchwork, this would make a great border, wouldn't it? Border print, because you've got very definite stripes. If you're following your lines with your quilting, this is perfect for that. £8.99.5 metre. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. It's very, very busy. Lots of people multi-buying on this. We also have, and what I love is there's no prints that are repeated in different colourways. They are all individual. So if you're getting the mega bundle, you're actually getting 12 completely different fabrics. Nothing else quite like it. Now, this one is stunning. Now, if you're buying multiple units of this, if you get yourself a metre or a metre and a half, 3 units, then look, it's actually going to literally, you can see the tree trunks, can't you? The branches all flowing down. Depends how you use it. That's the great thing about patchwork or you know, using it for bag making or large bags or larger projects. You're going to start to see that extra pattern. If you cut it up and rearrange it, then you wouldn't notice it. But you could make use of that lovely long branch if you're using it on a border, on a board or on a quilt. What a lovely branch. A lovely long branch that I wouldn't have noticed if it was all cut up. Beautiful. With your berries, with your winter berries. And this colour in the background, again, is that really soft duck egg, which is so on trend in home decor, isn't it? Dressmakers, you can still use this for dressmaking. Imagine having a Sanderson's lovely shirt dress. Oh, this is beautiful. Just so you know, limited, less than 15 metres, which sounds a lot. It's not. If people are buying 2.5 to 3 metres of this fabric at a go, which a lot of people are, then it's going to be gone in no time. This is brand new in today, the Arboretum collection. Yeah, this would be a lovely dress. Or a blouse. Stunning. We're closing out with lots of people in baskets. Don't panic if Hannah takes the graphics out. It doesn't mean you've missed out. It does not mean that you can't still get that. We're just going to show you all of the prints that we have because it's already 20 to the hour and we've still got lots of other collections to bring you. Right, this one is another interesting one. Do you know, this reminds me of a very traditional quilting fabric. It surprises me that this is Sanderson's, actually. It looks like, you know, Three Sisters Moda fabric, or it will go really, really well with all of your lovely William Morris or Moda fabrics, I think. Still with those gorgeous pops of reds and greens and turquoisey blues, deco blues. Your Delymore Mulberry for just £8.99.5 metre. Remember, multi-buy on these and they will come joined up. There's a lot of people coming in for all sorts. If you do want the mega bundle, all 12 completely different prints. I've got another, a little bit paisley-esque, yeah. We've got the red. Oh, in fact, this is the only one that you have the same print in 2 colourways. I hadn't noticed that. They're the same scale, I think. No, they're not. They're slightly different scale print. So the blue's got a larger scale print. Can you see? This one's called Small Truffle. Traditional quilting. Perfect. Your red and ivory background. £8.99.5 metre. We're whizzing through these now. Then this is your blue. You could use these as more of your blenders instead of using solids within. I love the blues. Blues are always very popular. This one's truffle, not small truffle, truffle. £8.99. Do you like truffle? Do you like eating truffle? No. I had a dip from M&S that had truffle in it. And I didn't, you know, when you can just then taste it a lot for hours after. Mac and cheese with truffle, yeah. There was a truffle cheese that Joe had at Christmas. You know when you've had truffle. It's sometimes you don't realise you're going to have it until you taste it and you're like, oh, that's got truffle in. Okay, are they all of them by the half metre? Oh, there's one more. There's one more by the half metre that I haven't shown you. It's under here. And then your mega bundle is rapidly selling. If you do want it, there's less than 20 chances of the big mega bundle remaining. This was called Fern Frond. Do you know the small parts that grow out of ferns, they're called fronds. There you go, fun fact for your quiz. Hannah does lots of pub quizzes, you see. No, she just had a slight obsession with Monty Don for a couple of years, didn't you? £8.99 a half metre. We've got the mega bundle available. Less than 20 chances on the mega bundle. It's brand new in today. This is Sanderson's with free spirit. Now, normally, we're supposed to discount half a metre. Oh, no, it's Twixmas. We want to give you extra discounts today. You're getting a whole metre. Can't make any more of these bundles when they've sold out because, yeah, there's lots of these that have now sold out by the half metre. You've got the flying geese in there. You've got that lovely arboretum. You've got the reds. You've got that stunning, lovely long branch. What a lovely branch. Then you also have this, which is my favourite, huge scale of print. This one's lovely as well. There's your berries. £89.99. Remember, nearly £18 off by getting them in the bundle. It should have been over £100. What should have been the price? £107. Oh, and 88 pennies to be exact. Fabulous deal. $44.99 split pay. Get it home and you can start making. Great thing is this is going to take you through all of your 2025 makes, isn't it? If you're using it sparingly, just dipping your toe in and using your stash as well, maybe some solids, get yourself some calico or get yourself a nice teal or a red to go with and complement. It is a gorgeous classic collection. Nearly £18 saving on your screen today just because it's Twixmas. Right, we've got Blue Bell Grey collection, which is the Lewis and Irene collection. Now, I've not seen this before. You've seen from this designer before, Hannah. This is beautiful. This is so much fun. Oh, just so you know, there's less than 20 of these. This is beautiful. Going into the new year with this fabulous palette of watercolour swatches. I love that. This daisy ditzy print is beautiful as well. This one, only way of getting it is in the bundle. And the wildflowers. This is so arty, isn't it? It's so stunning. Did you have the designer in? We actually met the designer. The designer came to the show to launch this collection. It's gorgeous. Right, everybody who's checking out, you'll get the final discounted price. It's discounted today as, of course, well, just because. Remember, this is gorgeous quality Lewis and Irene fabric, 100% quilting weight cotton. I love that one. Half a metre of each. You're getting the perfect spacing between this if you want to fussy cut, keeping your seam allowance. So if you want to do EPP, how pretty would this be? Now, just so you know, there are 10 bundles remaining. You're getting half a metre for free. As I said, I stripped back all of my Christmas decorations down, and I was a little bit sad, actually. I thought, oh, it looks so bare in here. Just need to inject a little bit of lovely colour. Now, the only way of getting this fabric is in the mega bundle. This specific one has sold out individually. This specific one. That's what I said. Specific. You just didn't hear me say this, sir. Joe is like a teacher who corrects me all the time. Thanks, Joe. $47.94. There are less than 10. Remember, you are saving $7.99. That is half a metre for free. We're in single figures. That one's beautiful as well, look, isn't it? This is using all of these swatches. See, since I've been watching on Hobbymaker doing all of the lovely art, watercolours, I appreciate now, you know, an artist will make all of these different swatches and then they'll dip in and they'll make all of these stunning flowers with their watercolour paints. That is beautiful, isn't it? Bag makers, you can use this, absolutely. Quilters, I know will love this. Home furnishing, lovely little gifts for the spring. £47.94. We are limited. Joe, have you made your wedding rings yet? He's going on a jewellery making course to make his own wedding rings. See, that's the same print here. This is the same print, and then you're getting those 3 amazing individual prints. Joe's getting married so soon. You do realise, like, this is it. In 125 days, Joe will be married. See, these would be beautiful for you when you're doing sort of wildflowery theme, are you? This would be lovely. Of course, he has no idea. He's just got to turn up. He's just got to be there. What's your responsibilities then? You've got to get your suit sorted. And suit is sorted, yeah? What are your responsibilities then? What else are you doing? Oh, he's sorting the photo booth. He's got our Wayne doing it. That was an easy one when you just ask your mate. Hattie's great though at organising. She'll enjoy it. Laura was texting me. Laura's our producer on Hobbymaker, and she was messaging me saying, I really want to get married. Do you think 18 months is long enough to plan a wedding, or should I give myself that extra year? And no, I don't think you need it. I think the longer you leave it, then the more you end up spending, because you add stuff on and you're thinking too much. It's too much. Yeah, it's too much time to get anxious. I think you could do it. I said to her, you can get married next weekend if you wanted. Like, there's so many possibilities now, isn't there? And Facebook Marketplace is brilliant. So just get your dress on Facebook. There's lots of little tall red cars on Facebook at the moment. You saw oh, that's another responsibility of Joe sorted the car. Have you sorted all your responsibilities then? Yeah. Just so you know, there are now 7 bundles remaining. We're under £50. We're coming back to those. They are available individually underneath us on the website. If you do want any of them by the half meter, remember that one is sold out. So if you want the bundle, yeah, grab it. That's a gorgeous collection. So, now, we were trying to figure this out this morning. Hayley has let us do this today. Now, this is, I think, a quilt kit that was put together for a designer, and I don't know what happened, or I'm not quite sure, but we've been given it today, and we are going to discount it. Now, before I show you all of the fabrics, can we do the price drop? Because it says on screen here, Hannah, that you get a £21 saving. Now, this is, you're not going to, it hasn't been done yet, so you will get £21 off. Now, you are going to get 7 metres of fabric. You get half a metre of this one, half a metre of this one, half a metre of this. These are all new to me. I think they're new to you too. They're absolutely stunning prints. I'm imagining that this was planned for a certain quilt kit, because I will explain for why. There's no instructions in here, but these are all half metres. This is a metre. This is a metre. And these are the hero fabrics. This is a metre. This is a metre. And this is the most mahoosive panel I have ever seen. This is going to make the most exceptional quilt. I mean, whopping quilt. Because look at this. Hang on. Look at the size of this. It is absolutely stunning. This could fit on like a super king-size bed if you were to do your panels all around the outside. It's absolutely gorgeous. Thank you, Dan. Look at that. I mean, the panel alone, the only way of getting the panel is within the quilt. That could make a quilt in itself, couldn't it? That is beautiful. And then you are getting, thank you, Dan, you are then getting a metre, a metre, a metre, a metre, and half a metre of all of these. We have no idea what's happened here, but take advantage of the fact that you have got £21 off now. £21 off. That is like, if you were to look at a boxed quilt kit that was £200, I mean, that is stunning, more than a metre free. And I know that, look, it doesn't come with any instructions, and it isn't necessarily, it doesn't have to be a quilting kit. You can use it for whatever you want. That could be a quilt, and this could be all your stash. But we saw it, and we thought, it's always cut into half-metre pieces when we do a bundle. That panel in itself, maybe you've got the free motion frame, the Quilting. If you've got that free motion frame, this is the perfect opportunity to have a go with it. Get going with the Quilting frame because it's absolutely beautiful. That is a quilt top. That is a quilt top on its own, straight away. Do your quilting. Literally layer it up. Oh, thanks, Dan's back. This is fab, isn't it? Your first project with your quilting frame maybe could be this, and you could do some amazing free motion with it. You could do some incredible echoing. It's got that lovely polka dot in the background. You've got so many inspirational moments. This is amazing. I mean, that is a quilt top in itself. Thank you. And these are all complementing fabrics. All your hero prints, you are getting a whole metre. A metre of this one, a metre of this one, a metre of this, a metre of this, and, I mean, you could make, how many? 2 quilts? You could make more than that if you want. Wow. I like that you've got your neutrals in here as well. They'll go with so many different fabrics and so many different collections. Other Lewis and Irene's, other Tildas, they look nice with Tilda. You could have a whole bedroom redecorated with this kit, couldn't you? With a quilt, with, bearing in mind, look, hang on, bear with what I'm going to do. This is amazing. You've got a full, that's the biggest panel I've ever sold, without a doubt. The quilt panel is 147 centimetres square. That is 140 centimetres square. How amazing is that? And then each of these are all going to complement it perfectly. They're all from the same collection. We were just trying to work out why on earth this has been cut this way. The only reason I can think of is that it was scheduled as part of a show, that this was supposed to be a kit, because we would never do it. You never know. I don't know whether someone was poorly or the show had to change, or I don't know. But for whatever reason, you've got a saving on this today. This is brilliant. And it's on split pay. There is no way we could have done £21. This is a really good find, Hannah. So that one then, look, there is a whole metre. You're getting all of that fabric. That's not just, you know, an example of what it will look like if you buy multiple units. You get that in the kit. And then you're also getting, well, 4 whole metre pieces and all your half metres. That is so much fabric. And it is gorgeous as well. 100% cotton. It's Lewis and Irene. It's not, you know, a random designer that we've never heard of. This is a beautiful collection. This one, look, I love it. That's, again, whole metre. Whole metre. It's already cut for you. Already cut into metre pieces. If you make to sell, this is where you have got so much fabric. A project for yourself and then loads of fabric for your stash. And let's face it, how much do you pay for a quilt top? How much do you pay when you're piecing together a quilt top of 147 centimetres? That is brilliant. I do love the idea of everybody taking the plunge. Maybe it's your New Year's resolution to have a good go at free motion quilting. I've been there, though. I understand. You know, sometimes when you think, I spent so much money and so much time on piecing the top of the quilt, I'm going to ruin it. I'm scared of having a go at free motion. So I draw my lines and I do a crosshatch, whereas actually, the fact that you maybe are setting up your cutie frame, if you've got it all ready to go, this is the perfect project. Still not too overwhelming. It's not too daunting. And the end result is going to be stunning. Absolutely stunning. It's gorgeous. Everybody that's got this in your basket, you have got a few minutes to check out during the break because this will sell out. What a bundle. 147 centimetres square in the panel. No, we're not seeing the panel on its own. The only way of getting it is in the bundle. And this is just beautiful. Lewis and Irene. Lewis and Irene, I love it. Okay, there are more than enough of you to see that sell out. If you've got it in your basket, check out over the next few minutes because we're going to get Hayley West in. We've got the most incredible show. It is the best of 2024. I know hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of you have the Tula shacket pattern. If you don't, you've got to get it today. This is it, the roundup, the best of 2024. We've got the jumpsuit as well, which is new to me. I haven't seen the jumpsuit before. It could be new to you too. Again, I know it's been really, 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 really popular. We've got the grab and go bag. We've got the hobby bag, all back in the hour. Don't go anywhere. Hayley's going to be joining me right after this.
Hi everyone, Catherine Wright here. It's been a lovely 2024 sharing my sewing and my patterns with you. Wishing you all a very, very happy Christmas and a relaxing and healthy new year, and I look forward to seeing you for more sewing fun in 2025.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Emily Roberts here. I'm just here to wish you a very Merry Christmas. Thank you so much to everyone that's watched, bought or messaged into the show this year. I absolutely love the Sewing Street family. So have a lovely Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I will see you in January 2025 with new sewing tools. Merry Christmas everyone!
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, Janet Clare here. You may not recognise me, I haven't got my pinny on. Just here to wish you all a very, very happy holiday and Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you so much for joining and supporting us all through 2024. It means a great deal to us as a small business, and we're going to rest up and bring you lots of exciting new products in 2025. So, Merry Christmas everyone.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Wanted to wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas. Thank you for all of your love and support over the last year. It's been the most amazing year at Sewing Street, and we couldn't have done it without you. So have a lovely Christmas. Hopefully we'll be keeping you company all over the Twixmas period, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Bye. I just thought I'd start over here so you could see my shacket. I've been wearing it. This is the one that I wore last time, and this has absolutely been such a star of 2024. When we think of the Sewing Street, 2024 historical moments, this is definitely one of them. Launching the Tula shacket, it's been one of the most popular dressmaking patterns, if not the most popular dressmaking patterns of the year. So I'm so thrilled to be bringing it back before the new year, before the year is out. And anybody who has not bought this, as I know they have sold in the hundreds, I mean, probably even in the thousands now. There's so many of you who have got it, but it is brilliant for lots of different reasons, and we'll talk through exactly. But before we spoke to Hayley, I just wanted to show you that it is literally the perfect length. It's a bum coverer. It's a great one to show off some of your favourite fabrics. We were looking at the lovely Sanderson's fabrics earlier, which would be great, the stripes especially. But also, just to dip into your stash, I've seen patchwork versions. I've seen loads on the Sewing Street fan page. It's all in the folder. All the sizes from size 6 to 24 are on screen. Now, Hayley, it's so lovely to see you. It's been
good,
ages. Thank you. You've got your version too. It looks great.
I've got my Tim Holtz fabrics in this one as well. And this shows that there's different variations. So you can either go for kind of two-tone where you've got the denim and then you've got your chosen fabric, which we've got this fabric on the show as well, I think.
Yeah, we have.
And this one, it was just, I just delved into my stash. I've got kind of half-metre pieces and did almost like the I call it a patchwork effect because you kind of got different panels in different areas. But there's loads of ways you can put it together. And you guys, my goodness, you've made some amazing ones.
Have you seen
Sandra from Santangle?
Yeah.
She's even used her own printed fabric, designed her fabric and then made it. So, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. And I do think a shacket, well, unisex as well. We know lots of people that love a shacket. It's so easy to wear.
That's never how it was intended to be as a unisex shacket, but I know that loads of people have bought it for loads of different scenarios. It was meant to be something that I needed. Yeah. That's how it evolved.
Well, Hayley, I know that you don't design patterns willy-nilly, do you?
No.
You do it if you want.
Loads of them. Because if I have a need for it, then I make a pattern and I think, well, other people might like it. Yeah. And this one came about because there were so many people that were talking about the different kind of styles that I was wearing and, oh, I like your jacket, did you make it, and that kind of thing. And, yeah, that's where it all came from.
So the pattern itself, I love the fact that it comes, you know, in the wallet, that you can get your pattern back in because you're not going to make this jacket just once. You're going to make the shacket time and time again. It has definitely become one of our favourites this year. There are so many people who have left 5-star positive reviews on it. Good pattern, easy to follow instructions, one I will make again. And this is what a lot of people have messaged in and said, is that it's really easy to follow.
Well, this is it. I know this is yours, so I don't want to open this one up. But yeah, it's one of those ones where we've seen loads and loads of photographs on social media. If you're watching and you've made a shacket, do share your pictures because you have created some absolutely incredible versions. And it's funny because sometimes I'll see them and when they're made up on social media, I think, oh, that looks ever so familiar, like that jacket. And then I look closer and think, oh, that's just my pattern. Yeah. But yeah, what I love to do is encourage people to have a go. So 2025 is the year that you are going to have a go at actually making clothes. Then I highly recommend this, not just because it's my pattern, but because of the feedback that I've had from people.
Here you go. Lisa's just asked, would it be beginner friendly?
100%. There's a full video on YouTube as well. So you've got a QR code somewhere in here. Scan that. You can go over to YouTube and it will take you literally every single step of the way.
But look at how thorough this is. Absolutely, step by step, it's broken down. Do you know if you go to a shop and you buy one of the traditional dressmaking patterns that you see everywhere in the little packet, and it's tissue paper, you can't get it back in the pack. It presumes that you know everything, have done dressmaking for years and years. This is very different. You can see there's nothing that is being presumed. You've got your body measurement chart on there, but it's got lots of ease. You don't need to worry about making something that's super fitted.
There's no darts in there, there's no zips. You don't even have to put buttonholes in if you don't want, because I use my green machine for my poppers.
Fantastic.
Where has that been all my life? Oh my goodness, I wish I'd got that sooner.
So what's the size range on this then?
So it'll go from a size 6 right the way we kind of size them extra small and so on because of it kind of being one of those situations that it's unisex. So we don't have specific sizes as in 6 through to 24, but it will fit 6 through to 24. You just kind of cross-reference and see which one works alongside those. But it is very, very forgiving. The ones that we are wearing are actually the medium size. So medium, which gives you plenty of scope.
I suppose you just want to make sure you bust with your poppers and also maybe over your hips.
Well, this is it, and I don't always wear them done up because it's a jacket. So quite often, if you excuse the expression, there you go. You can just literally wear it as a loose jacket. It kind of covers the bits that you need to cover.
It's good this time of year, you know, layering up, going in and out of different rooms, hot rooms, to be able to layer up. I think it's brilliant, and to use your stash as well. A lot of us who are quilters or bag makers, or, you know, if you don't have an opportunity to fully show off all of your favourite fabrics, or you don't know what to use the last of your stash for, then this is perfect. And it doesn't need to be denim.
It doesn't.
You've got cord here.
No, this is actually one of the cords that we have on, might even have it on the website. I know it's one that we had on one of the previous shows. And it's almost like, it's a heavier whale, apparently it's called. Oh, let me turn it round this way for you, where you can got your ups and your downs. I never knew that until I got here at Sewing Street. But you've got cord.
Oh, yeah, baby whale, or, well, not baby whale, they just call it a baby cord. Whale.
These pieces are all made from the same fabric that we've got on the show. And you've almost got like an appliqued band that's on there. You don't have to put the band on if you don't want to. I often put that on to support the pocket. So if you're going to use your pocket and put your phone in there and things, you might want to have a little kind of stability to help
so they're not just aesthetic, they're actual useful pockets, they're real pockets.
If you don't want to put the pockets on, you don't have to put the pockets on. If you don't want to put the stripe on, don't put the stripe on. If you're wanting to join your fabric, so rather than having the same fabric across those body pieces, and you're wanting to do the version that I've got, the pattern will actually accommodate for that. You've got a separate pattern within the pattern, so it shows you how you can join the fabric so you don't have any open seams. Everything is concealed, so it's nice and easy whether you're wearing it as a shirt or whether you are wearing it as a jacket, which sometimes people will see the inside, won't they? So, yeah.
If I don't have a green machine, what's my alternative of poppers or buttons? I
don't particularly like making buttonholes and things. It's daft, really.
Machines do them for you nowadays, don't they?
I know, but it's one of those, you know, those little kind of nemesises that we have. Although I have got a tool that's going to help us with the positioning. I think it's because it's the positioning that makes the issue, and for me it stands out. But the first time I used a green machine, I thought, I'll give it a go. And then it was like, that's it, poppers go on everything.
Is there a certain length on the pattern? Can I lengthen it, shorten it if I want to? If I want to have it as a shorter jacket, I can.
Now, within the actual pattern itself, I mean, the quality...
I mean, it is. Yeah. This isn't tissue paper. This is quality paper.
Yeah, this is one of those situations that I always want to make sure that, because I use my patterns over and over, I kind of try and create almost like a capsule wardrobe. So, yeah, you've got the design there. There aren't any specific lines there for lengthening or shortening.
Yeah.
So it's kind of you decide where you need it to be lengthened, because some people are longer in the body from the waist down. My dad was always taller than my mum, but when they're sat in a car side by side, they were the same height. Because it was a leg thing. You can alter it wherever you choose to, but you can see there's no actual darts or shaping, so you don't have to worry whereabouts you choose to put that line in to lengthen it, or equally if you want to fold that pattern up to make it shorter than you can do. It's all explained very, very easily, as you can see here. Nice large bold print on there to make it easy. And as I say, you've got two kind of versions within the pattern. So some will have this kind of grid work on there, and that's designed that if you're piecing your fabrics together, as in using multiple to create the front, it shows you how you can kind of put them together as well. So it's not like, oh, you've got to cut your pattern here. You've got a separate one if you want to do the patchwork version.
Brilliant. Oh, that's amazing. You're not presuming we all know how to do that. Now, it also says here, features 3 variations of the shacket style. So,
where's it gone? I do make a mess, don't I? 5 minutes. So you've got 3 variations. So variation 1, variation 2, variation 3.
Lovely.
To be fair, there are loads of different ways you can put this together. So that was kind of the 3 basics. So you've either got a single colour, so everything is done in a single colour. And with a single colour, on this particular one, I haven't put the vertical lines on there. So, yeah, because you're not having to cover up a join or create that kind of applique effect. So you could do that if you're wanting to. You've also got the one which is the equivalent of the one that you're wearing, where you've kind of got your 2 fabric versions. So the denim and then your contrast, as you can see there. And then I've got the one which is the 3rd variation, where you can put as many different fabrics in there as you like. So it could be that you've only got smaller pieces of fabric. Maybe you bought, I don't know, 1/2 metre bundles, or even fat quarters, because with this one, there are actually, is it this side? I can't remember where it is now. Oh, it's on the sleeve. There's actually a horizontal line as well, joining the fabric. So I hadn't got enough fabric to do a full sleeve. So what I did is I used the technique which is explained within the pattern to join the 2 fabrics and then just put another applique band
Very
on
clever.
there. So these
clever.
could be as big or small as you want them to be.
Yeah, really clever. I love it. I love the idea of being able to use some of your favourite stash of your quilting weight fabric. We're not the only ones that love it. It has been so popular. I mean, this must have sold in the thousands since it's launched.
When Ian said, oh, should we put it onto a show? And I said, is there really anybody that's not got it now? So many of them have gone. So I do apologise if we are boring you by bringing it back again.
Do you know, I think this is perfect. Towards the end of the year, we've all have aspirations and writing down different goals of what we want for the next year. You know, you always have the intention, don't you, starting the year. And you think, right, actually, what is it I'd love to tackle? I know dressmaking is something that is on a lot of people's lists.
I'll let you into a secret. Dressmaking's not that hard. If you get yourself a good pattern that you can get confident with, then it's down to the fabrics. Yeah. That's what people notice, the fabric more so than the actual garment. So that's why I keep it simple. That's just the way that my brain works. And it's just, I like to have something that I'm not having to really concentrate on, really focus on. And so many people who have never sewn before or have never made a garment before have gone for this, and they have had so many successes with these. It just blows me away. I get a bit teary-eyed when I see the pictures sometimes, because it's like, oh, you've done it, you've achieved it, and I helped you do that. So, yeah, no, it's good to know.
And, I mean, like you say, there's a lot of people who have made it, and then they make it again and again. Teresa's messaging saying, I've made 5 of these jackets.
I think that's a sign to show,
Absolutely, it's quality of the pattern. It's the versatility of the pattern. Look, it's such a versatile pattern, thank you. It's going to look completely different if you do it in, like, a brown solid cord to if you're doing it in a real bright colour one, festival one for the summer.
Use things like your cotton prints, your lightweight prints as we get into the summer as well. It's up to you. You make it out of whatever you choose to make it out of. And I will mention as well, because this is how naive I am when it comes to actually making patterns, because I've never made one before. It's single-sided, so you're not having to trace it. Yeah. Because that was the other thing.
I love that you're a crafter and you understand what it is that you want as someone who does dressmaking. I want to
get in there and make it. I don't want to be spending hours tracing up all the bits and pieces.
Right, that's a really good point. So they're all single-sided.
Single-sided, so it's actually 3 different pages that you'll get within your pattern, all this size, so they're huge.
And they come in the folder, don't they?
They come in the folder. That's, again, something that's important to me, the way that you're storing it, because I want you to use it over and over again, so you need to have that folder to keep all the pieces together.
Amazing. Honestly, it's tried and tested. The proof is in the pudding. This is one of our best-selling dressmaking patterns of the year. Once everybody checks out, more than half the stock is gone.
Again?
It's 1990. Yes.
Oh my
honestly, it's amazing, isn't it?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I really didn't expect it this time. There's only so many times you're going to be able to bring it again. So,
oh, no, we've got loads of new customers who are joining us all the time. Would this be okay for a man as well, said Helen?
Absolutely. There's loads of guys.
Stuart's worn the sample, hasn't
There is actually a picture on social media of Hannah, who's in the gallery with Stuart wearing it as well. Yeah. I had to literally get it out of it. Honestly, his knuckles were white trying to get it back off him. But yeah, there's loads of guys that have made these.
Well, it's not very often. Just, yeah, me too. Just... when I come in, we often have samples. We have lots of dressmaking patterns. This is the only one that I have said both times that you've been in. Can I wear the shacket? Can I wear the shacket, please? I've got my top complete.
The same one each time.
I love it. I love that. I really love this light denim, and I'm thinking, you know, anybody who loves going to festivals and, you know, country is so in. I go to country to country. My west. It's amazing. I love country music, and this with your cowboy boots would be amazing. But then it doesn't have to have that feel. My husband wears shackets all the time. Dave Bradford, he's always wearing a shacket, isn't it? They're very on trend.
Funny story for you. John Scott said I should call it the Bradford and not the shacket.
I can see why. Can one leave off the pockets? Yeah.
It's your design. You decide how you want to do it. It might be that on yours you've actually got longer pockets, and the reason being is I use this kind of crocheted lace, and I hadn't got enough to actually fill the gap between the shorter pockets, so that's why I made them longer.
Yeah, adding lace. I'm thinking, right, anybody who's got special big days, if you're getting married, into the Hattie for a hen do, she could have one with all lace and bride appliqued on the back. Or
have you noticed the pom-pom as well? I do love a bit of pom-pom trim.
Amazing.
I love a pom-pom.
I think this is why I'm feeling the festival vibes with this one. But yeah, imagine doing some embroidery onto it.
Well, this is it. I've actually got some embroidery pieces, which I'll show you. Excuse me, leaning across. So if you have got an embroidery machine and you're wanting to embroider the pieces, rather than making it up and then embroider the pieces, why not trace out the pattern so you've got that outline of where you need your pattern piece to cut, and add your embroidery into your hoop. Then you can cut it out, then you can construct your jacket. So it could be that you're making sleeves to match as well, you're making your own fabric. And also the one that you've
so
got,
cool.
it's kind of got like a little window feature. I don't know if you've noticed, just on the top here and across the back, I've kind of cut away the fabric and then frayed the edge. So on mine, I haven't got that. You've got it on the back as well. And it's just almost like a little window into the fabric, just another designer feature. So,
That is brilliant, isn't it? Especially with the denim, it works really, really well. We've had so many lovely messages coming in. Hopefully this is encouraging everybody who hasn't yet got the Tula pattern to get it. I have made Hayley's jacket. It's the best pattern I've ever bought.
Thank you. Who's that from? Oh, Leslie, thank you.
She says that it's a lot of pattern for your money, and with the wallet as well, it's fabulous. That's from Leslie.
Have we had any pictures coming? Don't be shy. Send us those pictures in of you modelling your jacket. I mean,
Yes.
big student.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Somebody's asked about the fabrics that we've got on today. We actually do have a lot of these fabrics on the show, haven't we? Yeah. I'll head over and show you some of them if that's all right.
The jacket that I've actually got on at the moment, there goes.
Sorry.
These are Tim Holtz fabrics. I think, I don't know who actually manufactured them originally. We did have some on the website here because I ordered them from here, to be fair. So, yeah, you can get these Tim Holtz fabrics. These ones are, you can mix up the different design as well. The black, I think I've actually
That was a denim, wasn't it?
It's like a black weight denim. I don't think I got it from here, actually, but it's a similar sort of weight.
Yeah.
It's the, what do we call it? We call it 8 ounce, but it's not 8 ounce.
4 ounce.
Yeah. Well, I think we call it 8 ounce, but it does feel more like a 4 ounce.
Yeah.
So yes, it's a similar weight to the fabric that we've been before. So yeah.
Brilliant. Now the stripes that I'm wearing are these. These have now become iconic. Honestly, every single time I talk about these, I don't see bags anymore. I don't see homewares. I see the Tula jacket. This is gorgeous. And yes, I mean, it's not part of the, you don't get the pattern with it. So if you are thinking of bag making or if you want to get involved for another project, go for it. But how much would you advise if you're making the option that I'm wearing,
Right,
where you've got your sleeves?
So with the pattern itself, there's a little kind of window on the back. This might even be on the website. I can't remember whether we put this on the website. So what you've actually got is your three different options. So you've got your complete option. If you wanted to make it all in that particular fabric, you're looking, depends on your size, you're looking at between 2 1/3, which would be, it's 2 1/2, isn't it really? And also you 2 3/4. So I go 2 1/2 or 3 meters if you're going all in one option. If you're going for the one that Vix is wearing, then you're going to need your contrast fabric, which is going to be that kind of the blue version that you've got there. You're going to need, your 1.5 yards. So it's basically you're going to have 1.5 yards of that one and 1.5 yards of the other. So yeah, half and half.
I love it. Remember, we sell by the half meters.
The half
that
meters.
would be...
Sorry, yes, it's meters and yards. I'm looking at the wrong column there, but yeah.
That's fine. That would be then, 3
so,
units.
So 3 units of the contrast.
For the contrast.
Yeah.
Fab. I love this. This is a poly cotton mix. Is there a right way or a wrong way to this, Hayley?
It's not. It's actually a recycled woven fabric, so you can decide there's certain elements that are kind of stitched that looks different on one side to the other.
Oh, yeah, this one.
So, yeah, it's kind of, there's one that's almost got like a cross stitch going through it, I think.
Right,
So,
yeah.
It is a woven fabric, so when you actually come to the cut edge, and this will be the same when you actually cut the pattern pieces, it can be prone to fraying because it's a woven fabric. So my top tip is if you have an overlocker or a machine that has an overcast edge, just help yourself by actually stitching that edge even before you've cut out your pieces, and it means that it stops fraying before you even start using it.
Brilliant. £6.50. £6.50 a half metre. It's cut by the half metre. It's 146 wide, poly cotton mix, beautiful quality, stunning colours. It looks great with denim, but also it's going to look lovely with cream. You could pull out any of these colours, to be fair, couldn't you? Loads in baskets. We've restocked, ready for today's show. As we said, this has become iconic. We love these jacquards. They're beautiful quality, but they look great with the Tula jacket. 80% polyester, 20% cotton. As Hayley said, they are recycled fibres, which we love. Beautiful, beautiful quality. 1.5 meters is going to be the requirement for the contrasting design, which I'm wearing, and that's enough for the largest size. But this is going to be, like you said, a really, really fabulous one to start your dressmaking journey in 2025. If you've never made a garment before, if you've been you know, dipping your toe in. Maybe you've just got yourself an overlocker and you're thinking, right, actually, I'm going to this hour is brilliant because we're going to talk about your overlockers as well with your jumpsuit. So we've got 2 brilliant patterns for you from Hayley. In fact, they're your only 2 dressmaking patterns.
Only 2, yeah.
Which,
only made
you know, but I love that because they've sold in the thousands. Anybody else would be going, I've got to do more and more and more. This is brilliant. Whereas actually you're saying, I'm only doing them when, like, you know, when I'm passionate about it.
I feel like I was duping people. If I took a pattern, I thought, do you know what, now I'm going to make it with short sleeves. So that's a new pattern. That's another kind of pattern that you've got to buy. I don't think like that. I'm a crafter like you guys. I want to maximise what I'm actually being able to make from a pattern, and that's how they kind of come to be.
Do you want to do the blue that's on the mannequin here? Yes, that's this one. So, look, that looks gorgeous. I can. So unisex, so cool, so trendy. I'm actually thinking Joe's getting married in the summer. Imagine appliquing on the back or embroidering on the back for the bride and the groom or for a special birthday. These are amazing. You'll make so many of them.
This one is slightly different to the one that you're wearing because your sleeves are completely done in the jacquard fabric.
Oh, yeah.
This one I've actually chosen to put like a little strip down.
So is that a plique doll or is that like a sashing or is it a separate pattern piece?
It's a plique on, so it's folded up underneath. So if you actually look on the inside of the sleeve, you haven't got any raw edges or anything like that. So the sleeve is made up similar to the one that you're wearing, and then you just chose to applique that band on the top. But it doesn't have to be. You make it how you want to make it. That's the whole thing.
Fantastic. That is your jacquard as well. That beautiful blue and green, burgundy and red. £6.50 a half metre. Remember, get yourself 3 units if you want to do the contrasting version like mine. Could you do it all in this kind of fabric? Yeah.
Absolutely, if you wanted to. Next one that I'm actually going to be making, I'm going to do it without the actual yoke. So what I'm going to do is join the pattern pieces. So it basically goes right the way up to the shoulder, like a regular shirt.
Right.
Rather than actually have it almost like that Western style.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah.
Have you made quite a lot of these now?
Yes. And that one actually does get worn. Well, they all do, to be fair. But that one, that's one... This particular fabric with the blues and the greens in, that's the one that I get most comments about when I'm just literally out and about in the supermarket. And one of the comments I got, last time I did the show, I literally went from the studio over to Ulster, and I got out the car, and I could hear somebody going, hello, hello, and I was thinking, you know, sometimes you think, oh, strange, I'm going to pretend I can't hear. Yeah. And then this man actually got out the car and he said, hello. He says, my wife's in the car. She wants to know where you got your jacket from.
Oh my gosh, it's moments like that where you go, oh, it never gets old, does it, when you're a dressmaker and somebody stops you and compliments
it's lovely, but it's quite humbling at the same time. So
yeah. It's actually a shacket. It's actually a shacket, not a jacket. It's my design. Yes. I designed it myself. Right, we also have, do you want to keep going with these jacquards? Right, we also have the lovely pick, which I've not seen this one before.
I've not seen this one, I must admit. This is lovely. I love this. This is very warm feel.
It is. It is lovely. I think this would make great bags as well, wouldn't it? You could do a lovely bag to go with. £6.50 a half metre, super affordable, and it's a great width. How wide is it? 146 centimetres wide.
Yeah, good work on that one, yeah.
Just £6.50. If you do want to do the contrasted version like I'm wearing, then get yourself 3 units of this, 1.5 metres, and that will be plenty. There are certain interfacings that you use when you're going from like a jacquard to a denim.
The interfacing only goes into the collar. It goes into the button placket and also the cuffs. So it's kind of where the denim is. And I just used a medium one. Yeah, so the Vlieseline that we've got on the website. So yeah, that's
fabulous. This one's really nice as well. I can't make up my mind. I think you've got to do a few of these. I love the green.
You could do a sleeve out of one, couldn't you? And a sleeve out of another. And
yes. This is another one that's new, I think, or newer.
Yeah.
Slightly different design on this one. Once again, your recycled fibres, 80% polyester, 20% cotton.
That'd be nice with the cord.
That would be lovely with the blue cord that you've got there. That really nice blue cord, or you could go like a burgundy, couldn't you? £6.50, perfect for layering up. I could see a really lovely handbag with this as well.
Well, if you consider, I mean, a half a metre to make a bag is a considerable amount. So to be able to make a bag for £6.50, my goodness.
Yeah. You know the larger hobby bag that we've got as well?
Yeah, you can make it for that, yeah. Or just use the scraps, make pockets out of them and things, so you don't waste anything.
Brilliant. £6.50, go for it. We've got the stripes as well. This is just stripes. We're whizzing through these. We are going to be... This isn't a whole hour for the shacket, by the way. We've got so much that we want to bring you within this hour. I love this blue. Oh, this is the one that was... No, it's not. I was going to say, this is the one that's with your cord. I got excited.
Yeah, I think the one that's actually in the cord jacket, I don't think we've got any more of that left, but it's not dissimilar.
No, that stripe's perfect, isn't it? Adding in that lovely woven stripe. Men's again. Grab and go bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We got this coming up next. This would look really smart for a wash bag. Everybody who's got the Tula pattern in your stash, go for it. If you've got it already in your basket, go for it. I can't recommend the pattern enough. Karen just asked about the jacquard fraying. Yeah, we talked about this earlier.
It's woven, yeah, it is a woven fabric, and because of that weave, it does fray a little bit. So if you're making your garments and you've got an overlocker, then I would suggest that you overlock those edges. You can even use it in your construction. If not, you could use something like an overcast stitch or a zigzag. Most sewing machines would have either or of those, maybe both of them. You could try pinking it. I must admit, I don't do a lot of pinking because I've got an overlocker and I've got the overcast, so I don't tend to try using those. But potentially, yeah, you could pink the edges if you wanted to.
Could I make the most of the fact that it frays? You know, like on the pockets here, if I wanted to do that pocket flap with my stripe like this, and I wanted to use like that lovely frame as a feature.
Yes, you can do. What I would suggest is if ever you're using that fraying technique as a feature, just do a little stitch inside because you don't want to keep it fraying forever.
Yeah.
Because otherwise your pocket flap's going to disintegrate over time.
We want to control the fraying.
Exactly, that's a good phrase. So just put a little stitch in there, maybe 1 centimetre in from the raw edge, and then have loads of fun, frame those edges.
Yes. This one again, this is your crew version, that lovely cream. This one's very, very popular. Once again, just stick to it. There aren't many differences with right or wrong. Like you said, there's some of them that the stitching does look different. So once you've got a side, just stick to it, I suppose.
Choose a side because you don't want one sleeve to be different to the other. But saying that, if it did, I don't think you would notice that much, to be honest, anyway. But you can see on some of the stripes, like the one that you've got with the the darker kind of ribbon. That, I think it's that exact one you've got your finger on. It does look quite different when you look at the reverse.
Yeah, £6.50, £6.50, a half metre. Once again, remember, if you're making the contrasting version, then get yourself 3 units of this, 1.5 metres. Also, we want to see your pictures. Message in studio@sewingstreet.com. If you've made the shacket, if you've made shackets, then please, please, please send in your pictures. Don't be shy, we'd love to see them.
Absolutely, I love seeing them.
Honestly, I know hundreds and hundreds of our viewers have already got this pattern and made them over the year. When was it that we launched it? It was back early on in the year, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Leslie, I like it. Oh, you've gone for that fabulous woven. I like it in the plainer tone.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks good, doesn't it?
It looks so different as well, doesn't it?
Oh,
having it in your plain and having it in the green, I absolutely love it. She said it's so easy to make.
And it's nice because the trousers and the shoes are the same on both of those.
Yeah.
So it's only, but it looks a totally different look.
Yeah, I bet
well
you get
done,
a lot
Leslie,
of
love
compliments, Leslie. And do you know what I love is that it literally does look just like the one that's on the mannequin. There's so many times that you see, you know, especially the actual designer of the pattern come in with your vision. You've made the pattern and it's there. But when somebody else has taken your pattern and been able to do it, it's absolutely proof is in the pudding. The pattern's brilliant. I've embroidered on the shortened version of this.
Ah, good choice, Carol. Yeah, I love it. I mean, the idea of making your own fabric as well, I mean, that's going to make a really unique version, isn't it? And like you say, if you want to alter the sizes, you can do. There are no actual markings on the pattern for you to lengthen it or shorten it. All you do is you take your pattern and you kind of think, well, I need it 3 inches shorter. Then you fold kind of up, so you've got 1.5 inch on one side of the fold, 1.5 inch on the other, and kind of just double fold it up. But it's a very forgiving style. So yeah, there's no darts or anything that you need to consider when you are making any alterations of your own.
Can I ask if quilters' weight cotton can be used for the contrast fabrics, please?
You can do, yes, yeah. What I would say is try not to make it so that it's completely poles apart. So I wouldn't use something like a Harris tweed alongside an organza, because they don't work together. But you'd know that yourselves anyway. But yeah, you could use a quilting cotton if you wanted.
You've got, isn't this a quilting weight cotton that you've got?
The actual fabric on the top, it's not. It's more of a kind of a lightweight denim.
No, but the Tim Holtz one.
Oh, the Tim Holtz one, yes, yeah.
That's a quilting weight cotton. Yeah, so that works as you contrast.
Oh yes, yeah. This is quilting.
I'm thinking with Tula pink or with Cape.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine?
That's a real opportunity. Imagine going to a festival of quilts or something, you know, a real opportunity to wear those fabrics that you quilt with.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you were walking around the NEC Festival of Quilts wearing this with K fabric on or Tula, we all know, if you know, you know, and everyone will spot it. And you will get a lot of compliments.
You know what? Why do we buy those fabrics, the Tula pinks, the Capes? Because of the gorgeous prints that we see from them. And that's why I say don't necessarily cut up your fabrics, show them off.
Yeah.
Because that's the reason you bought the fabric in the first place, because you loved that design. Not because you maybe imagine cutting it into 3-inch squares and patchworking it. It looks amazing that way as well. But showcase it, show it off.
Those larger scale prints like Cave and like Tula, I've really struggled to envision cutting them up. I'm like, oh no, don't cut them up. I see the amazing big quilts that people do and they look incredible when finished, but the prints themselves, like you said, that's what you draw into,
That's what I fall in love with, and that's why I like to use them in larger pieces.
Yes. Oh, I can't wait to see them all. Right, the pattern is on screen. We're moving on to the next design. If you've been thinking about doing it, today is the day to make the most of it, and hopefully there's been enough people messaging it in, encouraging you. If you are thinking of your New Year's resolution, getting into dressmaking, then this is a pattern we can't recommend enough. There is no difficult darts, there is no zips. Your fastenings are your choice of poppers or buttons. There are really easy to understand patterns, step-by-step instructions, great quality pattern paper. You're not falling between a size of 2 different patterns. That's quite frustrating sometimes, is where it goes from size 6 to 14 and then 14 to 24 and you're like, well, I'm right in the middle of that, which pattern do I go for? Whereas you've put them all in one.
Do you know what my biggest bugbear is? One size fits all. How can it fit everything from a 6 right the way through to a 26? It's not going to work. But yeah, with this you kind of put into grouping, so you've got a certain amount of forgiveness. So you might be a size 14 top, you might be a 16 bottom. Well, if you go for one that sits in the middle of the two, then you're fine.
Can we show the size chart, please?
Yeah, certainly, yeah. No problem at all.
Also, just talking about sizing and making a pattern, I know this was your first dressmaking pattern. I didn't realise, naively, when you are designing a pattern and making a pattern, you then have to think about making them for each of the sizes samples to check that they work. Yes, because it isn't just about copying and pasting and upsizing the sizes.
There's certain areas where the curve on the arm or whatever is different for different
the grading.
Yeah, absolutely.
Morning, lovely pattern. Can you please tell me, do I need a fancy machine to do the fastenings? Now, you've used the green machine.
I've used the green machine, which I highly recommend. And I know it's an investment of anybody's money, but my only regret with the green machine is that I didn't get it sooner. We've actually got one tucked away here.
Yeah, it's there.
I can show you. So the green machine is brilliant for all things like if you're a bag maker or anything like that. And I know Mr. Green himself comes very regularly.
He does.
Some amazing deals. So my biggest regret was that I didn't get it sooner, because there were so many opportunities that I could have used it for. But you don't have to use it. If you don't want to use the green machine, you've got smaller kind of popper systems that you can get, that you can use with a hammer and different bits and pieces, which are fine. Or just make buttonholes. Do buttonholes. Or what you could do is actually stitch a button on and put a press stud on the back.
Yeah.
And then that way the press studs are your fastenings rather than. So it depends what you prefer. I just shy away from buttonholes, which I'm just lazy, but there you go. But there is actually a video that you can go and watch on YouTube as well. I just wanted to mention, so if you are completely new and you don't know from a cuff from a placket, then don't worry, it all gets explained on there.
How good's that? So you not only have you got a real fabulous step-by-step instruction set, you also have that that QR code, which will take you through to then a full video tutorial. You just scan it with your phone, and that will take you through to Hayley's YouTube channel, where there's a full demonstration. Amazing. We've got a photo before we move on. More photos coming in.
Oh, wow, look
Deborah! I love this. Hi, girls. This is a shacket, and I love it. The pattern actually fits, unlike some patterns. Well, that's it, isn't it? You've got to make sure you're getting the sizing right. This is easy to fit. Great paper and the wallet. It's brilliant, says Deborah. Love the sunflower fabric.
That's a bright, happy one. I love it.
This is what's great, isn't it? Is injecting some of those really lovely bright fabrics into your wardrobe. You can make neutral ones, but then when you want to put something really fun, vibrant on, that is going to, again, get a lot of compliments.
You could have it just on the front. You could just have all denim on the back. You play around with it however you want it to be. I mean, you could have very plain on the front and then go cape on the back.
Yeah.
So you're walking away from people, you're leaving a statement.
You've done it again, Hayley. It's really busy. Once everyone's checked out, there's fewer than 20.
Really? Oh my goodness.
Very busy. Well done, everyone. Love it. Okay. I've got the grab and go in front of me here. This is another best seller. We don't have as many of these.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then.
This is really useful, really useful. And as soon as I see it, I think of a vanity bag. Like, this is brilliant for your makeup, brilliant for your toiletries. Where did the inspiration for this come?
Okay. You might want to unzip that one so she can see where the inspiration is. Now, don't judge me on the contents, Vix, but we do like a takeaway or two in our house.
Yes.
Do you know what? Again, it was another bugbear of mine. We had so many of these plastic containers, and it's like, there must be a use that I can use these for. So the grab-and-go bag came about. It's kind of a bit of a merger between having too many takeaway containers and getting a motorhome. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a strange combination. But when we were leaving home and going off on the motorhome, I was terrible for getting things, leaving things behind. So what I actually would do is make up a little kit with my makeup essentials in there, the toiletries, all the things that I needed, so I could literally grab and go. And that's how it came about.
Right.
But they've evolved into so many different variations. People have used them when they go to restaurants with their kids, where they've got little colouring books in there, all the crayons, those little bricks that kids love to play with as well. And you can make them in so many different ways. This one's had a little bit of embroidery applique done on it, and it's a partially finished one to kind of show how it comes together. So you'll make two bags at the same time, and then you'll literally just put them one inside of the other, stitch them together, and then you've made one that's got a lining in there. And again, there is a video tutorial for this one. But it only takes two fat quarters worth of fabric to actually make one. So yeah.
Brilliant, 2 fat quarters. So we've all got fat quarters in our stash, or using some of your favourite scraps. And I suppose actually you could do patchwork versions as well.
Absolutely.
If you've got your pattern pieces. Is it done with templates or measurements on this one?
It's done with templates. Now my pattern is slightly different to yours. This was the very first one. Literally my first ever pattern that I made, so I kept this one.
Oh, nice.
So mine is slightly different. You can see here I've got master written on there, so if I need to photocopy it or anything, then that doesn't show up. But you will literally have all of the pieces in there. In fact, I've got double the quantity in mine. And you've got full instructions. But again, there is a YouTube video which you can go and watch. I think on the one that you've got, it has actually got the QR code on there. But it's just very, very easy to make. So many people have made so many different variations of these in so many different fabrics.
Well, like you said, straight away I'm thinking toiletry bag, makeup bag. But this is another to-do list. I actually saw it on Sarah Davis's Instagram yesterday.
Okay.
She put a to-do list, and one of them was sort that drawer of cables out. Sure, we all have one of those drawers, don't we? Where you've got cables, you've got bits and bobs. This is such a great idea. And look, you've got your label maker out where you can label that you know that they're your computer cables. I know Joe, who's our director today, he's very good at organising all of his cables and things. But we're all guilty of it. You have that drawer that's got cables, you have no idea what they're for, or you can't find the right one. This is brilliant. Travel plugs in one.
Could be medication that you need to keep in there. We've got one in the motorhome, which is like our first aid kit that's got everything in there. And then you've kind of got somewhere to go for the different bits and pieces. So if David said, oh, have we got any paracetamol? Yeah, it's in the first aid bag that's in the bathroom. So off he will go and he'll be able to find it.
Could be a little EPP kit.
Could be whatever you want it to be.
Brilliant.
Could be a lunch bag if you want to make it with your kind of thermofleece.
Oh, that's a nice size. It's a little lunch bag, actually, isn't it? A lunch box. Perfect for that. Right, Hayley, we don't have enough of these. There are loads of you who've got it in your basket. We're oversubscribed. Check out now if you want the grab-and-go pattern. Once again, it's less than £10. It's got your QR code in there. It's got your step-by-step photographs, all of your templates that you can, of course, reuse. What's the... did you use a bosal in here?
That one's got in our form,
Yeah,
it depends on how firm you want it to be. I tend to use a lot of bosal. Top tip from me, if you've shied away from bosal, because when you've got construction of seams, it can be a bit chunky, just zigzag your pieces. And then it squashes it down. It makes it a little bit thinner and easier for you to put together.
Oh, zigzag the actual inner form. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Fuse it to your fabric, and then each of the pieces before you sew them together, just go around the edge with a zigzag. And it just flattens it. Only a narrow one. Make sure it doesn't go any further than your seam allowance, though, because otherwise you will see it when you come to your construction.
And even like the handle, you're going to learn some great techniques with this.
Yeah.
You're going to learn how to put a zip in. You're going to learn how to insert your handle into the top.
Talking about the zips as well, I don't know if they've still got them on Sewing Street, but there were some double pulley zips that you can actually have, which are the right size to work with the grab-and-go bags.
Brilliant. We'll have a
I
look.
forgot about that. I meant to tell you this morning, Hannah. Sorry.
There is now less than 20 patterns remaining at £9.99. Oh, she's found them. She's found the double zippies. We'll try and load them in. We're going to move on to the jumpsuit pattern while everyone's checking out. There's now 15 patterns remaining on that one.
Oh, my goodness.
I have not seen this lovely jumpsuit before. Have you lost your earpiece? You okay?
No,
Nope.
I'm just like, ooh.
Oh, you're all in a fluster. She was like this. I thought, oh, she can't hear us. But no,
No, I can hear you.
Right. This is the quick and easy jumpsuit. It's the first time I've seen this. I live in jumpsuits. I love them. They're so comfy.
I blame that time when we didn't leave the house, because it's literally, that's when it kind of evolved. You put my jumpsuit on, that was it. I was good for the day.
Yeah. And I love them if you're going on holiday, because you're not having to think of two separate garments of outfits. You can literally roll them up.
Knocking the tree.
Now, have you done these in a jersey?
Now, I have actually done these using the bamboo jersey that we've got on the show. I have to say, I'm in love with this fabric.
Bamboo.
It's beautiful. Again, I think it might be a recycled one. I'm not sure, but you'll find that when you come to the details. But this is literally, in the summer, you will find me just wearing my jumpsuit and my shacket. That's it.
Yeah.
That's my capsule wardrobe. And I have got these in so many different colours. And again, it's one that I wanted to be able to make variations of. So that's why the pattern came around. So the original one on the pattern, you've kind of got two variations. Let me bring the pattern in. The wallet is exactly the same as we used to with the shacket, so you've got somewhere to keep all of the pattern pieces in. Again, the quality of the pattern is the same, because I want you to be able to use it over and over again, so you've got that amazing quality. Bit of feedback that I had from the previous shacket pattern was the colour coding. Sometimes people prefer to have colour coding with regards to the different sizes, so you will have a coloured line to follow, but equally so, I know that not everybody can see all of the colours, which is why you've got a different pattern for the different lines as well. So whether you are able to follow it by colour or follow it by pattern, you've got both of those variations in there for the different sizes. Now, again, when it came to making the pattern, if I did a pattern for the sleeveless version and then I did a pattern for the the sleeved version, it meant doing two patterns, and I didn't like the feeling of that. To be fair, I've lost on the jumpsuits. I didn't like the feeling of that, so I kind of designed the pattern so the front and the back pieces are the same, which means when it comes to putting in the sleeve, you don't need the sleeve to be any different, because quite often when you have a sleeve, the front part of the sleeve will have a different curve to the back part of the sleeve.
Oh, so that's
which
why.
means you have to have different fronts and backs.
I've never really seen very many dressmaking patterns that offer a sleeve and sleeveless option.
Yeah,
and that's why.
Well, this is it, because the actual curve that you've got of the armhole has to be different. So the curve of the armhole is exactly the same on the front as it is on the back. So when you're actually using your pattern piece for your sleeveless version, you've just got one pattern piece. So you'll cut that, you'll cut it twice, and you'll stitch it down the middle to make your front. You'll cut it a second time and a third time and a fourth time, stitch it down, and it will become your back. So the actual curve of the arm is exactly the same on the front as it is on the back. And that is the same when it actually comes to do the sleeved version as well. It's exactly the same. So you haven't got lots of different pattern pieces.
And it's a nice floaty
And
sleeve,
then
isn't
you've got
it?
a lovely kind of binding edge with that one. I'll show you one of the other versions, because with the dark blue, it's not always easy to see. So this one I made. Now, I made this out of some from my own stash. And as I open this up, can you see? You can kind of see through a little bit. Okay. I'm going to bring in the bamboo. And this is why I love the bamboo, because
we've got those fabrics today, haven't we? I've never seen them before.
It protects your modesty. And I'm all for a bit of that, all for a bit of that. So this one here, this is the same jumpsuit pattern. This time it has been done with the sleeves. So the sleeves
I love this
version that you've got there. Now I'm going to do exactly the same with the fabric there.
Yeah.
You can't see through it.
No.
And the other was darker fabric.
Yeah.
It was navy. So you can see there, you can't see that. That's why I love this fabric. It's got such a lovely fluid feel to it as well. This one
Is it quite a wide leg?
It is, it is. It's very forgiving in that respect.
Yeah.
It kind of just drapes.
Can I shorten it if I need to?
If you need to, you can do it. There are details in the pattern of how you can alter the length on this particular one. So you can alter it. You will alter it from the body part, but equally so, the hem, you could alter the hem if you wanted to make it deeper or shorter, or extend it if you need to. You've got quite an amount of leg length in this one. The reason being is, again, it's down to choice. It's down to how you decide to put it together, because you have the option of doing a belted version, and the belt is included within the pattern, as are the belt loops. But if you actually put the belt on it, oh gosh, where's the end? That side and that side. So when you actually tie a belt, what you'll tend to find is you'll bunch it up, it brings it in, so it will naturally take the hemline of your legs a little bit higher up. So if you choose to make it with the belt loops, you're kind of governing that you're going to be shortening those legs. So that's something that you need to consider when it comes to putting the pockets in. This is all explained in the pattern, don't worry. But quite often, pockets are more important to me than a belt. So I don't put the belt loops in. I can just tie a belt if I wanted to. But the pockets need to be a little bit higher because it's going to hang a little bit more. So
Right,
if
okay.
You're not pulling it up with the belt. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
But all of that is mentioned within the actual pattern. That came about because the first one that I made, I didn't make with the belt. Or I took the belt off, I can't remember now. And then all of a sudden the pockets were kind of on my hips more so, and I wanted them more up by my waist.
Yeah.
So it made them a little bit kind of slouchy, which wasn't bad, but I just preferred them a little bit higher, which is why I included that within the video,
brilliant.
as well as the actual pattern instructions. It's all detailed.
What is our size variation on this one, Hayley?
So on this one, you're going to go from a size 6 through to a size 26. On this one, it is more detailed with regards to the actual, it's not like a small, medium and large that we were talking about earlier. So for each of those different sizes, you've got your colour code in there, which is transferred over onto your pattern, so it's nice and easy for you to see. So you just kind of pick your size and then follow that line when it comes to cutting out your pieces as well.
This is, again, have plenty of ease as well to it, doesn't it? It's not a really fitted, stiff jumpsuit.
Very, very fluid feel. The drape of the fabric, that's why the bamboo is such a beautiful fabric to work with, because that makes the difference. You don't want it to just hang, you want it to drape. You want it to fall over your body and kind of make all of those kind of silhouettes that are so beautiful to create a shape. And here you can see all of the instructions here. You've only got 19 steps, and that's if you are including the belt.
So in terms of, it says a confident beginner here.
Yes.
Which is brilliant, because it's all in the pattern. I remember speaking to Stuart about this, and he says, I know that when you are making a pattern or writing a book, they always like you to write, is it a beginner, advanced, or where is it? And it's actually a lot of the time down to the pattern, how many processes there are in the pattern.
Absolutely.
Whereas,
how complex you make it.
yeah, if you are following those stages, it's like, you know, if you go in a cookbook, it doesn't matter. It's just if you're following those processes, and if you've got, again, the guidance with your pattern, then you'll be able to do it.
And quite often it is one of those situations where I believe, and it was a guest many years ago said this, and I thought, you know what, she's exactly right. The passion of the project will see you through it. So if something that you want to achieve, you'll want to learn how to do that. You'll take it step by step. And it's that dressmaking. I wouldn't suggest that first time that you ever made a dress, make a wedding dress.
No.
But so there's a certain amount of logic to it as well. But equally so, if you see something, you just think, oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I buy those jumpsuits.
I want to wear that.
I want to have them in my own fabrics. I see these fabrics and I want to have it in that style and all that. Then that will be the passion that will see you through it. Ultimately, if you're making it without the sleeves, you've got 4 pieces of fabric that you're stitching together. That's it, 4 pieces of fabric.
It's quick.
You've probably made more complex bags, to be fair.
And I bet you can do all of this on your overlocker if you've got one.
Absolutely.
Oh, can I show you a photo?
Oh, yeah, please.
We've got the most stunning photo.
Oh, my
from
goodness.
Louise!
That
oh my
is
gosh, I love
beautiful.
that. Right, you've given me the passion, Louise, to want to do that. Look at that fabric that she's chosen. This is amazing. Love this pattern. I've made it twice now, says Louise in Shropshire. Louise, that is gorgeous.
Love
now, if you're going to a wedding or if you're going to an occasion, like you said, you could wear this every day out in the garden in the summer, and be super, super comfortable. But then you could also go to, you know, a wedding, a real special occasion, and wear that, still feel super comfortable, but also look so striking. I love the length of the sleeve. You've obviously lengthened it maybe slightly on there.
Yeah, well,
that's so
a
nice.
lot of us don't like the top of our
Yeah.
arms, so that's why I kind of did that.
But I also, I have a jumpsuit which I wore all through being pregnant, which was actually gifted to me from Kat, and it was a sleeveless option, and I laid it up with the top that I've got on now, like a long sleeve top, and they look great.
Absolutely.
Or with a polar neck with the sleeveless option.
And also as well, just to mention, it's a jumpsuit you can get in and out of, which when you go into the bathroom, you do need to know that you don't need a friend to unzip the back for you so as you can actually go to the loo. This is why I suggest you use it with a stretch fabric. You could make it out of other fabrics if you want, and if you are a confident sewer, you could kind of adjust it and put a zip in the back. But the actual area that you've got to step into, when you're using a good quality stretch fabric, like the fabric that we've got on the show today, the bamboo, it stretches beautifully well. This is kind of like a partly constructed one. So if I kind of hold that on the shoulder, you can see you've got a lot of space there that you're going to be able to get into. It's got almost like a four-way stretch. So it's very easy for you to get into and out of. And if you've got an overlocker, perfect. The only reason I call it a confident beginner is because you're working with a stretch fabric, which instantly people are a little bit nervous of. But that's really the only reason.
Pamela's asked how much fabric we need for the jumpsuit. So you need 3.5 metres for the largest size, either variation. You do get where your fabric requirements are is by your size guide. We can go through some of these lovely bamboo fabrics if you'd like, because the purple one that Hale is using is flying out on pre-order. This is gorgeous. Like you said, if you're thinking of real quality bamboo, well, in fact, actually, I went to a shop. I actually went to the outlet shop at Bicester Village of Lululemon, and they do beautiful yoga wear, and if you buy bamboo leggings, you are paying £100 plus. Well, even in the outlets.
It's the nature of the fabric, isn't it? It keeps you hot or cold, and it's just got a lovely buttery feel to it.
Well, it's got hypoallergenic properties. It's got, like you said, it keeps you warm in the winter, but then cooler in the summer. I know that Steve Bennett is hugely passionate about, you know, bamboo fabrics, and he did a range with his U Bamboo collection, and I was actually on Gems with him, and he was saying they go skiing in the winter, and all of his family wear bamboo in the
I had bamboo socks for Christmas. Oh my goodness!
If you've worn it before, then you know the luxury. They are so soft. It's only £5.99.5 metre.
I know, it's phenomenal. And you could be forgiven for thinking it's a lesser quality fabric, because we go by the price, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
But please do not with this. I've actually been blown away, and I've bought multiple different colours.
If you told me that it was £15.5 metre, I honestly wouldn't second guess. That is stunning. I've never seen it before. Now, we sell by the half metre. You'd need 3.5 metres. That's 7 units. And honestly, you'll love this.
Yeah.
That's for the largest size as well, so you might get away with slightly less. But if you've got an overlocker, if you invested in maybe one of the Jukies that you had before Christmas, as I know so many of you did, this is something that you can actually construct and finish your project on. I love it. £5.99, that's for the beautiful grape colourway. So this is obviously 95% bamboo jersey, and then 5% elastane as well to it. So it's absolutely gorgeous, obviously, to give you that stretch.
And one thing I'll very quickly mention, sorry for butting in, Vix. The reason that you need the kind of 3.5 metres is because you're going from your shoulder down to your ankle lengthwise, so it's quite a distance. What you can do, though, and on the garment that I've got here, I've done a bit of, well, I haven't done colour blocking, but you could do colour blocking, so you could kind of join the fabrics if you've got the same weight fabric. So if you've got some of your bamboo left over in one colour, then team it up with another colour and almost make that top and bottom version.
Yeah, that would look lovely with then a belt. Yeah. What I would do is I'd get black for the bottom, and then choose one of the you know, the complementing colours. Maybe the grape or the teal for the top would look lovely with then the black, and it looks like you're wearing very smart black trousers. Put a belt with it, and you've got your top. This is the teal. That's the great thing about dressmaking. It's so versatile, and it's obviously you can start then just getting excited about the fabrics. You don't always need to go out and buy new dressmaking patterns. When you've got your capsule ones, you'll find you make them all the time. Teal's about to sell out. We've got the black here. If you do want to do that sort of colour blocking and you want to do it in black, I mean, you just can't go wrong, can you? A black jumpsuit you are going to wear for travelling, if you're going on a plane, if you
This is the one
need
that
to be
I've
comfortable.
bought 3 times now. So, yeah.
So
Beautiful.
good. So good. This is your bamboo jersey. And once again, it is quality. So when it's stretching, it's not turning see-through.
Yes.
It's gorgeous. If you want to make yourself some beautiful leggings, if you want to make yourself doing the jumpsuit today, go for it. £5.99. I know that we're approaching the end of the hour, but Hayley, do you mind if we still steal you for a few more minutes to do the hobby mag as well?
Not a
Thank
problem.
you. Got so much to fit in. It is the best of. And normally we would spend the whole hour on like the Tula shacket or the jumpsuit. So it is brilliant to be able to have Hayley here to do all of these. Navy. Navy. It's
Again,
really nice.
it's classic. Classic. Sometimes black can be a bit stark. I know we all naturally migrate. One of my New Year's resolutions one year was to wear less black.
Yeah.
It's literally, I just wear it all the time.
Yeah.
And navy's a nice one to step away from that, maybe. So, yeah, and it's a beautiful quality.
It's honestly, I'm shocked. At £5.99, I'm really shocked at how affordable this is. Bamboo. If you look at any bamboo clothes that are bought, you pay a lot more for them.
And I know there's loads of other patterns where you can make T-shirts and things like that that are on the website. So again, you could do that very easily.
Bamboo always more eco-friendly than cotton because it needs a lot less water to grow. And don't they cut just the top of it?
Yeah.
So then it keeps growing and they cut the top. And
really quickly as
yeah.
well, doesn't it, I believe?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fabulous material. In so many different areas you use it. I've got a little bamboo kind of cleansing cloth.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
I love it. Honestly, can you tell? I had no idea this was going to be £5.99 half metre. That is so good. It really is amazing. I'm thinking of sportswear, gym wear, yoga. I'm starting going to yoga and Pilates. More so for my mind. Like I'm actually
I did
loving
the beginning
it.
of the year, and it's mind blowing.
It is
mind blowing. Yeah.
so good. But now, as I said, I went into that Lululemon and I started looking at the lovely. The bamboo leggings. I was like, oh gosh. So now actually, it'd be easier for me and cheaper for me to probably invest in an overlocker
Probably
and a
actually,
pattern.
yes.
It's a fabric like this and make myself leggings for days. These are stunning quality. Loads of people there for that. I've got a lovely grey.
See, I like this one. I need to get this one. I haven't tried this one out yet, but I think this is a nice one. Just for, you know, when you get home from work and you just want to put your comfies on.
Yeah, but you don't want to then put your pyjamas on at 1 o'clock because then the postman comes to the door and think you're still in your pyjamas. You want to pop to the shop or go out to the car or the garage without people thinking you're in your pyjamas still. Honestly, I cannot recommend it enough. And there are some beautiful jumpsuits out there, but like you said, a lot of people fear that they're quite unpractical. But with this, because there's no zips, no fastenings, you know, it's really forgiving, so easy to wear, looks great. And if you're doing the sleeveless option, it can look absolutely really striking smooth fabrics. But also, remember, layer up. Wear a long sleeve or a T-shirt underneath it if you don't want to be, you know, completely exposed with your arms. This is a great colour to wear with white, with black, with all sorts.
Absolutely. And also as well, keep any of those offcuts that you've got. I keep all of them in different bags because you could make the marl grey one and use the leftovers of your navy to do the binding.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Things like that. So,
lovely. £5.99 a half metre. Remember, get yourself, I believe, 7 units for the largest size all-in-one fabric for either variation, short or long sleeve. At that price, that is fabulous. Okay, we've also got the red. What have I got this for?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm glad to be of help.
This is my last bamboo.
Now, before Christmas, I think it's around November time, I did one with the sparkles.
Oh, wow.
Sequin fabric, and I used the red. Life's a bit chaotic between Christmas and New Year, so I haven't got it with me to share with you, but we've got some fabulous sequined fabric that I did the sequin sleeves with it, so then it was a kind of like a party wear.
Oh my gosh, I bet that looks amazing, because when I first saw it, I thought this is definitely, you know, in the garden in the summer, this is going travelling on a plane, being comfortable on holiday, rolling them up in your suitcase, whereas now Yes, imagine doing the trousers in the red and the top in black.
Yeah.
Or if you're going on a cruise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dress up for the evening and still feel so comfy for the food, because the cruises do fabulous food, don't they? And dancing till midnight.
On my to-do list, I've got some fabric, stretch fabric that I couldn't actually get the full 3.5 metres of. So I'm actually doing like a play suit version with shorts. So I'm going to shorten the legs for the summer.
Great idea. Oh my gosh, honestly, it's the first time I've seen the jumpsuit pattern. I love, love, love it. I'm so pleased so many of you have made the most of that one. And all these gorgeous bamboo fabrics. 95% bamboo jersey and then 5% elastane for your stretch. Fabulous. Now, just to remind you of the pattern we're talking about is the quick and easy jumpsuit, sleeveless option and sleeved option. You can do the tie if you want. You don't have to. You've got that lovely wide leg. And Louise has inspired us all. This is gorgeous. Yeah, sizes 6 to 26. Looks fabulous. Can we just have a look at the size chart as well?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if it was you or me who was going to do it.
So
I put mine away.
Probably should be.
So there, yeah. So when you actually come to look for it, you might look for a grid like we saw on the shacket, but it isn't. It's literally, it's just here. So you've got your sleeveless version there, 6 to 16, 3 metres, 18 to 26. 2 point, well, it would be 3.5 metres, wouldn't it? And it's the same if you're going for the sleeves. So yeah, whichever way you work with it. If you are looking at using directional fabric, just do bear in mind you might need a little bit extra, because obviously if it's going up and down, then yeah, it's one of those. And get yourself a little stretch needle. Maybe get yourself something like a walking foot because of working with a stretch fabric. But yeah, there you go. Nice.
Fabulous. Honestly, love that. Best of 2024. We absolutely love them. We couldn't miss the jumpsuit out. Now, this bag. This is brilliant. We found the zips for both bags, by the way, so we'll bring those live. Now, the hobby bag, where was the inspiration for this one?
Many moons ago, I used to demonstrate on paper crafting and all sorts of different bits and pieces. Obviously, I demonstrate here as well. And I wanted a bag that I knew I had got all of my tools in there. I needed to be able to put a cutting mat in there. I needed to put a pressing mat in there when I'm doing my sewing. So this bag came about, and it became a hobby bag because it's not one specific hobby. But saying that, once you guys got your hands on it, it's become all sorts of different kind of... it's been an overnight bag for people. Now, the piece that you've got there, what you can do is actually attach that by hook and loop to the main part, if you wanted to. But with this one, I started using this one for my makeup.
It smells lovely, by the way. You just put your perfume in there, because it smells really nice.
But I didn't attach it with the hook and loop, because what I wanted to be able to do is when I got to work was be able to take that piece out and just lay it out on the table in front of the mirror and have everything that I needed there.
That's really good.
So that's why that's there. And there's a variation of different ways you can do the pockets. So if you want them with hook and loop, if you want them with zips, there's variations in there. If you want them to be divided, you can do. But you can actually fit an A4 cutting mat in there very easily, or a pressing mat. And then you've got the big pockets on the outside, which you can put patterns in as well.
Have I got like 3 versions or something in here?
There are a lot of pieces in the pattern.
No, is that one pattern? I'm going to get
pattern.
All of this, $14.99.
Yeah. Because
this is like a book.
You've got different sizes with regards to the inside and the outside, so yeah.
Right, I'm thinking now that this is my skill builder for 2025.
Yeah.
For bag makers, I mean, it looks lovely. This would be a great picnic bag as well, wouldn't it? This would be really, really nice. Is there a QR code with this one?
There is. Video tutorial again, yeah. With my videos, you'll see very many different hairstyles, so I do apologise. Sometimes it's long, sometimes it's short, sometimes it's dark, sometimes it's not. So, yeah, it's kind of like my journey through crafting.
Oh, that is brilliant. I want to see it now. I want to see it. Someone's got the QR code. Let's have a look. So you've got all of your written instructions, and then, look, there are a lot of different templates that come with this.
Yeah, and it's a nice bag because the size of it, you can very easily put it over your shoulder. So if you're carrying a sewing machine, if you're carrying other bits and pieces, it will sturdily sit on your shoulder and you're not kind of having to balance things. And it's just a good size bag.
It really is.
Again, out of personal need.
It's a great size bag that you can literally wear like a handbag almost. Like you can put it in the car, you can take it on the go with you. And then I love the way this opens out. If this is going to be, you know, someone who's having a baby in the new year, this would be a great baby bag because you could then open it out. You've got your nappy change in bits and bobs, pop your baby down on the changing mat and you've got everything there to hand. That is so useful. I mean, this could even team up. What you could do is that could be your changing mat then, and then have all of your compartments.
Nice as well to actually take on the plane as well, because if you're wanting almost like a survival kit to go on a plane, you know, the kind of thing that to keep the kids busy, you've got room in there for a colouring book and pencils and all the different things. They can put the tablet in there. There's loads.
Or even when I go on the plane, you know, when you're sitting and you realise, oh, I'm not on the window seat, and you're in that awkward moment that you can see people behind you, and you're like, I know I need to get it in the overhead, but I also just want to get my magazine out. I want to get this. This would fit under your seat, wouldn't it? That would be ideal. And it's a real little TARDIS. You could fit so much in here. If you're going on a coach trip, that would be a bag that you would need with all of your things in, all organised. You could just take this section out and you've got your bits that you need there.
You could make multiples of those if you wanted to. So you could have them for different different hobbies. It could be a little EPP project that you're working on, and you've got everything that you need in there. So yeah.
I'm gonna make one of these. It's my new Pilates and gym bag.
That's why it ended up with a bit of a kind of universal name. It's just like hobby bag, whatever hobby you want to use it for.
Absolutely. And we know that there are lots of people in our lives that have different projects. As a sewer and as a crafter, we love to make things for our friends. Or I think our friends sort of expect it, actually, don't they, sometimes? So when it comes to something that's really, really useful, but having a bag that... This is a really different bag to other patterns that I've seen out there.
It's not too big, it's not too small. It's kind of like a Goldilocks size as well. And it's up to you how you make it. I mean, you could make it with PVC pockets in there if you want to. You don't have to. The only reason I did that is so as I could see what was where within there. But it's entirely up to you, whichever way you make it.
Love that. That is brilliant, isn't it? Again, have you used the Bosal inner form in here?
I have, yes, on that particular one.
But could you use H640?
You could if you wanted to. It just depends on the sturdiness that you need it to be, really. I am a big fan of H640, I have to say.
Use your hook and loop. Use your hook and loop, use zips, you can divide sections out if you want to.
Put more dividers in there, so if you're wanting to use it for pencils or paintbrushes or anything and you don't want them to move around, then you can do as well. So yeah, it's entirely up to you how you want to work with it. And the zips themselves, I actually commissioned double-ended zips to work with these because it lends itself to a double zip.
It does, the fact that you can sit it down and open it out on a desk, I think that really works. Now, we haven't got them physically here in the studio, but this is a 90 centimetre double-ended zip. This is the ones that you
So it's got 2 pulleys in it, so you can literally open it like you would a suitcase from the middle and go around to the outside edges. Perfect size. It's slightly oversized for the hobby bag. You can use it for other bags, obviously, as well, if you wanted to. But it was specifically designed to work with the hobby bags.
Brilliant. That's in black, so it's going to go with all of your fabrics that you're choosing. I mean, you've done a lovely denim here, and that rainbow fabric, it looks really striking. But again, use your embroidery machine.
Yeah,
put applique on it. If you do it as a kid's lunch bag, a picnic bag, you're going to be able to use this for so many different hobbies, different... I'm thinking for my work bag, this would be great. You could put your tablet in there. You could put all sorts.
Loads of ways. And again, it was one of those ones that ends up coming to the motorhome more often than not because it's got whatever I need in there. And there's enough in there if you're just stopping overnight. What I tended to find is overnight bags, they say overnight, but it's almost like, well, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 nights. And they were huge. And it was like, oh, there's just too much to take with me. So I just found that this was a good size.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's a very, very handy size. OK, we've got another colourway of the zip. We've got the same 90 centimetre zip, which is perfect for the hobby bag. It's actually commissioned especially for the hobby bag. If you want a different colourway, we've got the black variety, and we also have now on screen the grey. It's got the double pulleys. Easy to insert the zip. Any tips on inserting the zip? Do you use a glue pen or quilter's tape?
Sometimes I use the quilter's tape. If you are new to putting zips in, then it is a good way to use that. Yeah, either use the glue pen or the quilter's tape. And maybe for your first hobby bag, do use that technique because you're learning a new technique, to be honest. So, but yeah.
Brilliant.
But it just goes in the same way as a regular zip.
Yeah, they're not metal teeth, are they?
No,
so you don't need to trim this down because it's the right size, isn't it? But if you need to sew over it or anything, then it's fine.
I mean, you could cut it in half and make 2 zips out of it if you wanted to, I suppose. Or if you need a situation where you need a longer zip, well, it's up to nearly a metre size, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could be a dog bed or something like that.
Yeah, handy having in your stash this length on zip, actually, because I don't think we normally sell 90 centimetre double
I had to get
zipper.
those made.
Yeah,
made in the UK, those are,
Oh, Brilliant. And look, at $5.99, yeah, it's worth having in your bag making stash, or yeah, like you say, if you're doing dog beds and things like that, that's really handy, or big bean bags for the summer.
Yeah.
£5.99 for your ivory zip that time. We've got ivory zip, there's less than 20 of those remaining, so add those to your stash. It's not very often that we can bring those on air. Just very quickly, a quick reminder, the hobby bag pattern is on screen at $14.99 for a huge, I mean, you've got so many. I mean, you don't have to put in all of the
You don't, yeah, and it will take you a while to cut out all the pieces, but that's because I wanted it to be specifically the way that it is.
Yeah.
You know, when I was talking about, I could have adjusted it and then the pockets wouldn't have been big enough. You've got the insert, you see, so if you're not putting the insert in, then you're only going to use half the pattern pieces. So it just depends on what you wanted. But I couldn't make the insert the same size as the outer pockets because it would have been too big.
That's
so
great.
rather than me saying to you, oh, shave this amount off and you having to do the work, I made sure there was a pattern piece to cover it.
Brilliant. Now, grab and go pattern, we do have the zips available. The grab and go pattern is sold out.
Oh, wow.
Well, I don't know if you got it. So if you do want the double-ended zips to go with it, once again, it's not always that easy to just put your hands on.
That's it. Now, the bag that you've got there hasn't got a double-ended zip in because it's one of the early makes. So
Right.
I hadn't actually got those made as well.
like the
It's a
idea
similar
of
sort of idea.
having a
I think
nice-
it's only a single one, isn't it, on that one that you've
Yeah,
got
this
there,
is just a single
yeah.
one. But these are the double-ended on screen. You've got the black. Now, this is a 70 centimetre.
Yes.
Shorter than the hobby bag ones, the grab and go, but perfect size for the grab and go. £4.99. If you've already checked it out on the grab and go bag pattern, don't panic. You can still come back in and check out on the zip and you will only pay one postage and packaging. Again, for the black, that's £4.99. We also have the same length zip for the grab and go bag. Double zipper, 70 centimetre length, and this time in navy. Sorry, the picture I know looks black, but it's actually navy. It is a completely different picture, Joe is telling me, assuring me it's a different picture. He's changed it. It did change. It's just a dark navy. £4.99. Limited on that one, 70 centimetre zip. And then we also have the grey version available. We're running these graphics so they're easy to find underneath us on the website. But come in at any point, fill your boots on those. We have a slightly better quantity on the grey. Like you said, useful to have these lengths of zips.
Absolutely, yeah. And
anyway.
the grey one's not a bad one to have in your stash because it will work with so many different fabrics.
Yes.
Yeah.
£4.99. If you've paid your post packaging already, add one of those to your order, just £4.99. I'm sure you'll definitely find a use for it, but it's perfect to go with your grab and go bag. And then we also have ivory. It's worth having a couple of different colours depending on what fabrics you're using, because let's face it, you are definitely going to be making the grab and go more than once. And it's not that easy to just go to your local haberdashery shop and get a 70 centimetre double pulley zip, is it? £4.99. Okay, very, very quickly, we also just want to give you a stock update. Please, 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 during the break, check out Shacket fabric is back. The fabric, the pattern is on your screen. Oh my gosh, there are now fewer than 20. There's fewer than 20, and there are more of you who've got it in your basket than we have availability. How much fabric do I need, Hayley?
Okie, so it depends on whether you're making it all in a single colour. If you make it in a single colour, you're looking at, well, call it 3 metres or 2.5 metres, 3 yards, should I say, if you're doing it all in one fabric. If you're looking at doing it in 2, the navy part, which you can see illustrated on here, you're going to need 1.5 metres or 1.5 yards, and then the feature fabric, which is the same on both of those. I know here it shows a little squiggle because that's kind of grouping all the fabrics together. So again, 1.5 metres, so 3 metres overall across your 2 different contrasts, your denim and your contrast. And again, it's 1.5 yards if you're looking at the imperial.
Honestly, I know that Hayley came in this morning and she says, I feel like everybody's already got the Tula shacket. I can't imagine, you know, many will go today. Oh, no. It's sold again in the hundreds. It's gone wild in the aisles. Hayley mentioned a gadget to help with button placement. Is it a seam guide measure to use with the shacket?
It's
said
not
Alicia.
specifically for the shacket. We are going to be chatting about it at 11 o'clock.
Oh,
It's the perfect positioner, and there's loads of little holes that will help you. I'll explain it all later.
Oh yeah, coming back in 45 minutes. Thank you so much. There is more handy tools like the positioner.
Precise
Positioner. There is also the mocker block. There is more rulers as well from Handmade by Hayley. So stay tuned for Hayley's second best of the year show at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much.
No problem, thank you.
They're amazing. Right. That was a lot to digest. So have a look back through underneath us on the website. There's fabrics, there's patterns, there's all sorts listed, the zips galore listed underneath us. So over the next couple of minutes, pop the kettle on. Don't go anywhere though, because we've got all of your lighting solutions. They are amazing prices. We've also got a William Morris bundle, which we're taking under £10. Stay where you are. Do not go anywhere. We're back after this.
Hi everyone, Catherine Wright here. It's been a lovely 2024 sharing my sewing and my patterns with you. Wishing you all a very, very happy Christmas and a relaxing and healthy new year, and I look forward to seeing you for more sewing fun in 2025.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Roberts here. I'm just here to wish you a very Merry Christmas. Thank you so much to everyone that's watched, bought or messaged into the show this year. I absolutely love the Sewing Street family. So have a lovely Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I will see you in January 2025 with new sewing tools. Merry Christmas everyone!
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, Janet Clare here. You may not recognise me, haven't got my penny on. Just here to wish you all a very, very happy holiday and Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you so much for joining and supporting us all through 2024. It means a great deal to us as a small business, and we're going to rest up and bring you lots of exciting new products in 2025. So, Merry Christmas everyone.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
To wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas. Thank you for all of your love and support over the last year. It's been the most amazing year at Sewing Street, and we couldn't have done it without you. So have a lovely Christmas. Hopefully we'll be keeping you company all over the Twixmas period, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Bye!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Hello, Merry Christmas, Merry Twixmas. We have no idea what the day of the week is, but we're having a fabulous time. I hope you're all enjoying the festive period. We're with you as well, day in, day out. We're here today, we're here tomorrow, we're here New Year's Day morning. We're going on live at 8 a.m. still, aren't we? New Year's Day, starting the new year with a bang. If John Scott is... Yeah, I'm sure she's here ready. He's here ready. We're going to have the most amazing New Year's Day show. I know John's already had lots of things planned. Sorry, I had something in my eye then. Well done on the Tula shacket. There are a handful of those patterns left. I'm going to keep wearing it because it's so lovely and comfortable. Right, are you ready? We're going to start the hour. We've got literally 40 minutes to do a whole hour's worth of products. So we're going to... offer you an amazing deal on William Morris fabric. Now, this is Strawberry Thief. This is Strawberry Thief. And you also have that beautiful natural seeded cotton to complement it. It's 100% cotton, 100% quilting weight cotton. You know where it's going. There's already been people checking out on pre-order. And it is a full ½ metre of Strawberry Thief. It's the Cotswold Holiday Collection from Free Spirit, so it's a really good quality. The reason that I say that, and I stress that, is because I know that the licensing sort of laws changed quite recently with William Morris. Therefore, a lot of companies could print William Morris fabrics or, you know, use the prints. And therefore, I was seeing a lot of lesser quality fabrics that were being sold, but because they were William Morris prints, they were hiking up the prices. This is Strawberry Thief. It's 100% quilting weight cotton and it's Free Spirit. So that's the same manufacturers that Kay Fassett uses, Tula Pink uses. We just saw it earlier on with Sanderson's. So you know the quality of it is absolutely exceptional. It's so soft. It washes well, it presses well. It was stitched beautifully, but the colours are just amazing and the printing quality is fab. Now, we've teamed it with 100% cotton, natural seeded cotton, so it is the perfect choice, whether it be a cushion back, whether it be a lining. Are you thinking of doing the grab and go, 2 fat quarters? Perfect. You've got enough to be able to do your grab and go. If you want to do the hobby bag and adding some of your clear vinyl to go with it, if you want to do any of the, maybe use it within your Tula shacket, some of the elements, maybe just the patch pockets and the rest of it in like a cream cord would look amazing with this. If your New Year's resolution is to maybe make a bit of money out of your hobby, if you're doing some making to sell, honestly, I cannot recommend William Morris and especially Strawberry Thief. I cannot recommend it enough. This is a print that so many people know and recognise and love and get. We all know William Morris. Now, it's not very often that we get any of our William Morris bundles under £10. It was a little special for the start of our hour. I know that, as I said, a lot of places are in full sale mode at the minute. I just saw Ross from Jewellery Maker and Katie from Gems. We were all at the canteen at the water machine at the same time, and they're all exhausted from crazy sales. So we did want to do some amazing discounts for you this hour. This is one of them. £9.99 for your Strawberry Thief 1 metre bundle. There is now less than 30 of these available. Loads of you have got these in your baskets. If you've bought something already, if you've bought the pattern, if you check out of your basket again, you still won't have to pay the post and packaging again. You've already paid it for the whole day. And you can come in and check out on the show, on the web shop, on any of the categories, throughout the web shop, and you'll still only pay that 1p&p. Now, have you been away this weekend? Have you been away with family? Have you been busy for Twixmas? Have you had a little bit of rest time? Did you have a lot of snoozing going on? Did you miss the Alisso iron deal? I did. I haven't seen this. Hannah said, look, we have done it the last 2 days. This is one of the best deals of the year. So, this is the Alisso iron that we know and love at the price point on screen. Now, without going into too much detail, it's one of the most incredible irons It has the auto lift technology. It has the power of the Alisso that we've seen in the yellow, but this time it's in this hot pink because it is in a collaboration with top quilt designer and fabric designer Tula Pink. So there's nothing gimmicky about it. They haven't altered the quality of the iron to pair it with Tula Pink. It is literally just the colour of it that's different. And it's got Tula Pink on the dial. It's got the little the stars and the fish. It says do not feed the fish on the sole plate or there on the base, and it's got the little fish within the water tank, but it still has the same capacity. It's a brilliant iron. Hence why elsewhere has 5-star reviews at $192.99. I always look on Amazon for my price comparisons. I always think that's probably where I'm going to get it the most, you know, the best prices. So there's one, $192.99. Here's another one. So we know we are competitive at £164. There's £185. Here's another one. Oh, they're similar price to us, 166.50 pence. I believe they've taken 10% off for their January sale or their, you know, or their Twixmas sale, or maybe they're going to. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing actually, because it says 166.50, it's 10% sale. So anyway, they've only got 2 left in sale. We have bought a huge shipment of these. They're not in America, they're ready to go, and that makes a huge difference as well, because I know a lot of places it is an American product. It does have a UK plug. If you're buying from America, be aware of the shipping and also obviously customs and taxes, and be aware of the plug. We have got them here in the warehouse, ready to go, and you're not paying $164.99. This is one of the biggest savings of the year. Joe, have you heard of this? Honestly, you're going to be shooketh. If you have been waiting, if this has been on your wish list, maybe you got a Sewing Street gift card. Lowest price ever on this iron. We have never discounted it. I thought, Hayley, who is our head of sales, she's our head of TV, and she came in just after Christmas into the office and she said, do you want to do this? And Hannah was giddy, beside herself, like, yes, we do. I thought when she was going to do a discount, she was going to take it to $149, and that would have flown out. That was where Hannah said, look, I crashed it there, it's still super competitive, couldn't really find anywhere else that was selling at under £150. Hannah would have stopped there. But our saving today is amazing. If you've been away over the weekend, if you've missed it, the Tula Pink iron is at £43 on split pay. I am so excited for anybody who has had this on their wish list, anybody who's had it on their Christmas list, anybody who's been given a Sewing Street gift card for Christmas. This is amazing. Now, for anyone who's not seen this, or maybe you've overlooked it because it was out of your budget at $164.99, this is an iron really to consider. When you are sewing, we think about investing in our sewing machine, we think about investing in our overlockers and all of our fabrics, let's face it. And yet I honestly believe an iron is just as, if not more important, than your actual sewing machine, because it changes your end results. We talk about pressing. It is so important to be pressing. It's as important as your sewing machine. And Tula Pink is an amazing ambassador. I mean, she's done a collaboration with Alisso, and there she is on her Instagram. We're taking a screen grab of it when she was launching it. Tula Pink, Alisso Smart Iron, features the goldfish from her besties print, treading water, capturing Tula Pink's iconic style and whimsical nature. I just love, you know, turning something that, let's face it, before I got into the crafting world, I don't think I even owned an iron. I left home and I did not want to buy myself an iron. And I was like, oh no, I'll buy clothes that don't need ironing. I hate ironing. I used to watch my mum iron even like down to my socks and my knickers when I was a child, and tea towels and bedding and all sorts. And the amount of years that I feel like she just spent ironing. Whereas this actually injects a little bit of fun into your workroom, and it makes your pressing, and let's face it, pressing is very different to ironing. It is very, very different to ironing. But this is so useful because of that smart technology. Sorry, if we go back to the the big slide again, please. So, yeah, it's iconic, that lovely, iconic style of Tula Pink. So, with Tula Pink's creative touch and Alisso's commitment to precision and performance, the result is a stylish and functional iron that promise to elevate your quilting and sewing experience. So, this isn't just an iron. A lot of the irons that are out in the market and a lot of the irons that we've bought on air before, they haven't been with crafters or sewers in mind. I'm going to plug it in if that's okay, because I just want to show you. Do we have a pressing mat, please, Dan? Just because I want to show you. The great thing about this is that it has that lift technology. So it's on now. It's obviously doesn't have a little button like the mini iron. It's just on, but it's brilliant. It's got a precision point at the top. I don't know any other iron that has that lift. The point as well actually has, I think, a 3-inch detailed tip here, which means you can slide in any colours, any cuffs into there for real precision. Now, it has the water sprayer, it has the temperature control, and if I just spin it without talking, you'll be able to hear that it clicks in between each setting. So if I've got it on a synthetic setting, you can really lower the heat, but you can spin in between then to wool and silk, to linen and cotton, and you can have it on really, really hot. You also have your steam function. Now the steam is brilliant because I don't know whether I've got a little bit of water in here. Your steam function is really steaming. It also has an anti-drip system, which those of you that have had, you know, an iron that just leaks water out, it's frustrating. It's not ideal on your favourite fabric. But look, that is amazing steam. The steam holes go all the way arced around so that you are getting a full steam, whether you're steaming dresses, whether you're steaming your fabrics, whether you are steaming your bedding or anything like that, then this is brilliant for that. What is so different, I've never seen any other iron that does it, is that when you let go, it lifts. I didn't realise how much until I started talking to sewers out there at the craft fairs and our viewers and our guests that come in and sew every single day, how useful that is. If you are doing lots of pressing with half square triangles or any of your piecing, any of your patchwork, and you are constantly doing this action with a big iron, that is a lot of strain on your wrist and it can be quite heavy. And it also takes time. Whereas with this technology, you literally slide it to the side, it lifts, it's not going to burn anything, you can reposition. Now, you can turn that off if you want as well. You can turn off that lift if you want. Don't feel limited by that. But what is amazing is that then you can just slide it and let it go. You're not having to wait. You're not having to press any buttons. It is so sensitive. It's a really sensitive touch technology that literally, with the touch of a finger, it will drop down and lift up. And I've left this for so long under fabric and it's been absolutely fine. It's not going to burn it. It's not going to damage it. It is designed with sewers and crafters in mind. Now that will stay there and stay hot whilst you're using it. If you don't touch it for 30 minutes, it will automatically presume you've finished with the iron and it will turn off. So you're not going to have that awkward moment of, oh, did I leave my iron on? I came in the other day, and I haven't even told management about this. I came in on Boxing Day. I know that we were live on Christmas Day, actually, weren't we? Did we have a guest in? The Alisso was still on. It was flashing on, but it was completely cold because it turned off after half an hour, but somebody left it on. But that is what is brilliant about the Alisso, the safety features. So if you are nervous and it knocks over in 30 seconds, it will have turned off. It will have turned off within 30 seconds, so it is brilliant for the safety features of this lift, which I love. There is something, now having 3 little children, obviously it is an iron. You still have to be super, super careful. It is obviously very, very hot, but there's something very exposing about having a really hot iron out like this on my side all the time. I think I've just got so used to now seeing this at work and having it here, especially being on air next to each other and being around your sewing room. Brilliant. Now, there is a 2-year warranty that comes with it. There are more amazing features, like the huge water tank. So if you do lots of steaming, I can turn my steam off, by the way, if you're a quilter. Turn it off completely, that's fine. And it's a complete dry iron. Has a great water tank, though, and it has even a really lovely little funnel to be able to fill it up. And the jug that it comes with has got a little thin spout, so you're not getting it water spill everywhere. It's got a 360 ball around as well, so if you're a left-hander, it's not going to get tangled up or annoying in your way. It also, there's the detail about the water tank and that lovely slim spout. The cable is 3.7 metres long, so if you are plugging it in over the other side of the room, if you're setting up your workstation with your sewing machine, your pressing mat, your cutting mat, it's got you covered. I just love it. I think that it's so fun, but today it's all about price. Today you're getting it with how much of a saving? Massive, massive, had a saying. Should be £164.99. Today it's £129.99. You're saving £35 and your split pay has now been taken under £45. It's £43.33. Get it home. 2-year warranty. It presses obviously really, really well, but it's that auto lift technology. This is now a lower price than I think we've ever even sold the yellow colour. And if you buy anything, I mean, I was looking, as you do, in the sales and different things, and there was some fabulous wellies, and they were limited edition Peter Rabbit Hunter wellies for the kids. And if you're looking at those limited edition collaborations, the price gets hiked up so much. And this was actually, I believe, always the same price as the yellow one. It was just a choice. It was a collaboration. And you didn't pay any more for the privilege that it was a Tula pink, which is brilliant. But also the fact that now we're taking the most popular one that we've ever had to the lowest price ever. Remind you, please don't go to Amazon today, or you can, it's absolutely fine, but you'll be paying nearly £200. Nearly £200, £192.99. It's exactly the same iron. Ours isn't refurbished, ours isn't second-hand. They are brand new in the warehouse, ready to go at £129.99. If you missed the weekend show, I told you we were doing some brilliant deals. That is definitely one not to be missed. Any questions that you have, please get them in. But, it just glides. That's why I love that 360 ball as well. If you are a left-hander, it's fab. If you've got this side, I'd love to hear from you. Oh, there you go. Is that Derek? I don't know. It could be. There's more than one person, I think, in the Scottish borders. I've ordered this iron. Can't wait for it to arrive. No more bending to switch off irons off at a socket. That's a good point, isn't it? You know, after 30 minutes, it's just going to automatically switch itself off, which is brilliant. That safety feature. I would still turn it off at the socket at some point. But at the end of the day, but you're not having to constantly turn it off as soon as you've finished using it, turning it off and then turning it off is, yeah, brilliant. Okay, that's your Alisso iron. Take advantage of that. I am going to turn it off at the plug, saying that. Mainly that because I've got lots of lights here that I want to use the socket without blowing the fuse again. Right, so let's have a look at some of the lighting solutions. Can I start with this? Because this is without a doubt the most popular that we've had. I know leading up to Christmas this is a brilliant gift, but I had this on my list to get my mum over Christmas and I didn't get it. So I'm going, oh, it's sold out. It's sold out before. It completely sold out first time. That's probably why I couldn't get it. Do you know, I'm so guilty of this. Do you know, sometimes you see it on air and you go, oh yeah, I'll make a mental note of that. And then you go to a website and I was looking for it and then I lost my train of thought and thought, oh, I can't remember what am I doing on here? And then I'd go and do something else. And it's probably because it sold out. We launched this in October. It completely sold out. Now, we got it back in the beginning of December. It completely sold out. They've just come back into stock. The reason I'm getting it for my mum is because she's just moved to a little village that has no street lights. And she says if you're out walking the dog or going out to the bins, or she lives a few yards away from the pub, nice little village pub, she says everyone has to take the torch with them. You have to have your torch because it's completely dark. But you want to be able to have the keys in the bag. If you've not got somebody else with you, then this is perfect. The fact that this also has those gooseneck adjusters that you can position it where you want. Means that this is brilliant for reading, if you're on a coach, if you're on a train, if you're on a plane, if you're on the move, in the car, then this is brilliant. If you're doing any model making, if you're doing any cross-stitch hand sewing, it's so useful. And it's not heavy at all. It's not, you can barely even feel it. The way that it's designed, it sits perfectly around your neck. You can adjust it where you want. You can turn it on and off and adjust the brightness as well on the little buttons on the side. So it has 3 different brightness settings. They can work independently. They both don't always need to be on. We went up into the loft to put our Christmas decorations away yesterday, and I needed this because you're going up in the loft, you've got all your things. You can't be just taking your torch in one hand because you've got to try and hang on. So this is brilliant for anybody who is going out to the shed, to the garden, on dog walks or anything. Now you've got warm, natural and cool lights and 3 different brightness settings as well. So you can still do your colour matching. You can still see all the different colour threads if you're doing hand stitching, cross stitch, hand embroidery. I do like that this one also has that thicker neck band. It's got a little comfort grip, that's like a little velvety grip at the back, and it is completely rechargeable. It comes with a chargeable cable that you plug in and recharge. It's a USB. It doesn't come with a plug, but lots of us have got plugs, USB sockets in our walls, or plugs for your phone. Or nowadays, a lot of us have got USB ports in the back of our die cutting machine or at the back of our sewing machine, haven't we? So this is brilliant. But look at how versatile and flexible, flexible they are. £19.99, what a fabulous price. Anybody who's getting into, sorry, I've got my hair stuck on the gooseneck there. It didn't hurt. If you're doing knitting or crochet, this is brilliant for that. But also, just for your everyday, you're keeping your hands free. Anything that you're trying to get into a little cupboard, or if you've got a power cut, you're trying to go up to the fuse box and you've got your one torch here, you're trying to balance it. For anybody who does mechanics or anything like that with the car, brilliant. Where's your fuse box? If you've got an awkward one. See, again, my mum's moved to this little village. We couldn't for the life of us. It's a brand new build, so we moved in. And I was there with her. Couldn't find the water meter. You know when you're looking for ages for all your bits and bobs and you're having to do the readings. Do you know where it was? Out the front, in the road, in the drain. Yeah. And oh my gosh, I was like, right, we need torch, we need this, because it was dark by that time. We didn't get the keys till 4 o'clock. This is great because then you can put it on here and you'd be able to reach up, reach down, you can stretch it and move it and position it where you need to, but your hands free. So moments like that, I think that this is so useful. Treat yourself, just come back into stock. It sounds like a lot, but we're fewer than 100. Both times this is sold out. It's been on only twice and over 400 of these sold in the first showing. We're fewer than 100 now, which if you've been waiting for this to come back into stock, if you've got a Sewing Street gift card that you're wanting to spend for Christmas, treat yourself to something really, really useful. If you want to save the big lights, you don't want to be putting the big lights on to read your book at night. If somebody goes to bed earlier than the other, but, you know, you go to bed at the same time, you want to get on with your reading or your knitting or your crochet, or your husband wants to do something, then this is brilliant to have that independent light that you are not then... you're not then distracting other people. Excellent product. Use mine for a lot of crafting. Also at night when I get up and it's dark, I don't want to put any of the lights on. I should be doing this, getting up in the morning. I'm literally tiptoeing around, and because I've got my phone in my hand with the torch on, trying to position it, putting my shoes and socks on, I then end up making more of a noise because I end up dropping things. Whereas if I've got this on and I can change the brightness, so I can just have it on a low light, I could get myself ready with this on. That is such a good idea. I use it when I knit. The line shines exactly where I need it. And I just want to show you as well, if you are doing any colour matching, I want to show you how fantastic the light is as well. I'm not sure whether it's easy for you to see, Jo. Do I need to position it further forward? So that's no lights on it. 1 light, 2 light, 3 light. It's got really great brightness. Oh, there you go. Maybe if you turn the lights down. We've got a lot of lights in our studio. So, oh yeah, show me in the dark, Joe. I'm in the dark. I'm going to turn the lights off on the fabric. 1 brightness, 2 brightness, 3 brightness. So can you see it is really, really good. Off, lights on, lights off. They've got fantastic strength. If I just want 1 light on, you can turn the 1 light off. Brilliant, isn't it? And they're not going to get hot. You don't need to change any bulbs. LED lights are a lot more sort of, I do think that they are, oh no, sorry. I cooked dinner during a power cut with my neck light. Honestly, power cuts. If you've got a power cut and you're trying to faff around, trying to get on with, you know, life, especially this time of year where the winter nights are still drawing in at 4 o'clock, it's dark, then this is perfect for that, isn't it? £19.99. Can I remind you that there are less than 100, there are now less than 70 of these left. If you do want one, please do be quick. Susan uses hers to go out to a rabbit. Yeah, I say dogs a lot, but lots of people have pets in the garden, don't they? Hannah used to have to go out and feed her guinea pigs. Lots of, I've got a friend who's got a horse. She goes out to do a horse in the morning. But again, you don't want to be, you want to make sure your hand's free if you know, getting a rabbit or looking for a horse. Looking for a tortoise? Remember? Yeah, I do. I found a tortoise in lockdown on one of my walks. It had walked so far. I did retire. I found the owner. It took a few days to find the owner because it had walked so far. You would think a tortoise is so slow. It's literally from next door's garden, but it wasn't. But yeah, we gave him some lettuce and it was lovely. It was really lovely. That's as far as I've got as having a pet. My sister-in-law just got 2 rats for her little boys, and Maisie wanted to go around to play with the new rats. She's like, Mum, can we have a rat? I'm like, no pets. They're really cute. They were lovely, but they were fast. They were so fast. I tried to hold one and it was off and under my bum and round me. I was like, oh no. So, yes. I want a slow animal, like a tortoise. I loved the tortoise. I'm happy with having a tortoise. Okay, your neck light, again, is limited on stock. You've also got your rechargeable lead and cable that comes with it. Once everyone's checked out, there's less than 50. What does this button do, please? Oh, it changes the colours. Right, so there's where you do your different colours for your colour matching. That's where you do your colours. And then you also do your different brightnesses. So 3 different brightnesses on the side. Oh, I love it. Very useful. I once, Joe worked on the Gadget Show for years, and he got me involved, our director. One year he asked me to have, it was my hen do, so I had my whole hen do on the Gadget Show, and it was brilliant. And if I'm being honest, a lot of the gadgets that they suggested, they're really fun, but they're probably things that you use once and then they go back in the drawer. And you might have had those sort of gadget presents for Christmas. This is actually not just a gadget, this is so useful. Comes with a 1-year warranty as well. It's from Visible Image, and the only reason we can get this price is because it's actually kind of part of our partnership, only because of our relationships with our sister channel Hobby Maker and Mark from Visible Image. I know that they are now part of our partnership, which is brilliant. In fact, if you went to the Creative Craft Show and you saw me there, I was actually on the stand with Mark from Visible Image doing demonstrations. So, and yeah, they're a really lovely team. And that's the only reason that we can get these lights at these sort of prices. Great repositional lights for reading, for handcrafts, for model making, for painting, for reading a pattern. Just having that extra bit of light to sit around your neck when you're walking the dog, when you're out in the garden, when you're putting the bins out, when you've got a power cut. I think you'll always find a use for these. I'll let you know about stock for this because every single time it's come to air, it's completely sold out. Now, we also have, Hannah gifted this to her dad for Christmas, and he loves it. He loves a torch. This is a really, really versatile torch because it's space-saving. If you know somebody who has gone off to university maybe or going to university in the summer, this would be a great gift for someone. So, it's got your on-off touch button here. It's, again, a completely rechargeable torch. So this isn't a bulb. This is an LED light that gives off 0 heat, that lasts a lot longer than your bulbs. So you'll probably want to change the design of the light before you actually want to, before you need to change the bulb. It lasts for ages and ages and ages. But also, it doubles up. So it's not only your classic torch, this is what I love, is that you open it up, that light goes off, and this light goes on. So that is now a desk light. Now, Hannah's dad was wowed. He loves the torch. He'd never seen one like this. But if you are doing reading, handcrafts, again, if you're going on the move, if you're going to a hotel, if you're going to Hayley says she's got a motorhome. If you've got a caravan or a motorhome and you're looking for space-saving solutions, but still giving you the right light, this has got fantastic light settings. So once again, it's got the different colours. Joe, can you take the lights down so we can see the different colours? So if I press it, then you can see you've got your, off, you've got your light, you've got your warm, and you've got your cool. So you've got your daylight, warm light, and cool light. Great for your crafting. If I press it in and hold it in, it dims right down. If I press it in and hold it again, I can completely control the brightness, the brightness of it. So if I want it just mid-brightness, I can stop and it will stop there. So it's not just dim or light, it has that dimmer on it. Now, because it's rechargeable, I don't have a plug socket by my bed. This would be ideal. Now, you can adjust the light. So if you want it higher, if you want to do your makeup, this is a great one for doing your makeup as well. If you're in a darker house, you want to put this next to your mirror. This is brilliant. It's super, super portable, but also how great would this be for somebody who has got a motorhome, is at university, has got, Hannah was saying that you've got a Victorian terrace house and her toilet's downstairs. She says, I have that as my bedside lamp and then use the outside torch without turning on all of the big lights. You can get downstairs and then you're using it again. Getting up for work in the morning, we all get up obviously very early before anybody else in the house. So it's nice to be able to be able to adjust it, dim it, use it for lots of different uses. Can we just talk about the price? Your 2-in-1 flip lamp and torch. It's $29.99. That is such a great price when you're looking at lights of this quality. I love that teams up as a stand. It comes with a charger, doesn't it? A USB charger. No plug, but it comes with the lead. So hopefully you've got the plug from our phones, or we all have plugs. You can access them really, really affordably. But your 2-in-1 flip reversible torch and lamp. I'm just wondering, does this have different brightnesses? I think it's just got one brightness on this one. Your main torch. I don't think you need to do your colour matching with your torch, do you? But it does have a really good, what's it called? Reach. It's got a really, really good light all around the studio, which is fab, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. Can you see it? Oh, where can you see? Oh, look, top left. That's on that back wall. Where's my graphics over there? Look, there's the, the camera, the plasma. This is fun, isn't it? So you've got your torch and you've got your 2-in-1, so your desk light as well. This is very, very popular. Just so you know, we're less than 50 remaining on your neck light, so check out your basket on that. We also have, again, a fabulous price on the floor lamp. Now this has got a really lovely slim base, so it's going to slot under your your sofa, under your bed, wherever you're choosing to use this. I love the fact that it's in black as well. I think this is going to just tie in seamlessly within your home. Now there is a switch that is on and off on the actual lamp itself, but it comes with a remote control. I just want to show you how slim that is. That metal base is lovely. It's not flimsy, it's a solid base, but it is also not too heavy to be portable enough to move around for different rooms if you need it. So this entire part of the base is completely solid until here. And then this section is all that amazing gooseneck. And it's not like the goosenecks that you may have tried in the past that you have it and then it droops down. It's really, really clever that it completely stays where you need it. So if you are manipulating it round, you can, oh, crap my back. You can move this to wherever you need it and position it for your crafting, for your reading, for your daylight, for, you know, you could have that as if you're using like a tapestry frame, this would be brilliant, wouldn't it? But anyway, it also comes with a remote control, doesn't it? Is this Mum a remote control that goes with it? Yes. So, different lights. So you've got here, let me spin it round so you can see it with the camera. Thank you, Joe. Right, so there is your warmer light. It's got the cool light and it's got a daylight. So you can adjust both the colour setting, but you can also adjust the brightness. So for each colour, you've got, I believe, 5 brightness settings. Let's test it out. Can you go dark, please? Yeah, it's easy to see in the dark for you at home. So 3 different colours. There's your warm, there's your cool, there's your mixed light. So you've got 3 different colours, and for each one, let me make it brighter for you. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 brightness settings. Let's go to the next colour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 brightness settings. That is amazing. Next colour. There's your cooler one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 different brightness settings with all 3 coloured lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? $69.99, and once again, from Visible Image, ready to be sent straight out to you in the black colourway today for under £70. We do obviously need to think about the light that we are working in. A lot of artificial lights, whether it be, you know, like strip lights or bulbs or spotlights in our house, you want to make sure that, one, we're saving on our energy bills, but also you're keeping it consistent. With the ability of being able to just adjust between 9 different light settings and keeping the consistency, one, it's less strain on the eyes, but it is also yeah, really versatile for your colour matching and making sure that you've got the right light for the right project. So that is brilliant, $69.99. We also have, I've just spotted the time. Oh, let me do a quick update on the neck light. Anybody who's got it in their basket, go for it. So you have got here, oh, disco, disco. You've got here your 2 LED lights, which you can adjust to 3 different brightnesses. There is also a button on the back band which changes the colours of the light. So there's 3 different colour settings, and each of those colour settings has the different brightnesses. They work independently, so you can choose, obviously, you can choose which light you want on, if you want both of them, if you just want to isolate one. It's got those fabulous goosenecks, so you can reposition this if you need it pointing up, if you want it pointed down, to the left, to the right. If you're reading, if you're doing hand sewing, if you're doing cross-stitch, embroidery, painting, model making, in the garage, in the shed with your pets, this is fantastic. $19.99 is the price point that maybe you got a gift card for Sewing Street and you want something really useful, but maybe something that you wouldn't have necessarily thought of buying for yourself. There were hundreds of these that we started with. We are now down to less than 50. They will sell out again today. Both times they've been on, in fact, they've been sell-out shows, haven't they? They've been on air twice leading up to Christmas. 400, I believe, sold on the first showing, hundreds again on the second, and I think we're going to follow suit with this show. If you've got it in your basket, please don't wait. In fact, we'll give you a little break over the next couple of minutes with the customer service team to speak to the team and get it. It comes with a rechargeable cable as well. So if you've got a power cut, you're not on. You know, you've got the capability of being hands-free with whatever you need to do. I think that's so useful. £19.99. Can you hear what? Can you presume why I'm giggling in my ear? No, Hannah, being silly. Right. We've got Hayley waiting in the wings with her marker block system, her rulers, her precise placement gauge as well. Coming up, do not go anywhere. Yeah, we've got a great show lined up for you. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 PM to 9 PM, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 PM.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for joining us today. It's a lovely Monday morning. I hope you've all had a lovely Christmas and nice and relaxing, and now getting ready for the new year. Ready for maybe starting new hobbies, expanding your hobbies, or helping yourself along. We've got some great dressmaking fabrics coming up at 12 o'clock. We've had obviously our patterns earlier, but for anybody that is a quilter and maybe you've done a couple of patterns and you're now at the point of wanting to design your own blocks and your own quilts, then this hour is for you. Now, this is the Mock-a-Block set, which, again, is something that was developed and designed by Hayley West, and it is brilliant. It's one of our best sellers of the year for a number of reasons, and it is so straightforward to use. We've got a short clip, which I can show you. Have a look at this, that you literally build your frame. You can then look at all of these different these different sizes. So at the moment you can see there the 3-inch half square triangles and how they put together like a jigsaw puzzle to create your own block. And when I did this on air with Hayley last time, I mean, there is no sort of right or wrong because it all works together. You thought about the seam allowance, it's all included in there. Hayley, this is such a genius idea.
Oh, bless you, thank you. Came about through personal need, like pretty much everything else that I bring. Because I struggled, or I still do struggle with quilt patterns and kind of looking at the pattern, and it tells me what I need, and then it's like, what did it say I need? And I'm kind of, I don't know what it is. I just struggle with it. And I wanted to have the ability that I could kind of play around and make my own blocks and make it simple, keep it logical. And that's how this came about.
So within my pack, I've got my sort of frame. And what size block is this to make then?
Well, it's a visual thing. So obviously it's got a physical size. So it could be a physical block of a 9-inch square, which is what it would be if you put the 4 pieces together. But equally, if the patches, so that's a 3-inch square, if I decided to make those patches 5 inches each, then it would be a 15-inch block.
Right, yeah.
So the actual cutting that you do doesn't relate specifically to the sizes that you're using. It's like a visual, it's a pattern maker, it's a pattern builder that will enable you to kind of create different shapes. So we've got, first of all, the frame, which you can put the 4 pieces together to make your frame straight away, like so. And then you would use your pieces to make your quilt. Now, you've got obviously double-sided, so you can use that as a lighter fabric. That would be a darker fabric. And you're basically bringing in the pieces. I, at home, have actually got this stuck to a piece of board to make it a little bit easier. But then you've got things like your quarter square triangle. So I might think, well, I want that one like that, and I want that to be a light one, and I want that one to be a dark one. And I'm playing around and creating my design.
So what shapes have you got in there? You've
so
got
I've now
squares.
don't think too much about the actual numbers that are on there, but I've got squares and I've got quarter square triangles. So I could build up my design like you saw on the front. It looks a bit like a panda face, actually. That doesn't it? When you look at that, it looks like a panda block.
I suppose if you wanted to do like a, if you wanted to do an alphabet, a letter, you know, names, you can start to work out how it is that it's constructed.
That's it. So that's if you're wanting to do a 9-patch block, because you've kind of got your 3 patches there. You'd have another row of 3 patches, another row of 3 patches. And you're making your patches up either as full squares, either as triangles. It could be rectangles that you're using. It could be smaller squares. So you're making these this area up. It doesn't have to be in the constraints of your patches if you don't want to, because you could have some overlapping and different bits and pieces if you wanted to. Now, what you've also got are these spacers. Now, these spacers mean that you can then turn your square into a rectangle if you're wanting to. So you could then make it into maybe a panel to go on a bag or something like that, which is so. So that would actually now be 4 by 3. If you wanted to kind of do it that way, you can imagine that you've got your 4 patches going across and your 3 patches coming down. And equally so, you can put those spacers again in at the sides here, and then it will make it into a 16 patch because you've got 4 by 4 then. So there's lots of different possibilities of how you are creating with these. So you're kind of playing around with your designs. You're not having to write it down on a piece of paper and then kind of use another bit of paper because you're not quite right with it. It kind of helps you build up your design, and you are literally just thinking to yourself, well, do you know what? I want to have dark fabrics in the corner. I want to have, maybe I want lighter fabric there, so I'm going to do a lighter fabric like so. Maybe I want to put a couple of half square triangles in. You're kind of creating the block as you want it to be, and then making your pattern from that. So just playing around, making whatever you want it to be, and then it might be a case all down the sides. I want to use some rectangles, so I might want to put a 1-inch rectangle, or a third of the rectangle there, and then kind of play around with the design like so. Then it might be a case of, oh, I actually want to put squares in instead. So it might be that I want to do a light square there. Oops, sorry. Light square there, a dark square there. It might be that I want to actually put a rectangle in the bottom there. Or do you see what I mean? You're making your block whatever you want it to be.
So this isn't necessarily, when I started, I say, look, this is for, maybe you've done some quilt patterns, you now want to design your own. This could be for complete beginners as well. And if you struggle to work from a pattern, this could be your solution, because you could then very easily create that block, cut them out and create your block and do a quilt as you go method with sashing.
Well, this is it. And the thing is, you're making your pattern up. So you're creating your pattern. At the moment, don't think about whether it's 9 inches, whether it's 15 inches, whether it's 18. It doesn't matter about the size at the moment. We'll go on to that as time goes on. But what this is actually giving us is the ability to make the design that we're wanting to design as and when we want to create it, and how I'm just randomly putting these in. So don't judge me on the quilt design when we actually get to the end of this, because I don't know whether it's working or not. I'm just filling in the gaps.
But that's what I like. There's nothing final. You're not cutting up fabric and wasting fabric by making a design like this. I'm not saying that you're wasting your fabric doing a design like that, Hayley. It's brilliant.
Hayley, I wouldn't waste your fabric with that design. That's what you were thinking, Vicky.
But yeah, you can really play around with it as well.
I mean, it's a proper mishmash, as you can see. But it's to show you, I'm utilising pretty much all of the different shapes that you've got in here. And then what you would actually do is you create your design, but then you would go on to use your patch calculator that comes with it to actually make your shopping list of all the different pieces that you need.
Ah, this is brilliant.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's going to, I mean, a lot of us crafters are visual learners, aren't we? I actually thought, the more people I speak to, everyone's like, yes, a visual learner. And I've recently realised, I know not everybody is a visual learner. My mum likes a manual and written text. And I'm like, really?
I think
you're the only person, Mum, that I've ever met that says, no, I like a text. I like to be able to read. I love visual. And I think it's actually creative people.
I kind of get bored after the second sentence and my mind starts drifting.
I need pictures.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a picture person. So, talking about quilt blocks, on this occasion, we've actually got a bag. Lovely Marianne, a friend of mine, made this as a bag, and she's created a 9-patch block, which is sitting in the middle there. She's also done a cushion cover, and she utilised the mocha block to create these little arrows in that block. So it can be whatever you want it to be. But then the next stage is you use the patch calculator. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slide that to the side so we can kind of look at both together.
Now, I get the patch calculator with my mocha block.
You do. Yes, you do. So what I've actually got here is, I'm going to just ignore that. Imagine that those are the pieces that are sitting within there, and I'm kind of creating the fabric pieces that I need. Now, you will get one of these in there, which is almost like a wipe clean one, which you could use a whiteboard pen with if you want
nice.
to.
Okay.
Photocopy if you want to. If you find that you lose it, just jump onto Handmade by Hayley website. You can download it free of charge, so don't worry if you do manage to lose it or you run out of them, or you put
brilliant. Thank
permanent
you
pen on your last one or anything like that. So this is your patch calculator. Now, what you've actually got the ability to call it a project. So I might call this my bag. There we go. Okay, and this might be the first of many blocks, but we're going to call it block number 1. Okay, so then I've got this as a record going forward. I could use this in many years to come to actually create the design. So what I'm going to look now is at each part of this. Now let me just bring in some paper. So I'm going to look at each one of these patches individually. So I've got patch there, I've got patch there, and I've got a patch over here. So I'm literally looking at them individually. So we'll start off with this one here, and that's made up as ignore the stitch line. It's a bit kind of confusing, but ignore the stitch line.
That is just one triangle.
So that is a large triangle. One large triangle in your light, one large triangle in your dark. So I find that on here. So there we go. Might need to turn it around a little bit. So there you go. I've got one light triangle in my dark, one in my light. So that is that particular patch. How many of them do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, because they've been rotated. So all I'm going to put there is, in B, the number of patch repeats per block. So in this block, I need 4 of them. So I'll put that in there, 4. And then we'll look at the next one. Now, this one is made up of quarter square triangles. I don't need to know the quarter square triangles.
No.
Those are big triangles, those are little triangles. That's all I need to know. So little triangles, I'm going to need 2 in the dark, 2 in the light. So let's find it on our list here. So there we go, found it again. Might need to rotate
the language
it.
that we use as quilters and crafters are, you know, the different... I've honestly felt like I was learning a new language when I joined the sewing world. This is really demystifying all of that.
This is why I try to say to people, don't be afraid of sewing. It's broken down, then you will do those little steps. They're little tiny steps. It can look much more bamboozling than you really think, but yeah, give it a chance, and maybe you just haven't found your way of learning. Teaching is something that's incredibly important to me, to let people get the most out of themselves, not for me to kind of transfer what I know into your head, but for you to kind of take the information that I give you and you make it work, whichever way you need.
This is a really straightforward way of doing that, isn't it?
Well, I'd like to think so.
Yeah.
So I'm having a look here at what I've got. So I've got that one there, which is your little triangle. So I've got one of those, and I found it already here, as you can see. So I've got one there, I've got one there, and I've got one down at the bottom. So it's 3 of those. So I'm going to need 3 of those. So I'm going to write that down there. And then what else have I got? Well, I've got 2 complete squares. There you go. So 2 complete squares. So I'm just going to write that now. Do I need a light one or a dark one? I just need 2 of the light ones. So I'm just going to put that 2 there. So what you can actually do now is figure out, oh no, 2, I'm putting 4 there, 2, that's what I meant to put in there. So what I need to do now is do a little kind of check. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me just make sure that adds up to 9. So we've got 7, 8, 9. So now I know I've listed all the pieces that I need for my block. Now, how many blocks am I making? Am I going to make a bedspread? I'm going to make a bag. What am I going to make? Well, let's say I'm going to let's make a bedspread. I'm going to need 10 of those. I've made one in a bag. I like the look of it. I want to use it again. So in my project, number of blocks required for your project. So I'm going to put 10 in there. So again, I'm going to need 10 of those, and I'm going to need 10 of those. This is double-sided as well, so there are some of the others on the flip side. And then you do your maths. Oh, maths. Oh, I can hear the Zs from here. People are dozed off. So what you're going to do is literally take it, and it is explained here. I try not to say, oh, take A, times it by B, times it by C, because I'll have lost you by the time I've got halfway across that sentence. So it's there just as a reference, but basically what it means is look at this column here and it will tell you how many you need. So it's 1. Multiply it by 2 is 2. Multiply it by 10, which means 20. So I'm going to need 20 of those. That's as complicated as it gets.
Oh, amazing.
So here I've got my triangles, my big triangles. I'm going to need 4. 4 times 10 is 40. So I need 40 of those. As it happens, same for the dark one. So I need 40 of those. Down at the bottom here, I'm going to need 2 of the light one. So 2 times 3 is 6. 6 times 10, I'll need 60 of those. And the same for the dark. So now I have a list of the pieces that I need to make my bed quilt, because it's going to be 10 repeats of those blocks, and that's exactly what I'm going to need. So then I just choose how am I going to cut those out, and we'll go on to that with the next stage.
I mean, that is so simple, isn't it? That is demystifying it all for us. And remember, you don't even need to do this alongside a quilt pattern, do you?
No.
You can then just start doing your own.
I mean, it's a bit... It's just demolished now that I've put the fabric on top of it. But yes, it could be something that you're doing like that. It could be, if you prefer to do it by a doodle, you could do it by a doodle, whichever way you want to work it. But it's about getting the pieces that you need. And then obviously when you start looking at quilt pieces, you've got to add on seam allowance and stuff like that. That is something that I found mystifying as well. So I demystified that with the next stage that we'll chat about in a minute.
That is brilliant. Honestly, there's so many of you who've got this in your basket. I'm itching to open this and have a go. I love it. You've also got whilst you're doing the next stage as well, I'm going to be making my block as well. Anybody who's got this in their baskets, check out as soon as you can. We're going to be moving on to the other rulers as well, because we've got all sorts to bring you. But this is your sort of main basis, isn't it? Do I need this to be able to work with any of the other?
You don't have to. It's a visual aid. It's a way of you creating your design. So if you're a visual person like me and you need to see it in front of you, then it is a very useful one to go for. So yeah, I'd certainly mention it to get hold of it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have it. I don't know if there was another little video that showed kind of different variations of the different blocks that could be created as well, but that might give you some insight into how it all comes together as well.
Is it this one? Let's have a look at this one.
It could be. They both start very similar.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, here we go.
One's slightly longer. So there you go again, putting your pieces in to create your block, as you can see there, and then obviously using your fabric and making it up. But there's so many different variations of how you put them together. If you wanted to, you could make shapes, you could make letters, and what you could actually do is, oh, I forgot to bring it in. I'll bring it. Excuse me just for a moment. Have a look at that. I'll be back.
Down to the basement.
So,
I'm setting up my frame. I'm setting up my frame to have a play with this, and these all slot together. So this is then my block frame. And remember, it doesn't need to be this size. You can then obviously use the different squares and the rectangles and the quarter square triangles and everything to then. It doesn't matter that these are 3-inch square triangles.
The only reason it was 3 inches is because when we actually start talking about the rulers, 3 inch, it had to be a size, a physical size. So
okay, so where do we naturally sort of go on from here then?
So this particular quilt that I've got in front of me, this is a design, and this was a 16 patch. It's four squares by 4 squares, and that block was created. I did it in the patch, using a patch calculator, using the mocker block. And then what I did was I went on and I repeated it several times. So if I hold this up, hopefully you'll be able to get an idea. I've turned it on its side. So that way I have made, now there was never a pattern for this.
No.
This was never, it didn't exist anywhere. But that is something that I played around with, and I made my own design utilising the mocker block. And I've just realised I put a quilt label on the back. When was that? 2020, gosh.
Oh, your 2020 quilt.
2020, quite a
So
while
if you're getting
ago.
this at £20, you can pay that for a pattern.
Oh, easily, yeah. And this is something, and look there, you created some gorgeous corners to work with your design. Kids could get involved with these, young sewers. There's loads of different ways you can get involved. So that is the patch calculator. Shall I go on and show you what came next?
Yes,
so,
please.
What came from that was, how do I create my pieces? Now, first thing I noticed with the quilt pattern was, it was saying to me, right, okay, so you need to cut your piece at 6 7/8. And I was like,
what does that even look like on a ruler?
Okay,
you
right.
think, oh.
Well, I found that all the lines on the actual quilt ruler, they almost blended in together. There was too much information on the quilt ruler that I bought, so I wanted to strip it back. So this was a set that was evolved because, first of all, I wanted to simplify the quilt ruler. I wanted to make it easier for me to see the markings, which is what we've got here. But I also wanted it to be kind of all the tools that I needed to make my quilt. I didn't want to have to start with that and then go and get this and then go and get that. So what you've got here is you've got your ruler here with your 1/4 inch. Obviously, naturally, it'll have your 1/2 inch, your 3/4, and your full inches in the darker lines, simplifying it, keeping it nice, crisp, clean. I could read it very, very easily. Then it was a case of I was making my patches. So here I wanted a patch maker square. I didn't care how much the seam allowance was that I needed to add it on. I just wanted to know it had been added on.
Yes.
So I could just get on and do my 1/4 inch seam allowance. I don't need to know the original size of the fabric. And that's how that came about. I'll explain that to you more in a second. And then the last stage of making your quilt is your binding. And this was this evolved because this will allow me to make binding in 4 different widths, whether you need it to be a 1-inch binding, 1.5, 1 3/4, or 2-inch binding. And this is a tool that I can use to make my binding that I can push my iron along it without getting my fingers burnt.
Brilliant.
So that's how that little set came about.
You're getting all 3 of those rulers for less than £20. So this is almost like your, I don't want to say starter set, but they are going to be the most useful rulers that you use throughout all of your patchwork, aren't they? Amazing price for all 3. Bearing in mind, I know how much you can pay for just one of those. And even, they're lovely quality as well. They're the thick acrylic, aren't they? That they will last the test of time.
They're 3 or 4 mil thick. I can't remember the exact.
Yeah, so you use it with your rotary cutter.
Yes, yeah, that was the design. They needed to be firm. They needed to be sturdy. You need to be able to use it with the actual rotary cutter as well. So this came about, you can use this in loads and loads of different ways. I mean, obviously dissecting your fabric up if you're needing to. Say you're doing something like something that I'm doing a lot of at the moment is my foundation piecing. So if you imagine when you actually fold when you fold your pattern back and you have to kind of cut off that extra, extra 1/4 inch. I was using that and just running that along and actually cutting off my excess. So This is always out.
A handy size, actually, isn't it?
And all it is, it's not too big. It's 4 inches wide, and the longest point is 14 inches from top to bottom. And you've got your mitre there, so if you need to join your fabrics together to make your binding, you can do so. I use that a lot when I'm doing my bunting flags, because I push into the flag and then actually press on top of this. So yeah, that's another way of using it. And the idea was, it was a beginner's set, but saying that, when I actually got the prototypes through, I passed them on to some friends, one of which is a very accomplished tutor. And I said, oh, Marianne, can you have a look at this and see how you get on with it? And then another one passed on to my lovely friend Paola. Many of you all know Paola. She'd never quilted before. And I said, well, have a go at this and see if you can get it to work. Both of them have them out all the time now. Brilliant. So you've got somebody who literally has got more knowledge than I could even wish to have, and then somebody who's completely starting that journey, both using it the same, so, which is brilliant. So let's go back to our piece that we've got here. Now, do you remember we were talking about the different sizes that we were needing? So we were needing our squares, our large triangles and our small triangles. Well, this is when I decide how big do I want those patches to be. Do I want them to be 3 inches like we saw earlier? Do I want them to be 2 inches? Do I want them to be 4 inches? Well, with this particular tool, I can get all of those sizes, because this will allow me to create my squares, my half square triangles and my quarter square triangles, all using the same tool. Now, this does include your 1/4 inch seam allowance, so you don't have to add anything on. You are literally using the lines that you've got here. So rather than use a piece of fabric, let me show you on a nice piece of white paper.
It's great that the markings are on there for you, so there's no instructions that come with it. You don't need to be keeping a set of instructions. It says it all on the ruler itself.
So let's have a little look here. So I need my squares. So say if I decide now whether I want 2, 3 or 4 inches. Say, let's go for, I don't know, say 4 inches. I want it to be a larger block. So all I need to do is take that point where you've got the kind of little hole on the corner and follow the line, so it'll tell me there. So if I want to cut a 4-inch square, which I'm going to need because I'm going to need 20 of those, I take that line, so where it says there's a black arrow there telling me to use that line, so I'm going to line it up with the corner of my fabric, take it down. So imagine this is my fabric. We're using our imaginations now. And then I would get my rotary cutter. This is now a rotary cutter. And I would go up and I would cut. Now, I don't need to know that that is actually 4.5 inches. Obviously, when you're doing squares, it's the easiest one. You add on 1/2 inch for your seam allowance. But I know that that is cut. It's got my seam allowance in there. Absolutely perfect. Wonderful. Now I need to do my half square triangles. Well, this is where you start getting a little bit more complicated with regards to how much fabric I have to add on to that 4 inches, because obviously you've got the seams in there, but not when you've got the patch maker, because now I want to do half square triangles. So I take the exact line that I need for my half square triangles.
What does it say on there? Use this line.
Use this line for 4-inch
half square triangles. And there is an arrow pointing to which line.
So,
this is so clever.
So I can just line up that line down the left hand and the right hand side, and then literally cut with my rotary cutter. And now that piece, which will actually be smaller than the original square that we did, sorry, bigger than the original square, is the right size for my half square triangle. So now I've cut that to make my half square triangles. I've cut that to make my squares. So let's flip it over. I'm going to need my quarter square triangle. So again, I'm making them into 4-inch. So again, I find my 4-inch quarter square triangle, which just happens to be the outside edge, line that up, and again, get my rotary cutter, and I would cut up and across, and then that is my quarter square triangle.
So I can do 2-inch, 3-inch and 4-inch.
All from that particular
square,
tool.
square, half square and quarter square triangles. And they, I must say, are probably 3 of the most useful blocks to know.
Use them all
you can do, like you say, alphabets, pictorial, even like you say, if you want to do like a face of a panda, you can make that out of half square triangles.
Yes.
Some of the most complex quilts and patterns that I've seen that almost look like faces and artwork, they've all been done with half square triangles. It's amazing.
The fundamentals. So having those different sizes, your 2, 3 and 4 inches, are all within that rule. So straight away, personally, I think that is worth the bundle that we've got.
Yes, £19.99 just for that patch.
You also get your binding square as well. So the binding square, obviously you make all of your squares and you do all your construction using whatever technique you choose. I'm not going to go into to
what
actually
size
making
binding
it up.
can I make with the binding?
Well, this is where you've got choices again. So the instructions are on here because, again, made for personal need. I am rubbish at keeping instructions. I just end up losing them, left, right and centre.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely hoping.
And that's why you've done a free download as well for the patch calculator on your website. Because you just presumed if everyone, you know, is like you, we'll lose that.
If anybody's like me, there's got to be another Havey out there somewhere in the world. So there's going to be somebody that will need that. So, yeah. Again, the one that comes in your pack is laminated, though, so you can use a wipe clean pen and then just wipe it off if you want to. Take a photo of it as well. So if you are using the wipe clean one and you do want to wipe it, then obviously you've got the photo on your phone or whatever then. So what is the binding square for? Well, the binding is the last part of a quilt, isn't it? It's how we finish off those edges. And I was fed up of burning my fingers making my own binding. So that's...
I do like to make my own binding.
It matches.
I do think, having it that it matches in.
Absolutely.
It's difficult to get it folded in. Use your iron. Fold the other side. Use your iron.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oops, I'm standing on the... Let me just pop that there out of the way for the moment. So what you've got here is 3 different sizes. So again, everything is on there. So it's a binding square. Doesn't have to be cut on the bias, only if you want bias binding. Then you've got cut your fabric strips to double of the finished width. So is it going to be a 2-inch width? Well, if it's 2 inches, you'll need to cut it to 4 inches and so on. So basically you're using that for those different circumstances. So what I've actually got here is I've got a piece of fabric that I've cut to 3 inches wide because I'm going to make mine 1.5 inches. So all you do is you come in. I would suggest fork pins. If you've got fork pins, I forgot to bring mine in, but I know there are some on the website. All you need to do is you fold in the ends just to get started and just give it a little press. Like so. You had a cracking deal earlier on.
I know! So, bearing in mind, you were on Boxing Day with sales manager Hayley. I have no idea what happened between Boxing Day and the 27th, but she obviously had so much cheese or, you know, with a fizz or something. But she came here on the day after and walked into the gallery and said, would you like this deal? Yes, please. So this is normally £164.99, this Alisso iron.
Yeah.
The obvious price on a discount would have been amazing at £149. We went further. It was £129.99 today.
I've never seen it that low.
It's never been that low, Hayley.
Anywhere that low.
Shouldn't be. So good. I don't know how long for, but if you do, if you are thinking about it, grab it. It's on split pay as well.
Take advantage before it's changed their mind. We've pressed down the ends there. So remember I said I was going to make 1.5 inches. So I'm going to feed it up through the slot that says 1.5 and then feed it back down where it says 1.5 there. So it's almost like a belt buckle that we've got. And I'm just going to move this over to the side and put a couple of pins in there. The fork pins are just basically to secure it and stop it moving because we are, and if you are using pins like I'm using, make sure they're glass head pins as well.
Yeah.
Because if you bring your iron close to them, then they will melt. We've all done that at least once.
And these pressing mats are good because you can pin into them. All the wall pressing mats you can as well, can't you? Ignore that dirty.
Yeah, this one's seen better days, but yeah, sorry about that.
It's well used.
So what we've got then is your binding square. So you can use a little bit of kinetic heat if you want. So what that means is if you move it, it's a bit like using, you know, when you sometimes with finger press, you can get your binding started just with a little bit of heat by moving it. So that's sitting quite flat to start with. So I will often do that just to get it started. And then I will come in with my iron and I will literally take my iron alongside my binding square and press the fabric. Now look how far away my fingers are. They're 3 inches away from the iron at all points. And literally you just feed it through. If you've got a longer piece of fabric, then you just remove your pins and then move it along the board and off you go again. But there you go.
Brilliant.
Nowhere near my fingers is that heat, but that's why I wanted that included as well. So you get all 3 of those in that one bundle price.
How good is that? You're not needing to choose. It's not a pick and mix. You are getting all 3 of them. You get your binding ruler, you get your patchwork ruler, and that really handy square, patchmaker square as well, all for less than £20. So many of you are checking out on the ruler set. If you haven't yet started your quilting journey, or if you're expanding your quilting journey, like you said, you've got friends who are complete beginners and friends who are really experienced quilters that still have a place in their stash for these 3 rulers. Super, super useful. Now we also have the seam guide, the precision measure, you know, the one that we were talking about for the tubular
somebody did ask
shacket?
about that, didn't they, earlier as well? So I'll show you that one as well.
Oh, yeah, sorry to interrupt. We've got some of them separately. So we have got those rulers in a bundle, but we also have the ones that we're talking about
now,
separately.
Yes. The binding square is available on its own, because I know that some people did ask about that. So that is by itself. And we have got the Patchmaker XL, which is one of the latest rulers as well. So,
Okay, so that one is your binding tool, and that is £7.99 if you just want it individually. As I said, it's brilliant value for money if you're getting the bundle, but if you maybe have got already the Patchmaker square, or you know you want to get one for a friend, then there you are. It's just £7.99. You can make your 1 inch finish width, your 1 3/4, your 1 1/2, and 2 inch, and it's so simple. Like you say, no instructions. All you need to do is do what it says on the tin. Cut fabric strips of double the finish width. So you can see there, if you want a 2 inch finish width, cut yourself 4 inches. So easy to do.
Absolutely. And a lot of people have got this in the set that we were looking at, but then want one for their sewing bag to take off to classes and workshops and things, and do invest in a second one. So
Good idea.
That's why we bought that separately.
Thank you. And then you said separately we also have the Patchmaker, which is the XL version.
Because
so what size, squares, half square triangles, quarter square triangles can I do with it?
It works exactly the same way as I showed you with the smaller one, but we had a lot of people say, well, I make bigger blocks. Can we have a bigger version? So that's exactly what I've done. So the Patchmaker square that we saw previously, that is included within here. So that is part of that. So you can see that's that part there.
Yeah.
Then we go, in addition to that, you've got your 5 inch and your 6 inch. So what we tend to find is that a lot of people will use those within their quilting projects.
So can I still cut my 2 inch, 3 inch and 4 inch?
Absolutely. So
but now you can do 5 and 6 as well.
Absolutely. So 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So with the previous one, you could do your 2, 3, 4 in your square, half square and quarter square. But if you're going for the larger version, the XL, then you've got all of those sizes, and you've got all square, half square triangle and your quarter square. So basically you're making 15 different size pieces.
That's really good, isn't it?
Using that one ruler.
Oh, you'll love that ruler. If you do like making larger blocks, large pieces, that one is for you. If you like working with larger scales of print, or do you find as a beginner it is easier working with the larger blocks, making it yourself?
It's kind of more gratifying because it grows quicker.
Yeah.
And it is easier to sew, I have to say. So if I was a novice quilter, then I'd probably start off 4 inches as the smallest, potentially. But it depends on what you're making. Again, the procedure, the technique is exactly the same across the board. It just depends on what you're making. I'd rather make a bed quilt out of 6 inches than the 3 inches.
Yeah, yeah.
But don't forget, 2 3s make a 6. So if you're wanting to actually play around and maybe have a half square triangle, which is 6 inches, but then make it up with smaller blocks, you can combine the two together, because this is the joy. As long as you've got the multiple, so like a 2 inch would fit into the 6 inches as well. So you can kind of play around. I could make a 6 inch block, but then the next block to it has been made up of lots of little 2 inch blocks.
Right,
so
yeah.
It just gives you loads of possibilities. But you don't, the thing that we've spoken about, all these different possibilities, but not once have I said to you, how many kind of 1/16 of an inch do you need extra as your seam allowance? You don't need to know it.
No, all your seam allowance is included.
Yeah.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
And
so
then following a pattern, if it says you need 6 of these, it will give you the dimensions, but you could kind of use this instead of the dimensions.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, fantastic. £14.99. Loads of you have got this in your basket. Check out. Remember, you're only paying £1 in packaging all day long. Lots of people who are coming back from Haley's previous hour, if you've got any of the items throughout the whole of the show or anything off the web shop, you're only paying 1p&p, which is brilliant. So once you've got your Patchmaker, what's sort of, again, the natural next step? Are you talking about the...
after the Patchmaker, you'd go on to do your binding.
Yeah.
But actually, I'll talk about that fabric in a little while, because we had that on earlier, and I suddenly thought of a scenario that you could work with this. So
we need to talk about the precise...
Yes, let me tell you about this, because somebody asked about this earlier on.
Ruler. I've never seen this ruler before. Well, this is new to me.
In my head, we should... I was going to mention this first thing, but you go on a journey, and with quilting, it's kind of, you've got to design it first, so that's why I'm sorry that we've only got to this one. So what you've got with this is you have got your square. Now, it's a 6 inch square, no additional seam allowances or anything like that. It is 6 inches. And you can see there you've got your inch increments with your dark lines and your numbers on there. You've also got your quarter square with your red lines. And then you've also got these little holes. So these mean that if you're needing to do any scenario where you're needing wanting to put kind of a placement, you can actually do it through the ruler. So for instance, say if we were doing like, I don't know, let's have a look, what should we look at first? Say buttons. Somebody was asking about placing buttons earlier.
Oh yeah, well with our Tula shacket, if
That's
you want to do buttons or if you want to do your press studs or something, you've got your placket there.
That's it. So that is cut to 3 inches, which is what the size, the pattern piece was. So then I decide, so that's going to be up at the top where my collar is. So the first hole that first buttonhole or first press stud or whatever it is I'm using, I'm thinking to myself, right, I need that about 1 inch down from the top. So I'm going to place my ruler so as it goes from the raw edge, and I've got 3 inches. So the halfway point is going to be 1.5 inches. And I need to put my first button 1 inch down. My next button, I might want, I don't know, 2 inches away. The next button, I might want 2 inches away. And I've got a heat-erasable pen there. So when I actually remove it, I have got my markings. Hopefully you can see those on the camera. So I know exactly where they are. Wow. And then by using that, I could just move that down. So that would be, again, my 1 inch there. So that's the one that's placed on the edge.
See, this is what a lot of people struggle with when, you know, making shirts or making jackets or something. And you said that you've avoided buttonholes and things.
Yeah.
You know, this is going to really, really help. Is this why you designed this one?
Absolutely, yeah. Because you can actually see, because it could be a case that you're trying to use the edge of the ruler and it's difficult to actually see where the line, because you can see through it, it's really, really easy, and that's the key thing with it.
What about for positioning pockets?
Well, not positioning pockets, it could be...
zips or...
Well, you know little envelope zips that you do in bags? Quite often that's a good one to do, you know, how you have a zip on the side of a bag. So it might say that from the pattern piece, I don't know, 2 inches down, then you're going to make your, I don't know, 3-inch slot. So I could come 2 inches down, so I've got 1 inch there, 2 inches there, and then either side of that I need to have 1.5 inches. And then I could just literally measure across. So I've got 1 inch, 1.5 inches over here from that middle point, 1 and 1.5 inches. So now that is where I would actually want my zip to sit. You're probably going to have a longer zip, to be fair. But then it might be a case of that I need to have a 1/4 inch seam line around the edge of it. So then I could use that as a guidance as well, if I wanted to, and draw the lines that way. You can use it for gem placements as well. So if you've got little gems that you're wanting to put in and you're wanting your gems every half inch, then you just literally put your little marks down there, and so you could come back with your hot fix tool and put your little gems in place. You've got your little markings there, so they're all perfectly placed. Could be that you're doing pin tucks, things like that if you're wanting to. Might be that you're wanting to do things like circles, because this is something I didn't really think about. There's lots of things that evolve from it.
They're saying in the gallery, it is a square, Hayley. It's a square.
But is it?
Don't be deceived, it's a square.
But is it? So I'm going to do, I'd probably use something like a drawing pin, to be fair. But say if I wanted to do, let's go for, I don't know, a couple of inch squares. So I'm going to just, circle, should I say. I'm going to pop my 2 pins in there. If you've got a drawing pin or a thumbtack, it is better because it doesn't kind of move around too much, okay. So say I wanted to do, what did I say, 3 inches? So go 1, 2, oh, actually, let me do it 2.5. Let's do it 2.5. So there you go. So I've got that hole there. So now...
Oh my gosh. I'm no longer going to be sifting through the cupboard looking for the right size saucer or plate or random thing. That's brilliant.
So things like that. It might be a case of that I want to do a curved corner on a bag.
You'll find loads of different uses for this now, won't you?
So now if I want to do a curved corner, I can just literally... my pins, because I haven't got drawing pins in there, it's a little bit wobbly, but you can see you could follow that, and that could be the corner of your bag if you wanted that to be the corner of your bag. Bag bottoms as well, you know those corners that we have to do sometimes, it's kind of like you've got to come in 2 inches and up 3 inches, so again you could do that to actually do whatever size that you're needing to do. Use it at the outside edge, use the inside edges. There's just loads of ways of using it. It was just something that I found was frustrating when I was using a ruler. I couldn't actually mark through the ruler, so that's how it kind of evolved.
That is so useful, because I must say our 6-inch square ruler is one of the most popular rulers we stock.
Yes.
But that is such a good point, to be able to mark throughout, because you can mark at the top and then think, right, well that's there, but then I need to find where my magnetic clasp is going to go a few inches down. This is Genius. What a great... So they're so simple and yet literally so effective.
Well, quite often it'd be like, oh, you've got to come in 2 inches. So you kind of come in over there and then you need to measure down here and you're kind of like eyeballing it, aren't you? And then sometimes on your fabric, you're putting loads of different marks in order to actually get that area, that point.
Yeah.
With this, what you can actually do is come in 4 inches, come down and actually put your markings wherever you want them to be. So it's very, very easy if you kind of position and then put your marking in it. And you haven't had to put additional markings or lines or you've gone off on a skew or anything like that. It's just a really useful little tool.
Fabulous. It's really...
Loads of people have used it for like putting hems on things, so putting it on the edge and then using it. There's loads of different ways.
Oh, anybody who was asking about this in the first hour with our shacket, with the positioning of the buttons, this is what you need. This is your marking square.
That's what I use it for mostly.
It's still a thick acrylic that I can still use it like a normal patchwork 6-inch ruler. I can still use my rotary cutter alongside it, absolutely. So it's not just like, I've actually seen some hemming rulers that have got the little push-out dots that you can do, that you know, they're really popular. This is like your acrylic proper quilting ruler and that combined in a completely unique ruler. I've never seen another company do that. That is amazing. We also have a seam guide measure.
Yes.
This is another new one for me. And it's also got the little marking tools. So, once again, it's made out of this fabulous acrylic. So you're going to be able to use this time and time and time and time and time again. I've seen ones that are again out there in the market that are made of paper.
Yeah. So I'm just looking. I think I've locked my... I heard something crash on the floor, and I think I've knocked my magnet on the floor. So I don't know whether Dan will be able to find it under the counter or something.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll have a look.
It's okay. It's okay. I can still carry on without it. So imagine you need to create a seam allowance. Now, it could be as simple as a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It could be that you need it for a hem or whatever... dressmaking, there's all sorts. Now, one thing I will mention, if any of your quilting rulers come and they've got this little kind of plastic, they look a bit kind of cloudy, then it is a case that you just peel that back like so. So, yeah, don't forget, just peel it off. And it makes it so much clearer when it is there. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. That's not the actual magnet, but that'll work. So thank you. Thanks, Dan. Don't worry about it. I think we're going to have to move the table to find it, but don't worry. So the idea being is, imagine you have got your needle on your sewing machine. So your needle, obviously, it doesn't move unless you nudge it across. So it will be going up and down like so. That's a bit of a tricky one to actually show with my fingers being there. So what you would do is you would have your needle, and then this particular ruler is giving you the distance from that ruler, from the actual needle. So let me get, I think I might bring the fabric one up because it might not wiggle so much then. A little bit easier for you to see. Put that there. So my needle is in my sewing machine like so. Okay, now I need to make sure that I have got that needle sewing, and say I need it sewing, I don't know, 3.5 inches away from the fabric, the hem of the fabric. I would literally take the needle up and I would drop the needle down in the hole that says 3.5 inches. Now what that now means is if I come along with a magnet and put that on my sewing machine at that point, when I take my seam ruler away and put it back into the hole, that is now the line that I need to follow with my fabric to actually get the 3.5 inch.
Okay, so what sort of magnet do I need? Does it come with it?
There is a
Is it this?
That's it. You've got one there, yeah. I've got another one that I've thrown on the floor. But
so do I get that with it as well?
You do. Yes.
Right, so...
There's 2 different variations. There's one by itself and there's one with the ruler.
At the moment, the variation is just this on its own, but we'll bring the bundle one live because this is the one that you get with the magnet as well. Do I need to have a certain machine? Did it work with any machine? Or?
It will work with any machine. So what it will work with is on where your needle is, you've kind of got like a metal area usually, and that will kind of secure to that. Now, a lot of people say...
Oh, magnets near my computer.
Exactly.
If it's computerised. They are a no-no.
Yeah, it's away from the motherboard, which is the computer element of your sewing machine, so you don't have to worry about that. And also, unless you've got one of the magnets that's big enough to pick up a car, it's not going to do any damage. It's a little tiny magnet, so don't worry.
So that's going to sit up against my fabric.
That's
yeah?
it. So you have the needle go down the hole. So there you go. So the needle go down like so. And imagine that is your magnet. That would sit on the edge of the little seam guide. You'd raise your needle back up and it would drop down into your fabric. And then because the magnet is secure, you can run your fabric along there knowing... Whoops-a-daisy.
Because the magnet is going to attach itself to the plate of your machine.
So that is exactly the same edge that you're going to need for whatever the seam allowance was that you need for your pattern.
Oh, that's really handy, isn't it? For hems, for anything like that. For just keeping consistency in your seam allowance.
Absolutely. And you've got your inches on one side, you've got your centimetres on the other. You've also got some of those ones that we use regularly, things like your 1/4 inch that you've got there. Some of your dressmaking ones are on there as well. So, yeah, it's just really easy. You just follow the arrows, so yeah.
Oh, that's very handy. Anybody who is struggling to get their eye in with changing seam allowances, you know, if you jump between patchwork or dressmaking,
exactly.
Lots of us learn in one and then struggle to visualise the other.
Well,
and
dressmaking, it always ends up being metric for some reason.
Yeah.
And obviously we use imperial a lot with quilting. So
yeah.
Loads and loads
keeping a consistent seam allowance is so important.
Makes a difference, doesn't it? It can
really
change
does.
the size of your quilt blocks. It can mean the blocks don't match up. It can mean your garment's too big or too small. And again, all of the instructions are literally mentioned on there as well. So you can see drop the needle in the hole and place your seam guide magnet along the short edge, which is the short edge there. And then, yeah, put it down in place. If it's one of those situations where you haven't got a metallic area on your sewing machine around here, then you could use a little bit of washi tape or something like that instead.
Yeah. And the bundle, by the way, brilliant value for money. Isn't the rule on its own £5.99?
Yeah.
£9.50 for both?
Yes.
That's fantastic, isn't it? You may as well get the bundle. So this is your sewing machine measure, and then you also do get the needle guide as well included, the magnet included. £9.50, super strong magnet. It's going to adhere them to the metal part at the bottom of your machine and allow you to just glide your fabric down all at a consistent seam allowance. Brilliant for that. Right, this is going to sell out, by the way. There's over 50 of you who have got it in your basket, and at the moment we are oversubscribed. How handy for dressmakers, for quilters, for bag makers, for any kind of sewing. We work with seam allowances.
Exactly, and it's one of those situations. I wanted to make it small enough that you could keep it with your sewing machine, because that's when you're going to use it. It's going to be with your sewing machine. So it had to be small enough but have all the information that I needed on it to actually go in my accessory box on my sewing machine. So that's why it's the size that it is. But you've got everything going up right the way up. So you've got 3.5 inches there. You've got 10 centimetres length there or thereabouts. So whether it's metric, imperial, it doesn't matter.
And did you say this red line above, on the inches side, that is then measuring a perfect 1/4 inch from the top? So that's great as a handy little seam guide as well to use away from your sewing machine. If you just want to get your eye in or just check your seam allowance once you've sewn it, you can just use that as a handy pocket guide as well.
I do use it again when I'm doing my foundation piecing as well. If I've only got a little piece to cut, then I do use that. And again, if you need it to be 1/2 centimetre, then you can do it on the other side there as well.
Whilst you check it out on the bundle, that is the most popular way of getting it, obviously. Under £10 for both is brilliant value for money. Just whilst you're checking out, just a quick recap on the precise positioning ruler. This is your 6-inch square with all of the holes within. So not only can you use this as a regular 6-inch ruler, you've got red lines at every 1/4 inch, but then you've got these dots at every every 1/2 inch increment then you've got the dots. That's brilliant, isn't it?
You can nudge it over. You've got the markings in there, so you can kind of get 1/4 inch there if you do need them. But yeah, the actual markings are 1/2 inch. Yeah.
Fantastic. £12.99. Loads of you coming in for this. You can still use it as a normal, quilting ruler. You can still use it with your rotary cutter, which is fabulous. So if you're squaring off your boxy bottoms on a bag, we even put a drawing pin or a pin through the centre and use it as is it a compass where you draw your circles. Brilliant idea. Just so you know, once everyone's checked out, we're literally on the last remaining 10. That's it. So if you are after this one, whether it be for positioning your buttons on your Tula shacket or any of your dressmaking garments, I think this is going to see you across lots of your sewing journeys. You aren't just a dressmaker. You aren't just a bag maker, are you, Hayley? You like to dabble between all sorts. So to have your rulers, a lot of rulers often only really taught to quilters.
Yes, yeah.
They only tell you, you know, this is the size in inches, or that's what you're going to need. Whereas with this, I think that dressmakers are going to love it, bag makers are going to love it, because you can position your magnetic snaps, your zips.
Absolutely. And that's, I just wanted to make sure that I'd got a ruler that would allow me to make life easier. That's the thing. Why overcomplicate?
That's been a running theme throughout the whole hour, actually, hasn't it? It does make everything so much easier. Can you do it without this? Yeah, it's not something that you absolutely have to have. But is it going to make it a lot easier? Is it going to make it more endurable? Is it going to eliminate the brain fog of what? Where do I position that? Or
well, also you can use it as a planning device. I mean, we're talking about making quilts earlier on. What if you wanted to design a quilt? I mean, I was looking at that lovely fabric earlier on with the panel. It might be that you've got something and you're trying to build up a pattern around it. So say, for instance, you wanted to make your own quilt and you wanted it to be, I don't know, obviously it's going to be a lot bigger than we've got here. But if I was to say, let's make a quilt block, okay, and we're going to make it 8 inches, but I haven't got 8 inches here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 4 inches. So I'm going to draw down the side there, and I'm going to get my mark there to make my 4-inch square, like so. And then I'm just going to bring that into that corner and make that a 4-inch square, which, yes, you could do with any ruler that you like. But then it's a case of I'm thinking, right, okay, so that is the quilt block that I want to create. It's 4 inches, but in my head, I'm going to double up the size, so that's actually 8 inches. Well, how can I divide that up? It might be that I wanted to do it, that half of it is going to be one design, and then the other half I'm going to do it something different. So then I can divide it up like so, and then it might be a case, well, actually, I want that to be a halfway point there, so I can do that like so. And then it might be that I want to make those into quarter square triangles, so I need to know that centre point that I've got there on that quilt block to actually make my quarter square triangles, like so. So there you go. So that could be one little block that I'm making. But then over here, I might think, well, do you know what? I want to make it into, I don't know, put a little bit of sashing in there so I can kind of line that up. And because I can see where that line is, because this is the other thing. If you've got a ruler that's solid, okay, so imagine there's a ruler that's solid. I've got to make sure that that's on the right line in order to get that right difference. If I've got a clear ruler that I can see through, then I can line that and put it wherever I need to go, like so. So it's just, you can use it for a planning tool, and there's loads of ways you can use it. But yeah, I must admit the circle one is one of my favourites.
Yeah, oh my gosh, what a really useful thing. Because sometimes you may have lost a template that goes in the centre of a Dresden or something, or you're looking and you're thinking, right, let's go and find a mug or a right saucer about the right size. I don't have a template. Or if you want to do nice curved corners on your quilt, or curved corners on the bottom of a bag that aren't in a pattern. If you want to do a bag flap with a curved corner, you can do it with this.
Anything that you want. You don't have to go and find something that's the right shape. So you literally just put your drawing pin. I would suggest a drawing pin rather than your dressmaking pins, which is what I've popped in here, because it's kind of a more solid. And then it's literally a case if you need it to be a 1-inch diameter. There you go. You would just literally go around. I'm going to try and hold those, because obviously it's not the sturdiest of pins, but there you go. So there you go. That is a 1-inch square.
Great.
It might be that I want to make it into a frame, or I want to add a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Then you can kind of play around with it.
See, some templates don't include seam allowance, that you want to add a seam allowance. Or if you're making your own EP pieces and want to add a seam allowance to it. This is a really handy ruler, isn't it?
Absolutely. And then it might be a case of, well, I want to cut that in half, but I want the 2 different fabrics, so I need to add on a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So now that is my cut line. That would be my stitch line. But I've now made a template that when 2 halves are sewn together, it would make a circle. So
fantastic.
There's loads of ways.
Oh, honestly, you'll love playing around with this. Now, just so you know, there are so many of you who've got this in your basket, and there are an Allison 40. We're oversubscribed on the precise positioning ruler. Precise positioning ruler.
A bit of a tongue twister, that one, isn't it?
Also, on the side, there's 10 Tula shackets left in stock. If you do want the pattern, there's only 10 remaining, not checked out. There are so many of you who've got it in your basket, so this is just a very quick reminder to check out on the Tula jacket. Now, we've also got the quilt ruler set, which was very, very, very popular earlier on. Now, this is different to the XL that we had on. Here within the bundle, you are getting I'll show you what you're getting. You're getting your Patchmaker square. Now, this is for your 2-inch, your 3-inch, and your 4-inch. And as you can see here, it doesn't even need any instructions because it says use this line for your 2-inch square, and it's got an arrow pointing to exactly the line. It includes your seam allowance. So when you're doing your quarter square triangles, your half square triangles, it will include those seam allowances. You can use it with your rotary cutter. It isn't just a measuring guide. It also is a super useful tool to be able to cut with. You're also going to get your binding tool. Loads of you love this. This has been very, very popular individually. Remember, you're getting one of those in the bundle as well. And then you've also got your patchwork ruler with that mitered corner as well. Very, very useful. Is the one that you use the most out of these?
Ooh. It's probably the binding and the quilt ruler at the moment, because I'm doing a lot of bag making and projects. But when I do get back into quilting, I do use the Patchmaker a lot.
Yeah, they're brilliant, aren't they? And they are lovely quality, really, really lovely quality. It's not just like a little ruler that you can put in your pencil case, but it's not too cumbersome that you can still take it on the move with you. It'll fit in your hobby bag.
It's keeping it within a budget, a reasonable budget, because that's important to everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're starting a new hobby, it can be quite daunting about, and expensive, let's face it.
Well, let's face it, that set that you've got there, if you're getting started in quilting, you've pretty much got everything that you need there. Add in a rotary cutter and you cutting mat and you're good to go.
Brilliant. Less than £20 for all 3 of these. Watch back the demo on YouTube. Am I right? It comes with the little set of instructions.
Comes with a little set of instructions. Just kind of explains how to use the binding square. More than anything. But yeah, it comes in there as well.
Fantastic.
I will mention the bag that it comes in, because quite often people say, oh, I need a new bag because it's ripped. It's packaging. It's just fancy packaging. It's not meant to keep your rulers in, to be fair. But you could actually use it as a pattern to make a zipped pouch for them to go in.
Yeah, brilliant. Fab. Love that. There's the little packaging. It's just fancy packaging.
It is,
yeah. Don't expect too much from it.
I never even thought about it when they put them into those, but
bought both the rules, just what I needed. Thank you. Hayley loves your new star. Wishing you good health and happiness in the new year. Love, Ellie.
And more of the same to you, Ellie. Thank you.
Thank you for all of your messages today. It's been amazing. You've also got a chance on the extra large patch maker. So this is still doing the 2, 3 and 4 squares, half square triangles and quarter square triangles, but it is now also offering you more sizes with the 5 and the 6 as well. So for squares, for half square triangles and quarter square triangles. Different to the one that you get in the bundle. If you do want to have a go with this one as well, if you like making large blocks, then this is perfect for that. And it actually makes how many different sizes?
15 kind of rulers in one, to be fair, because you've got 9 with the smaller ones, and then you've obviously got the 15 with the larger.
Brilliant. £40.99. That's for your Patchmaker XL. It's the first time I've seen this one as well. And are the little markings, are the holes within here as well for you to position through?
Yeah, you can actually use those to centre up your squares and square off your blocks. So they're numbered 2 through to 6. So that would be the centre point of your 6-inch block.
Yeah, because quite often actually, you make a block and then it says, now square it up, or, now make it 3-inch. So you might be finding that you are using this even with patterns that you already have at home. Today, $14.99. Also, something we haven't yet spoke about, your bobbin mates, your bobbin, these thread clips. These are great for getting yourself organised in the new year, aren't they?
Absolutely. I quite often will have my spool of thread on there, and then also the little bobbin that corresponds with it, because sometimes if you've got certain weights on the top and on the bottom work best, in my opinion. But when you're looking at a white thread, sometimes it's a bit difficult to figure out which is which. Well, any colour thread, to be fair, but
Oh, that's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought of that. I just like the idea of, before you start a new quilt project, getting yourself organised so you're not having to stop sewing to then wind a new bobbin up. You've always got a corresponding, you spend an afternoon winding your bobbins that correspond with the right spools. So like you say, they are the right weight for the right corresponding colour, but also...
You could probably fit about 4 on those, couldn't you? So good going. Yeah, good
brilliant.
idea.
Get all your bobbins wound. This is just another add-on to your stash. If you've already bought something today, you're paying the same postage and packaging. It's no extra P&P. £4.95, and that's covered covered your whole day's spend. So if you are buying from Hayley's shows, if you're getting from the lighting shows earlier, if you're buying in the dressmaking hour that we've got to come, or if you're buying anything off the web shop, it's all consolidated into one order at midnight tonight. You'll only pay 1 P&P, £3.99, and you've got loads in there. You've got 20, in fact. Just a nice little add-on for anyone who's getting themselves nice and organised in the new year for their new projects. Also, right, a walking foot.
Yes.
Now, what machines? Tell us more.
Okay, now this is a universal one, so it's not brand specific, but you just need to check that you have got, now let me get this right, it is a low shank, isn't it? Yes, I always have to stop and think. A little voice in my head is like saying, hi, hi, hi. No, it's low. It's a low shank. So basically what a walking foot will do is it will feed your fabric through at the same rate underneath with the feed dogs that are built into your machine, but then you've kind of got inbuilt feed dogs on the actual walking foot that you've got. Can I borrow it from you?
Hang on, this is £16.99.
Yes.
For certain brands, you can pay up to £50. Sorry, I was just looking at it, being like, this is great quality, and you get the guide bar as well. And then I just looked up at the price.
There is one brand. There's one brand, and somebody actually told me this, and it's not that I didn't believe them, but I wanted to see it for myself. There's one brand of machine where it's over £100 for a walking foot for their machine, their brand. But I mean, they've got a different type of connection. So
what I like about
have a lot
this
of choice.
is it is a low shank. Yeah. Check with your machine, your manufacturer and everything that it's low shank. But quite often, low shank machines don't come with a walking foot. If you're looking at a high shank machine, chances are you will already have a walking foot as standard. Absolutely. But if you want to have an additional walking foot on your low shank machine, you can be paying, like you say, a lot of money.
If you actually go onto the Sewing Street website, there is actually a little image that shows you how you measure your machine. So you take the ankle off, so the little ankle that holds the foot on it, you unscrew that, and then you measure from the hole down to the actual where your fabric sits. There you go. So as long as it's no more than 3/4 of an inch, then yeah, you're okay there.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Fantastic. So you get the guide bar as well?
Yeah, you get the guide as well. So the way that this works is this will actually replace the ankle that you've got. So you take the foot off that we saw in the image there, and this will sit and wrap round. So it'll go round the kind of bar. So your bar will go into that, and you'll use a little screw that you took off, and that will secure it in place. This will actually go around the little screw that holds your needle in place. So when you need to change your needle, you have to unscrew that needle, that little kind of screw fixing, that's what sits there. And then what happens is, now sometimes when they come to you, they've literally come from the factory, so they might just need a little bit of encouragement to actually work. Now I'm going to try and hold that as still as I can so as Joe can catch it, because obviously you've got feed dogs on the bottom of your machine which will grab the fabric as it works through. Well, if you imagine this is raising up and down, and can you see those little feed dogs coming down from the top as well? That's mimicking what would actually happen with the feed dogs underneath. So it means that you've got feed dogs on top of your fabric and underneath, which is good if you're using something like, say, a velvet with a slippy lining, two fabrics that don't necessarily hold well together, or you might have something sitting in the middle, so naturally you'd think of your quilt top, your quilt base, or your backing, and then your wadding in the middle. It just means you've got more of a chance to secure everything so as it all goes through together. And that's because quite often when we're sewing, we might have our edges and we'll have them all neat, so they're all like that, they're going through the sewing machine, all neat like that, all the way through, and it's sewing, 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 but then when you get to the end, you started off with it neat like that, but then by the time you come to your last bit, you'll find that it's like that. And that's because they're fed through at different rates, because naturally your feed dogs will feed through the underside one. The top one is just sliding with the kind of foot pressure, and sometimes it can kind of just slide or go off, and that's why a walking foot is going to minimise that, which means that you start off lined up and hopefully you end up lined up.
I know so many people that just keep their walking foot on their sewing machine. It isn't just, I know a lot of people think, oh, it's only when you're using loads of layers, or if you're using heavyweight fabric. I mean, don't get me wrong, if your machine struggles with thicker denims or more layers, like with your bozels and interfaces and things, then this is brilliant.
Absolutely. And also, this one has got a slot. Now, the slot on it means that if you've got any decorative stitches on your machine, then quite often you can use this alongside. So you can try and see the little slot there, rather than it just being a hole, so you can only use it for straight stitch. So if you're doing a zigzag, then quite often you can work with it. Just do a little bit of kind of hand cranking with it before you press the pedal, because some stitches that move backwards, it might, because it's an even feed going through, it's not always brilliant going in the opposite direction,
Right.
like a reverse. So
I'd
just do a
never
little
thought
twist,
of that
yeah.
before with a walking
Yeah.
foot. That's a really interesting point.
Yeah.
So yeah, just like you say, hand crank it and see
Yeah.
the movement of the needle of the stitch.
And as I say, as long as your decorative stitch isn't any more than 7 mil wide, you should be okay. I tend to stick to 5 mil just to be on the safe side because you don't want to break a needle. But yeah, if you've got a decorative stitch, you might find that's only going in one direction. You might well find that you can use it on that too.
For $16.99, it's worth a try, isn't it? It's worth having a go with a walking foot. We always talk about them on air, and I know it's a bit more normally of an investment, so that's fantastic. Now, just a quick recap. Anybody who missed the start of the show, we were talking about the mocha block. This is a really great visual aid for you to be able to create your own blocks, start demystifying quilt blocks. If you're looking at a pattern and thinking, oh my gosh, I'm just overwhelmed with cutting 100, 3 and 8, you know, they're all such difficult measurements sometimes to fathom in your head when you're starting out. Whereas this is a brilliant visual aid to be able to start creating your own block and see how simple it is. Often squares, often half square triangles can create amazing blocks.
Well, they're very, very creative. We see them as foundations for many, many quilts. And sometimes people will work and they'll create a quilt and they'll use an oversized kind of a piece of fabric and then trim it down. Well, you can still do that if you're wanting to, but it just makes life so much easier. Being able to kind of create your own, that's the thing, isn't it? Make your own designs and create your own sizes from that. It's not one size, so when you actually work with it, it says 3 inches on there. Doesn't mean you can only make 3 inches patches. It's a visual aid to enable you to see your light fabrics and your dark fabrics and where you're going to place.
Yeah, they're double-sided, so the one side's black, one side's white, so you can then choose. And there's rectangles, there's squares, there's triangles, quarter square triangles, half square triangles, big triangles or small triangles. There's also your frame as well. You can make it bigger, you can make rectangular blocks. You put it together, literally like a jigsaw, and have fun with it. Get the kids involved. Just play around, because you're not then cutting up your fabrics, or you're not having to doodle on graph paper. You literally aren't even committing to anything. You can set it up. If you love it, you're then getting your patch calculator, which once again, we went through thoroughly earlier on, so watch the show back if you missed it. But you can access more of these on Hayley's website and download them for free if you lose your patch calculator. But it is a nice glossy one that comes in the pack that you can wipe off and reuse. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Hayley.
No problem.
It's been so lovely to see you.
Oh, thank you. And you.
I hope you have a lovely New Year. What are you doing for New Year's Eve?
New Year's Eve, I think we're probably going down the local pub.
Nice.
Go and have a little look, see what they've got going on down there. But I'm back in on Hobby Maker on New Year's Day in the afternoon. So
Oh, fabulous. Yeah, don't go too wild. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Don't forget, check out your baskets. I'm going to have to give the jacket back now, aren't I? I'm so lovely and comfy. Have a look back through, see if there are any Tula shackets left. Have a look on the jumpsuit, any of the tools that we've had, and all of the bags. It's been an amazing show with Hayley. We have got so many dressmaking fabrics. I'm now thinking Tula shacket, the jumpsuit, and any other dressmaking patterns you've got in your stash. We're going to get you covered with some fabulous fabrics coming up by the half metre. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a couple of minutes.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, sorry, I'm giggling because I just noticed that the fan page of me talking about my mum's water meter has now created a post. Everyone's sharing where the water meters are. I must say, we were absolutely bamboozled. Even the removal men were looking for this water meter for us. Because you know when you move in and you say you want to take it? John's is in the pavement outside the boundary. I'd never heard of that. I was like, surely it is under your sink, Mum. You're just not looking, it's got to be here. And it wasn't. Yeah, John Scott got involved. His water meter it's a smart one. He doesn't even need to touch it now. So maybe my mum doesn't need to, but the first time she went with a neighbour, had to take the drain cover off, went down, there was all mud and everything there. She was like, oh my gosh, is this what we have to do every time we want to take the meter reading? Anyway, we digress. We have got some fleece. Oh, I love these fleece fabrics. Are we going to go for this one first or the red? The tan. This one is lovely. I've had to take my Tula shacket off. Look at me now. I just look all boring in my leopard print now, don't I? Now, whether you are making dog beds, whether you are making fleece jumpers, jackets, whether you are making cushions, whether you are backing a snuggly quilt, whether you are just going to overlock the edge and have it in the boot of the car for when, you know, the dog jumps in to protect your boot. This is brilliant because it is 150 wide and it's £3.49. It's 100% polyester, so if it is for a dog bed or something, it's going to dry super quick. In fact, I think that's the right way around, look. That one's slightly muted, but this side's a little brighter. But if you do want to wash it and tumble dry it, then this is going to be brilliant. It can go on a medium tumble dry. Animal beds, toys, jackets, throws. This is perfect for that. Cushions, soft cushions. Everybody who's checked out is multi-buying. It's the first time I've seen this. Your tartan fleece. You can even make a nice scarf with this. Couldn't you do a nice rolled hem or overlock your edge? And then you could just make lovely scarves because it's wide. It's 150 wide. Even if you're getting just yourself half a metre of it, that is brilliant. 100% polyester, 349.5 metre. You cannot go wrong. It will be cut off the bolt for you as well. When we show these things, do keep going through and checking out, even if we drop the graphics off the screen. Don't panic, you can still get it. It's just a matter of, yeah, how quick can you be? Kat, where's your water meter? Do you know where your water meter is? Is it under the sink? Oh, she thinks like this is a trick question. It's not a trick question. It's just. Well, my water meter's under the sink, but my mum's was outside in the road in a drain outside. Right, this one is gorgeous. And do you know what? I would be keeping this in my stash ready for Christmas, for next year. I love this. No, she had to go out there and do it herself. £3.49.5 metre. This would make a really lovely zippy hoodie. This would be brilliant for cushions, just to have a throw on the sofa, to have on the back of a quilt. £0.5 metre looks like this. £0.5 metre is wide, really wide. For a picnic blanket in the summer, get yourself a couple of metres of it. You know, whether you overlock the edge or finish the edge in some way, it's not going to fray anyway, but this would be brilliant. At $3.49, if you get yourself a couple of units, then, yeah, you'll definitely find use for it. We've got the most beautiful blue and navy fleece, which is very similar to the Gordon tartan, my maiden name. I've got a skirt like this. Did you know that, Joe? Oops, sorry, just lost the one on the front of the desk. Here we go. Oh, it's so lovely and plush as well. So if you do want to back a quilt with it, to snuggle up on the sofa, this is lovely. Is the one that's more vibrant than the other? I think they're both quite similar. Front to back, sorry, yeah, I dropped it. £3.49.5 metre for loads of fleece fabric. It's a nice cheaper way, more affordable way, I should say, sorry, more affordable way of backing a quilt. And if you do use a quilt on a sofa or on a bed, it makes it all lovely and snuggy because it's so, so soft. And remember, if you are making it for dog beds, then you can wash it and it does tumble dry in a medium tumble. Is that the is that the right phrase, a medium tumble? Okay, now we also have the neckline from earlier is still available at the moment, limited stock. I feel like I was going to put on my, oh, baby, my head microphone. Now, we've got here 3 different light settings and 3 different light brightnesses. So you have here, I'm going to press the back, on the back of the headlight there is a little button which you tap, which then changes it to a cool light, a daylight, and a white light. So you've got 3 different light settings, and then each light setting has got 3 different brightnesses. Now they work independently. They've got LED lights, which you recharge with the cord that comes with it. It's a USB cord. It doesn't come with a plug, so you just need to plug it into maybe your socket that you have at home, or if you've got like a phone charger plug or something, then it will be fine. £19.99. Now, not only does it sit comfortably around the neck because it's got that really lovely soft comfort grip at the back, but it also has really lovely bendable arms, so you can position this where you want. Now, this will sell out today. Every time it's come to air, it's completely sold out. I think there were 400 that sold in the first showing. We've now got only 30 of these remaining. Now you can use it for your knitting, for your crochet, for walking the dog, This is how, by the way, this is how the drain story came about. If any of the management look on the fan page and say, why was Vicky talking about a water meter being out in the drain? It was because of this. And I said, I need to get my mum one of these because there's no street lights in where my mum lives. So I'm just covering myself for when the management go on the fan page and say, why was Vic talking about a water meter? It's because of this. Yeah. £19.99, and I do like that you can position them so if you're on a train or a plane or a coach and you're reading or doing any of your, in the car if you're doing any hand stitching, obviously as a passenger, £19.99. Right, we will reorder it, but there's less than 30 of those. They've repeatedly sold out again and again and again. We've got some amazing dressmaking fabrics coming up now. We've got a poly wool check, which would make the most beautiful suits, trousers, skirts. They'd be brilliant for waistcoats. I'm now thinking maybe you are thinking for somebody that's getting married into 2025. Joe's got 125 days until his wedding. This is your poly wool grey check fabric. Half a metre is £4.99, and it's really wide again. I think it's 150 wide, but it's lovely quality. It works really, really well, obviously, for dressmaking. But I don't want to, I know if you're not a dressmaker, of course, for doorstops, for purses, for bags, for homewares, for cushions, for draft excluders, this would be brilliant for that. £4.99 is really affordable as well. Just be aware if you are making a suit or something from, if you're making a blazer, a skirt, trousers, then it is now limited. We've got less than, we've got about 5 metres of this left on the bolt. It'll be cut for you, bespoke cut to however much you need. That is a great price, isn't it? Even if you're using it for cushions, or I'm thinking even like applique, cutting this out and using it on an applique project would be really nice. Making a lap tray or something. Right, that will sell out. We've now got, way less than 5 metres. If you do want it, be quick. Now, we also have the same style in green this time. Oh, this is nice. This would make a really lovely posh bag, wouldn't it? Or what about the Baker Boy hat? Do you want it to do a little Peaky Blinders style cap? That's what I was thinking. You know those really gorgeous plush cushions that Delphine designed with the robin, and she added twine and hessian to it. You can do a really lovely applique cushion for £4.99. If you just get yourself one unit of it, look how much you're getting for £4.99. This is going to be brilliant to just add a different fabric into your stash. That is a lot of fabric there if you are using it, cutting it up for applique. But I am thinking like a really lovely shawl or cape or coat. Oh, wow. That would look a fortune, wouldn't it? Little purses or travel wallets, wash bags. What about doing the grab and go? The pattern sold out earlier, so I know lots of you today got the pattern. If you want to add some fabric into your stash, it only takes 2 fat quarters, and these are obviously very, very wide fabric, so you'll have plenty left over for your stash or a couple of grab and go bags. Making to sell, this would be brilliant. £4.99. Over half the stock's gone. Are you free on the 9th, Joe? And Hannah? The 9th of Jan. Evening. He's just said no, he hasn't even checked his diary. He's just presumed he doesn't want... He's like, no, I don't think I am, Vic. I don't think I am. This is the creamy tan with your red check. Oh, this is lovely. Look at that. This is your tan poly wool, half a metre. Half a metre is £5.99. This is lovely and wide as well. £5.99. Once again, for toy making, or if you do like little tiny dressmaking projects. I'm thinking of Sandy Millichip Cookie doing her bears. This is lovely. £5.99, half metre. It will go a very, very, very long way. This is 90% polyester, 10% wool. Sorry, my nose keeps getting in the way of the overhead. I'm like, what is that on the screen? Look, if I just poke my nose to there, I'm like, there's something on the fabric and realise it's my nose poking over. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I do. I have 80/20 wadding up next. If you manage to get the panel earlier on, if you want to start doing your cutie frame, if you want to start making your beautiful quilts for 2025, or just stocking up your stash, ready for the new year projects. This is the most popular wadding that we stock. It is your 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Now this is 228 centimetres wide. It is super, super wide. It is going to be great for backing your quilts without having to, you know, cut up and use different stash of wadding. £5.99 for half a metre. It is cut to order. We don't sell the big packs anymore now, do we? We don't need to now. It's the most cost-effective way to do it by the half metre. We're so lucky that we have the warehouse facility that we do, because when we started here, when we were in the cupboard under the stairs, we shared a warehouse, and now we have our own big new fancy warehouse. It means, as you can imagine, 228 centimetres wide. These come on huge bolts. We have the warehouse facilities to be able to cut to order now, which is brilliant. £5.99 half metre. Remember, Joe, nearly 5 years ago that was. It was about this time, wasn't it? It was sort of between Christmas and New Year, beginning of January, that Sewing Street sort of started. We went to the garden centre down the road. There was a group of sort of about 5 or 6 of us, and Sewing Street was born in March. Who'd have thought it? March 2020, and we had no idea what was that year was going to entail. Right, we also have batting tape, heat press batting tape. Now, as I said, the great thing about that width is that you can use it all, you know, for one continuous project. If, and yes, let's face it, you will have batting or wadding left over, don't waste it. You can still use it, even for larger projects, by using this tape. So you literally butt them up to each other. It's not going to overlap and create bulk. You literally butt them up next to each other. You put this really lovely fusible tape through the centre and iron it down, and it will fuse your waddings together like that. Thank you. That's better than my charades. But it is brilliant. You're getting 10 yards of it. Is that just under 10 metres? You can use it to turn up hems. You can use it for, obviously, putting your batting together. Reducing the bulk. £7.99. It will hold in position whilst, you know, you're quilting. Oh, Dan, you're the best. You're the best. Right, we've got here curved safety pins. Now, we all like different ways of basting. What I like about these is that they are specifically designed with quilters in mind. So they are like banana pins. They are bent on purpose. And the reason being is if you are quilting, you can literally imagine your layers here. You can dip it under and flip it up without having to move your quilt. You want to keep it as flat as possible. So having that curve or having that bend within your pins really, really helps. Now, if you are basting a really big quilt, you've got 100 of these pins, so that is going to go a very, very long way. They are hardened as well, so they will stay in position. Someone hasn't just taken a pack of safety pins and bent them. They are made especially like this, so they've been work hardened as well. Just £5.99 for a pack of 100. We all have different personal preferences when it comes to basting. If you normally thread baste and you want to have a go at pinning, or I know lots of people might not like to use the aerosol sprays, this is your chance. Love this. Okay, we've got cotton lawn fabric, which I love, up next. Thank you. Now, you can use it in quilting. There's nothing stopping you using it for home furniture. Just be aware of the weight of it. It's slightly lighter weight. But for dressmakers, this is beautiful. We do expect to pay more for cotton lawn. Now, this is the most beautiful colour. If you have slightly more experience in dressmaking and you want to use a cotton lawn for the jumpsuit pattern that you bought earlier on with Hayley, this would be stunning. stunning for the summer. It's only £4.49 a half metre. That is so good. Whenever I think of cotton lawn, my mind instantly goes to the Liberty lawns and how much you pay per half metre for those. Today, £4.49. And this colour is stunning. For bridal, this is lovely. You could make a really beautiful pyjama set with these, couldn't you? You could make a really luxurious pyjama set with matching robe. I love that, £4.49. Are they all going to be at this price, or is that just a crazy deal? This one is £4.49. Next one as well, going to be £4.49. There is no way that that is right. That is so good. I know we're offering some special deals being Twixmas, but that digital print is lovely for a lawn. Is it this one? Very nice indeed. This is again £4.49 for a cotton lawn, 100% cotton, super soft, works really well for dressmakers. You can still use it, as I say, for home furnishing projects, for applique projects. You often see the Alice Caroline pre-cuts, and they're in lawn fabrics, that you can still use them for little toiletry bags as well. But this large-scale, beautiful floral, I would be using it absolutely for the likes of little cami tops, dresses, wrap dresses. You could use this for the jumpsuits. You could use this for pyjamas, for dressing gowns, for beautiful kimonos or robes. And at £4.49, now if you are unsure of what you're going to make yet, but you're like, that is a bargain, at £4.49 I need to get it. I know that Adele always recommends getting a 2.5 metre bundle, and that will do virtually any pattern. You know, with some exceptions, obviously, but a majority of your dresses, blouses, trousers, 2.5 metres is a really good amount for your dressmaking stash. She always says, if I've got a 2.5 metre bundle, I know that I can pick it out, pick a dressmaking pattern, and I'll be able to make what I need. So if you do, if you are thinking that is an amazing price and I just want to make the most of it, go for it, get yourself a few units of it, and then you've got plenty, that it's not just sitting around waiting for that certain project that only takes a metre, for example. Okay, thank you. I've got the most stunning colours that still are going to go with a lot of your wardrobe. So you've got like your neutrals, but then look at the pop of green and the pop of teal and the pop of orange. That's stunning. This is why it's so exciting to start your dressmaking journey. If you are thinking about it, if 2025 is your year for dressmaking, these are the chances to get these beautiful fabrics, because that's what often we think about, isn't it? Is we choose a fabric, we just fall in love with a fabric and you can show it off. I was just thinking, a strappy camisole top in that rose fabric, yeah. Strappy vest tops will look lovely. And then if you put a blazer on top of it with some nice smart trousers, it can be really dressy. But if you're just doing a strappy camisole top, you can have it as like with a little pair of shorts. They could be your pyjamas. £4.49. And if you're looking at cotton lawn pyjamas, they are, again, so expensive to buy, but it's breathable, it's really lovely and cooling on the skin, really luxurious. Have we got another one at this price? Yeah, thank you. This one. This is also £4.49 a half metre, digital print, lovely quality. John Loudon. It's wide as well, by the way. I believe it's 150 wide. So if you're using it for applique, there's nothing stopping you taking a fabric like this and using a template and cutting out, you know, a H for Hannah or something in applique, using it for applique as well. At £4.49, that would look really lovely. And it could go even onto like a calico or just a plain fabric. I know that Alice Caroline often do like a calico or a natural seeded cotton base with their cotton lawn appliques, and it looks beautiful. £4.49 a half metre, 150 wide. The black background makes those colours really pop, and they are like watercolours. They're really lovely. £4.49 a half metre. It will be cut off the bolt for you. Crazy low price. A crazy low price for cotton lawns. We are used to paying a lot more, aren't we, for cotton lawn fabric. You will love those. They're gorgeous. Right now we also have friction pens. Now, I've got two different types of friction pens. One's a new pack. What's this? Fine liners. We'll come to those in a second. You don't always want fine liners, but they have a really good purpose. So stay tuned for those. If you want your classic pens, you get a pack of 4 in black, blue, red and green. They come in the lovely pack that can double up as a stand as well. So, oh, she says, sorry, I've got all my packaging attached. Oh, Dan's not going to be happy with me. Here we go. So you double that up as a stand. And you can use it as a storage case, obviously. But they are brilliant. These are your classic friction pens. So they're the 0.7 millimetre nib. Great for using them on paper, but also on fabric. Now, if you go to Paper Chase, Hobbycraft, John Lewis, or even Sewing Street, you'll be looking at singularly £3.99. Look at all the 5-star reviews as well. Everyone loves a friction pen. It's probably the most, it's one of definitely the most used marking tool that all of our guests come in with. The Heat-erasable pen. Hayley was using them earlier with her precision marker, her perfect precision ruler. These would be perfect for that. £10.99. What's our price per pen? £2.74 a pen. Bearing in mind elsewhere, we know even here we'll be looking at £4 or £3.99 a pen. That would cost how much? 4, 8, 12, 16. And you've got your case as well, £15.96 plus the case. That's a brilliant price. And I like the fact that you're getting all 4 colours, because it means if you're buying them individually, you might just go for black. But then if you are working on a darker fabric, you won't be able to see your markings. So it's good that you've got all 4 colours here. Useful, one, they look lovely, but also very useful for the different colour fabrics that you're going to be marking up. And you can still use it with your paper and your templates and things like that. These are like gold dust. I had no idea that these were back in stock. They sold out with Yvonne McAtamney when we launched them. It was thanks to Yvonne that we actually got these in. Hang on, that isn't for the whole pack. Okay, they're £6.99. Right. We've just bought the graphics in, and that is crazy low. Yeah, these are them, thank you. So you get this, you get the lovely packaging, the stand pack, which, as I say, doubles up. They're all different colours, so you've got black, red, green and blue, but these, exactly the same way that we use our normal friction pens, but these are your fine nibs. These are your fine liners. They are brilliant. They also erase with heat. Always check that you're happy with how they erase. I'm just looking at the ballpoint, how big it is, because the other ones were 0.7. If I'm not mistaken, are these ones the 0.5 ones? Right. So they've got a slightly sort of different nib, which means that you're getting really precise markings. There's your black one. There's your red and your green. So if you're marking where you need to stop sewing, if you're marking notches on a pattern, if you want to use them on paper, you can. If you want to use them, that is not supposed to be £6.99. I just want to see them in comparison with your normal ones. So if you've got your normal pen, oh, sorry, I wasn't just doing a full, I wasn't trying to make it thicker. The first time, they draw slightly differently. These are your fine liner friction pens. They will erase with heat. They will also erase with the friction on the end of the nib as well. They are brilliant, aren't they? And these are the ones, aren't they, that we got in, because are they slightly different to the ones that we had with Yvonne? Yeah, that time we had them. Oh, I mean, I've not seen these then before. These are new to me. Ah, Hannah's saying, I thought they were all one colour. No, you get 4 colours, Hannah. £6.99, that is a brilliant price. I don't think we sell these ones individually. Your fine liner pens, once again, erase with heat in black, red, green and blue. First time I've seen them. There's over 40 of you who have got them in your basket. There's a lot of you there. For $6.99, absolutely, give them a go. And they come in the nice storage box as well that doubles up as a little rest. Yes, I do. Right, okay. I don't actually, I say I do. I do. You saw this earlier on with myself, and you saw Hayley using it during her binding demo. An iron is an integral part of your sewing room. It's probably one of the most used gadgets, essentials that you have. So if you are using your sewing machine, it's nice to be able to set yourself up a station with your pressing mat, your cutting mat, and your sewing machine. Now, this one is not just any sewing machine. Today, we are looking at your Alisso Pro. Sorry, I'm just going to turn it on so you can see the auto lift, auto lift technology. So elsewhere, this is £192.99. We found it at £180. We also found it at £185. There you go, £166.50. I believe that's with a 10% sale. So they're already in the sale on that one. Our sale is not just £160, or we haven't just taken your P&P off, or we didn't just take it to £149. We went so ridiculously low on this that has meant so many of you who have loved this iron. It's kind of a thank you for being with us over 2024. It was one of the most amazing irons that we launched earlier on in the year. It's Alisso, and of course the precision and performance that we get with an Alisso iron, but it's teamed up with Tula Pink. So it isn't a gimmick that it's pink. It's not changed the functionality of the iron. It is still that amazing lift technology, auto lift technology, literally with a touch of a finger or a glide of your iron, so you can use it to do your pressing and then literally reposition what you need to without having to turn it on its side all the time, because it is a weighty iron. You know that if you're working with your main home domestic iron and you're constantly having to do that repetitive movement when you're pressing loads of half square triangles, you want to make sure that you're not damaging your joints, but also you're getting the precision and you're saving time. Let's face it, you'll save time. You've got your speed, your temperature setting, your speed control. You also have your steam control, which is either no steam, steamy, or really steamy. You have obviously your steam button and your water sprayer. You've got a fabulous water tank. Does it work if you touch it from underneath? It does. So if you've got your water tank here with a massive water tank as well, so you're not having to constantly go and refill your iron. It's got anti-drip technology. It's got a huge, over 2 metre long cable with a 360 cord pivot as well. So fabulous if you're a left-hander or a right-hander. And of course, our nod to one of our favourite designers, Tula Pink. It just looks lovely in your workroom, doesn't it? And maybe this is something that you've always been sat on the fence with, and now's the chance to maybe use a Sewing Street gift card that you got for Christmas, or just treat yourself, starting the new year with a brand new iron. We know how essential it is in all of our crafting, but today on split pay as well for less than £45 on split pay, £43.33 on 3-way, 0% interest payments for £129.99. It's the lowest price we've ever done. We've never discounted it, and I don't know how long we can discount this price for. It's been over the weekend. For anyone who missed the weekend's show, go for it. There's another 10 of you who've got it in your basket, which makes me so happy. For anybody who had never considered getting this iron, I understand it's still an expense. It is still probably the most expensive iron you'll ever buy. But with that massive discount today, I hope that will make it accessible for you. There's no other iron that I've seen that has that auto lift technology, and it does have a lot of safety features as well. So if you do not touch this or use it for 30 minutes, it will automatically turn itself off. If it gets knocked over, then it will cut out within 30 seconds. So it's got those fabulous safety features, but it is about getting the hottest heat. It's about getting the best steam functionality. It's got that really lovely deep precision within the tip as well. That detailing tip gives you 2 inches of extra space to be able to use for your plackets, for pockets, for cuffs, for dressmaking, for collars. It's ideal for that. If you've got any questions about it, please let me know. I won't spend any more time because I know that you've seen it a lot over the weekend. But for anybody who missed it, there's so many of you that obviously missed it over the weekend, all been thinking about it. Go for it today whilst we have availability. We are in double figures for it. We had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them at the start of the weekend, and we are now less than 90, which sounds a lot. If you're watching on a replay, go for it. It's a fabulous price. We've never taken it that low before. Now, we've got some jerseys. Do you want to do your lovely, easy jumpsuit? We've got... Oh, look at this. Imagine doing a jumpsuit. Even just the top half of it, and then the teal on the bottom or the navy on the bottom, as Hayley suggested. This is lovely. Eucalyptus. Are you right, Kat? 849.5 metre. We can hear her arm clicking. This is gorgeous. Those nice teals and duck eggs, and then your lovely eucalyptus shadows in the background as well. There's your jumpsuit. If you do want to make the handmade by Hayley quick and easy jumpsuit, this would be amazing for that. £8.49. My wrists always click. Where is it that clicks? Is it your arms that click? Elbows. My wrists always click. Half a metre, £8.49 for half a metre. Remember, 3.5 metres is enough to be able to do the largest size in the jumpsuit in any variation. So you can do that lovely fluted, floaty sleeve. You can do it sleeveless if you want as well. But there's no fastenings. It's really easy to do. It's designed to literally just whip on, whip off. But imagine in your in the eucalyptus fabric, it will look stunning, really stunning. Now, we've even got a coral one, this one, with your ditzy prints. In the spring or the summer, I'm just thinking of the jumpsuit now, but there's a lot that you can do with jersey. Imagine anybody who got an overlocker for Christmas. Possibilities are endless. Little kids' leggings, these are adorable. Big kids' leggings too. I'd like a pair of matching leggings. I keep getting adverts. It's obviously my algorithms of mum and daughter matching hoodies or matching leggings, and you pay so much money. You could pay, you know, like 40 quid for the leggings for the adult, and then £25 for the child's leggings, and I mean a toddler leggings. If you've got an overlocker, it's so quick and easy to run up a new pair of little leggings, isn't it? These are gorgeous quality jerseys. Your coral ditzy prints, £8.49. Oh, anything can happen today on Hobby Maker. Oh, we've got a brand new guest as well. This one's really nice. They are so soft. They are so, so soft. I do love jersey because I think it looks ever so smart, but it feels really, really soft against your skin. It looks really smart, yet it's really comfortable. A jersey, whether it be for the jumpsuit, this would be perfect for Hayley's jumpsuit. There you go, it's on the right-hand side of your screen if you haven't yet got your quick and comfy jumpsuit pattern. We were talking about it earlier on today. And it's actually surprisingly really, really easy to construct. There's only 4 pieces to that jumpsuit. Yeah. £8.49. Love it in this print as well. It's going to be so smart if you're going to a wedding or a big party. That'll look lovely. I've also got, thank you. Yes. What's the composition of this? So soft. This would make beautiful scarves or, again, jumpers like what I'm wearing now, just a nice everyday jumper. 55% polyester, 45% viscose. It's ever so soft. 150 centimetres wide. It's still got that stretch to it. It's £6.49.5 metre. The jumpsuit would look great in this again, wouldn't it? Or any of the Owl and the Sewing Cat patterns would look nice in this. Simple sweatshirt, simple t-shirt. everyday long, like a crew neck top, or if you want to do a jersey skirt, this would be beautiful. In the navy as well, you've got the deep navy background and those pops of colour. We've got so much that we want to bring you, and we've literally got less than 10 minutes left. I've got some tubular jersey in light blue and also in green. Now, this is for your cuffs, this is for your necklines, this is for you if you want to do like a sports top that's got a banding on the bottom, then this is perfect. So it's a tubular jersey, and you obviously cut it to the width that you need, but it's all joined up in one big tube. Very nice in the light blue. It's only £4.49 for your pale blue tubular jersey. For cuffs, for the bottom of T-shirts, this is great for that. Now, we also have it in forest as well. It's worth having in your dressmaking stash whilst it's under £5. If you've opened your order already, yeah, go for it. This is, again, your tubular jersey, £4.49. And this is ½ metre, so it's cut off the bolt for you. So that's what ½ metre looks like that. So if you want it joined on again, then it will come across like that. Oh, yeah, well, you can do lovely necklines with it. You can do lovely cuffs. It's brilliant if you are working with jersey and you want that stretch. £4.49, yeah, Joe, just that. Okay. Cotton waffle. I've got a dressing gown made out of this, and it was my very, very first birthday show on Sewing Street. In fact, actually, it wasn't. It was back in Sewing Quarter days. It was a long time ago. It was the most lovely dressing gown that I was gifted, and it had Vicks on it, embroidery design on it. It was really nice. But to be able to do dressing gowns or little spa set, imagine like an eye mask. And if you've got any of that lovely bamboo toweling that Hayley was talking about before, you can make lovely washcloths and reusable sets like that. 100% cotton, 150 centimetres wide. Brilliant for washcloths, brilliant for towels. You could literally hem it, you know, whatever sort of style you want. If you want to do a little rolled hem, if you want to just overlock it, you could make towels with this. You could just do little guest towels, small hand towels with it. £5.99. They're really lovely quality waffle. Cotton waffle. £5.99. We've still got so much on screen. Don't worry, anything underneath is on the website. You'll still be able to find. There's nothing that's crashing on price, so it's all just there if there's something else that that we haven't got around to show. Now, the visible image lighting has been very popular today. Obviously, we're thinking about our lighting solutions to keep crafting for longer as these dark nights are in. Now, what's great about this is that it is, again, very, very versatile. It's got the base at the bottom. It's got your on and off because it's got an LED light here. Now, you can reposition that if you need to. You can move it to wherever you want. It has the stronger magnifier, which is your smaller one. It flips it round on the telly. I have no idea how. It's magic. But this has got, is it 3 times magnification? 3 times magnification. So if you are doing smaller hand sewing bits, if you're doing cross stitch, if you're doing your nails even, look at that. That's good, isn't it? And then you unclip it. Literally as easy as that, and this one is 1.8 times magnification, and it's a really lovely big magnifier. It's not toppling over, even though we're looking at a larger magnification, and that's 1.8, which is, yeah, not as strong. This one's the stronger one. But it's great that you've got both of them, isn't it? Brilliant. It does have the LED lights here, which you can reposition. It can either be plugged in, or you notice that it's actually, oh, there you go, battery powered, just as I was showing you there. There's your battery power cover, so you can plug it in. It does come with a clamp as well. So you literally take that off like here. How quick and easy is this? You literally then can slot it in, I believe. So easy, can't you? Oh, hang on, which side am I on? There you go, have a look on the picture. There. So it clamps on. Oh, there, look. I'm in. Clamp it in and it will go on a nice slim table or on a thick wooden desk like ours, and hold in position. So if you wanted to put this at the back of your desk and have it overlooking your project or your artwork, or brilliant. £39.99. Fabulous price for such a versatile light. Oh, it's got different lighting settings, 3 different brightnesses as well. Brilliant. Okay, sorry, I've been told we've got to go. Look, the desk is clear. We've got to go. Hobby Maker are eager to get on air. They've got a brand new guest joining them with lots of fabulous, fabulous crafting products. Don't go anywhere. But if you do want more amazing Sewing Street demonstrations, tomorrow, 8 a.m. Who's here at 8 a.m? Oh, that's today. There it is. Best of 2024. You've got fabrics, homewares, dressmaking, bags and quilt kits. Something for everybody in tomorrow's show, live from 8 o'clock. Thank you all so much for your company. Happy New Year, everybody. I'll be back with you in the new year. Enjoy your New Year's Eve tomorrow. John will be taking you through into the new year. He's with you on New Year's Day. Hobby Maker coming up right after this.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobby Maker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobby Maker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754.